23. Snake Song Roman 3. Snake Song Roman 3 last chapter. Harry settles back into Hogwarts and has an anticlimactic run-in with a Cornish pixie. October arrived with a drizzle of rain, and thus she remained, spreading a damp chill around the castle. Half the school seemed to catch a cold at once. The rumor was that Madame Pomfrey had run out of pepper-up potions in her attempt to ward off the weather's adverse effects. One girl, Ginny Weasley, who he vaguely recognized from the Weasley-Malfoy scuffle in Diagon Alley, looked so pale and wan she might have fainted. Harry felt none of it. The years spent in a cold cupboard gave him an iron immune system. Still, just to be safe, he taught himself a few tricky warming charms and ordered heavier exercise robes. They looked rather like something Harry imagined a medieval noble might go hawking or hunting in, with a pleasantly furred interior. It even found a spell that produced a light rain shield that theoretically he could use and run at the same time. Unfortunately, it was Newt level. That wasn't Harry's only frustration. His exercise routine, as far as he could tell, was doing nothing. Nothing except exhausting him, which was pointless and unpleasant by itself. He soon began to wonder if he was overtraining. Stangsong had warned about that in Muscular Wizardry and had recommended rest days. Was he not resting enough? Or perhaps more worrying, especially for his aching thighs, was he not exercising enough? There was no obvious answer and no immediate way to obtain one, so he continued with his planned regime and hoped. Days passed. He saw Davis thrice more around the lake, and the weather only grew cooler. He'd managed to convince Wayne to duel a few times a week, just to get my heart rate up, he'd said, and surprisingly, Michael Corner had sought him out for practice. Harry had been only too happy to oblige. Unfortunately, Corner wasn't very good. One cold October evening, Harry became so vexed that he broke a promise to himself. Of the 3 books the Hunton had gifted him, he'd read only Muscular Wizardry, and until he'd seen some results from his training, he'd told himself that he wouldn't read the others. A reward of sorts. The same idea had motivated him through last year's reading list, but no results were forthcoming, and he was tired of waiting. He wanted to improve. He needed to improve. So he swiped Battle Transfiguration, a straight line by Enrique de Luna from his trunk, returned to the common room, and began to read. The pages were new and neat, thick with the grain common to wizarding books. Harry flicked with the introductory pages impatiently until he arrived at Chapter 1, the basics of the basics. Finally, he thought, settling deeper into his armchair, something interesting. "Hello, Harry," said Ernie Macmillan, dropping himself lazily in Susan's usual chair. She was off researching her biology at the library. Harry felt his knuckles whiten as he gripped the book tighter. Why couldn't they just leave him alone? "Yes, Ernie," he sighed, a little snappier than he'd intended. Ernie didn't seem to notice. "Had a good day?" he asked blithely. It was difficult for Harry not to roll his eyes. Chit-chat. Why did wizards love chit-chat just as much as muggles? "Not bad," he replied, hoping his brief answer would hurry Ernie to his point. There was a moment's uncomfortable silence, a little too uncomfortable, so Harry filled it. "What about you?" "Better now I've gotten over that blasted cold," Ernie replied pompously. He truly loved to hear himself speak, but at least Justin wasn't with him. Together, those two could talk for England, wizarding or muggle. "But Professor Snape really got to me today, you know. You were there after all. You saw how he was looming over me while I was stirring the swelling solution. How is anyone, really, supposed to concentrate with him looming over them like a great big reptile?" Harry thought Snape resembled more a bat, but he wasn't going to give Ernie more fuel for his fire. "Anyway, yes, sorry, I've rambled a bit, haven't I?" Ernie chuckled to himself. Harry said nothing. He was not in the mood. The silence stretched once more. This time Ernie stumbled into it. "So, I've been thinking, you know, the Quidditch tryouts are coming up, right? There's a chaser spot available, and I thought, could this conversation get any slower?" "You want to try out?" Harry ventured. Ernie shook his head, surprise blooming across his reddening, sizable cheeks. "Merlin, no. I'm not really for that sort of thing, you know. No, I thought maybe you could try out." Harry blinked. Was this an attempt at advice? He briefly considered it. He did enjoy flying, and Quidditch seemed a decent game, but it would take up a lot of his time. The Hufflepuff Quidditch team, he knew, practiced at least twice a week. It could be good exercise, but would it beat running? No, it wouldn't. "It's not a bad idea," Harry offered. He returned his gaze to his book, signaling that the conversation was over. but it'd take up too much of my time. Ernie reddened further. "Why, what time?" he said. "It's only a few times a week." Harry felt his mood drop further, a spark of anger igniting in his chest. Was he still arguing? Who did he think he was? "I practice magic out of hours, you know. And you're really good, the best of us. I just thought, you know. I saw you, we all saw you fly with Jorkins last ye, Alan." The thought fanned the spark into a blaze. Harry turned his gaze to Ernie. "Sorry," he said coolly, warningly. Ernie's reddened cheeks paled. For a moment it looked like he'd push on with his argument. His mouth opened and closed soundlessly, his eyes darting as if searching for inspiration. He found none. I'll leave you to your book." Harry watched him scamper away to Justin, the fire inside his chest sputtering out. Merlin, he thought to himself. Why couldn't they just leave him alone? He could see what Ernie was trying to do. He was trying to make him make friends. But he didn't want friends. He wanted to be left alone with Susan and his books. After all, what happened to the one true friend he'd made outside of Susan? Alan wouldn't speak to him. Harry could only guess what happened to the Jorkins family after Gabriel was effectively expelled after the debacle with the Philosopher's Stone, but it was likely nothing good. Whatever it was enough for Alan to hate him. No, it was better to stay away. He took a moment to settle down and returned to Chapter 1, the basics of the basics. An hour later, Harry put the book down, pensive. He wasn't sure what to think of it. At least, now he understood the meaning behind the curious title. The straight line referred to the methodology de Luna was intending to teach. It was a straight line, a shortcut. The book's purpose was to teach the reader how to cast duel-ready transfigurations without understanding the broader magical theory usually required. It wasn't systematic. It was a brute force approach, something Professor McGonagall had specifically warned against. Harry frowned, noting Justin Finch-Fletchley still glaring at him from across the common room. He'd been doing it on and off the whole hour. He was easy to ignore. Hadn't he brute-forced a fair few charms he didn't really understand? The warming charms he sometimes used while running were for 5th years, and the rain shield he was learning was intended for Newt students, 7th years. Eventually, he knew he'd crack it, probably before Christmas, if nothing distracted him. Quidditch certainly wouldn't. Even so, he disliked taking shortcuts. While dueling ability was his chief concern, he did want to understand the magic he was casting. Otherwise, he would never be able to use it to its full effect. But would brute-forcing transfiguration now prevent him from learning it properly later? It was doubtful. His mind returned, unhappily, to the incident in Fairyland and the duel against Quirrell before it. He did need to improve, and sooner rather than later. And it wasn't like muscular wizardry was helping at the moment. That decided it. Harry read on. For a week, the book helped Harry clear his thoughts. De Luna recommended a Duellist carry chips of Jansen spruce or Aragonese beech in his pockets. Both were common potions ingredients, and therefore very cheap. More importantly, both had weak invariabilia corpora while still being magical flora. They were moldable. The general concept was to transfigure them into simple shapes during a duel. They could be turned to stone and enlarged, or shrunk and pelted at an opponent. Theoretically, this was much easier than relying on whatever happened to be lying around at the time, what de Luna called the state of play. In practice, Susan got to laugh at him as he failed, again and again, to transfigure a cut of spruce into a stone slab. Most often they simply turned into stone-grained wood or wood-grained stone, both of which shattered easily, except once, when a chip of spruce had formed into a perfectly formed baked potato. Susan had almost fallen off her chair in laughter. He took it easily. Every failure was progress. His focus remained unbroken until early Thursday morning. He'd just finished an exhausting astronomy lesson with Professor Vector. Foolishly, he'd gone on a run that morning, so climbing the stairs of the astronomy tower felt like climbing a tower to hell. Now, he was practically limping through the corridors of Hogwarts, having fallen behind his fellow Hufflepuffs. Only Susan had remained with him. Hogwarts appeared different in the dark. All the corridors took on a sinister tint. Their shadows grew large and black, and who knew how many portraits were still awake, watching sleeplessly in the dark. Rain was drizzling against the stained glass windows like the tears of a grieving guard, drawing strange shapes on the dappling moonlight whose rays cast cool outlines on the flagstone floor. And Harry spotted something in the shadow. He stiffened and stepped in front of Susan, his hand reaching to his holster. "Who's there?" The figure stepped into the moonlight. Harry's chest tightened, crushed by a whirlwind of confounding emotions. "Susan," he eventually said, "please go on ahead." He wasn't looking at her, but he felt her stop. He felt her gaze, heard her sigh, then felt her touch upon his arm as she walked by. Alan Jorkins nodded as she passed. His grey eyes were silver in the moonlight, but shone as hard as steel. "You can take your hand off your wand," he said once she was gone. "I can't beat you. I could never beat you." Was that an insult? Harry wasn't sure, but he felt insulted, hurt. He let his hands drop to his sides. I suppose this isn't something we can work out by dueling, is it?" Alan scoffed. "Most problems can't be fought away, Potter. Didn't my cousin try to teach you that? Or maybe that's just the muggle in me talking." That wasn't fair. Had Alan even got the whole story? "Alan, I never wanted any of this to happen, you know that, right? But Gabriel was involved with this group, Slef, the Sorcerers' League. League for Equality and Fraternity. I know," Alan interrupted. "Not a fan of equality or fraternity, are you? Will you rebuild that fancy hall of yours and lord over all the poor muggle-borns and poorer, dirtier muggles?" That was even less fair. Anger was beginning to win out against all those other confusing emotions. What's that supposed to mean? Slef planted bombs in government buildings. They were lucky not to kill anyone, Alan. The real Slef, Harry, from ages ago, not Gabriel's group. You knew her, didn't you? Would she really hurt anyone? She wanted to help people, not blow stuff up. Harry reddened in a rush of anger. How was I supposed to know if Gabriel's Slef was any different? How was I supposed to know she wouldn't give the stone to an adult who would do who knows what? Alan looked almost feral. His eyes glistened. His voice cracked painfully. "I don't know, Harry, maybe you could have talked to her." "Oh yes, hello, Gabriel. About that illegal group you're part of, say. What are you going to do with the Philosopher's Stone once you've stolen it?" "God damn it, Harry, you've buggered me. My aunt won't talk to me or half my cousins. They were teaching me how to be a wizard, and now. For a long, tense moment there was silence, broken only by the tap-tap-tap of rain against the windows. Then Alan curled over and sobbed, his voice an awful whisper. "You've broken my family apart." He held his face in his hands. Harry saw shimmering tears splash against the flagstones. All his anger left him at once. For a moment he was frozen. Comforting people had never been his strong suit, especially when he was partly to blame. He approached Alan as though he were a wounded lion, his hands stretched out. "I'm sorry," he whispered, intending to touch his back reassuringly. Get away from me," Alan said, throwing his arm in Harry's direction. Harry jumped back. It was just an aimless flail, but it spoke more than words. "Half of them," Alan continued brokenly, "half of them support Gabriel and hate me. The other half support me and still don't really like me." Harry had no idea how that felt. He never would. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and fled into the shadows of Hogwarts. As November approached, Harry's mood did not improve. He found it difficult to concentrate. Justin was refusing to speak to him, not that they often spoke at length, but it made speaking to his housemates awkward in a group. Worse, his mind lingered on his argument with Alan. He replayed it endlessly, seeking answers in the recesses of his mind. Had he made the right decision? At the time, he and Susan had decided to keep it all to themselves. They told themselves they couldn't go directly to Gabriel, but that, he now knew, was an excuse. They were just too afraid to talk to her about it. They decided not to speak to Alan either. They told themselves he didn't need his familial relationships muddied more than they already were. But what did they think was going to happen if Gabriel did try for the stone which she had? Never mind what they could have told the teachers. It was difficult to come to any other conclusion than they'd made bad choices, and it was too late to fix it. Sometimes he felt like he'd aged 5 years in one. Halloween's approach didn't make anything better. The more he learned about the wizarding world, the keener he felt the approach of 31st October. Live bats were nesting in the rafters of the great hall. What wonder hygiene spells must have been. Hagrid had been growing vast pumpkins since the end of the last term, which were now carved into lanterns large enough for a grown man to sit in. They floated freely above the students' heads at dinner. Rumor held that Professor Dumbledore had booked a troupe of dancing skeletons for the evening itself. But while the rest of the castle came alive with anticipation, enjoying the decorations, the atmosphere, Harry, no, Wayne, I'm not sulking. The last lesson of the week had just ended, a dull transfiguration lesson. and Harry stormed out the room, feeling Wayne Hopkins' gaze clearly on his back. He had made an unfortunate joke, and as Harry's mind cleared, he knew he shouldn't have taken it so badly. He had no right to ruin Halloween for everyone else. They weren't responsible for his parents' deaths, just Voldemort. His mind flew back to Quirrell, to the evil face in the back of his head, Voldemort who was still out there. A terrible sensation hit him then, an awful shudder of foreboding. The Dark Lord would return. It was just a matter of if he was strong enough to face him. Harry's hand absently felt for his wand, and when he grasped it, he returned to his senses. He'd been walking aimlessly, furiously. No, he looked up, and saw it had not been aimless at all. His feet knew him better than he did. He'd stopped right before the dueling hall. The old dueling hall, now the self-defense club, was defunct. Just where he'd waited out the night the year before, where the troll had attacked. Harry snorted. There would be no troll this time. He pushed open the door. It was just as he'd left it 2 days before, when he'd duelled Michael Corner. Dust was beginning to encroach in the corners of the room. A few items from its past remained, piled in one corner, including all 4 ceremonial sword-bearing candelabra, one of which had pierced straight through the troll's throat. Harry sat in one of the chairs, opened Battle Transfiguration, and began to read. Susan joined him soon after. She barely said a word, just smiled, and sat beside him. They read in silence for a while, until the door opened with a creak. A familiar head of chestnut-brown hair peeked around the crack. Skittish brown eyes met Harry's own. Granger. Granger jolted in place, but didn't flee. Hello, Potter Bones. Can I come in? Harry and Susan shared a glance. Granger hadn't really spoken to them since the incident with the troll. She'd gone very jittery for a while thereafter, and half the year thought she'd leave. Eventually her nerves had settled, and from Harry's brief assessment had made friends with Neville Longbottom and a couple of Ravenclaws, which meant in a sense that she had more friends than him. Harry quickly banished the thought. Granger, sure. Granger almost tiptoed in, and after a moment's indecision, took a seat opposite Harry. A large box was tucked under her shoulder. Up close, Harry could see clearly the tension in her face, the straight line of her mouth, the worry pinching at her chocolate-brown eyes. It was faintly amusing. He had no intention of being mean to her or sending her away, but he suspected she'd had much experience of that before. I thought since it's been a year since, since the troll, and I thought you might not be at the feet because of, oh, Merlin, I'm bad at this. Hermione puffed out a frustrated sigh, strong enough the strands of frizzy hair that had settled as her fringe. I thought you might want the company. Harry smiled as warmly as he could. Perhaps they could be friends after all. We'll be glad of it. Granger smiled back dazzlingly, her teeth slightly book-toothed. I brought a board game if you want it. She set down the box under her arm. Harry leaned over. There were many wizarding board games, too many to count. Granger had brought Monopoly. Susan was looking at it quizzically. Harry suppressed a chuckle. That was very Granger. A few minutes later, the Gryffindor girl had set the board between them and portioned equal amounts of Monopoly money between them, along with their chosen tokens. Harry took a train counter, while Susan preferred a horse and rider. Granger had a wheelbarrow and muttered something about a broken arm. It took a few minutes for her to explain the rules to them, Harry having only a general idea of the game. They began haltingly. Susan was stilted, and to be honest, Harry felt he was little better. Granger, clearly used to the rules, was characteristically efficient. This game is, Susan wrinkled her nose as though she'd smelled something unfamiliar, very muggle. You don't have Monopoly at all, Granger said. Wizards don't own other wizards' houses, Susan explained. Monopoly doesn't make any sense. That was interesting, Harry thought. How does housing work in Wizarding Britain, then? Susan gave an elegant shrug. I don't really know. You'd have to ask my cousin. He's involved in W.A. wards. The Wizarding Authority Susan's brow furrowed, for the regulation and development of spaces. They control housing. All I know is that we live in them. Harry chuckled while Granger frowned. She rolled her dice and landed straight on Susan's property. Her frown deepened. It makes sense, I suppose. Witches and wizards need to be careful about where they live, or they'll break the statute of secrecy without meaning to. Susan accepted the Monopoly money happily. Her initial skepticism seemed to be vanishing. WA is important, but so boring. Merlin, Peter goes on and on about CCTV and Muggle police. Harry saw Granger smother a smile at Susan's pronunciation. He purposefully caught her eye. Laughter burst from her lips like a bursting dam, while Susan glanced between them cluelessly. What? Granger proceeded, as respectfully as she could, to explain the proper way to say CCTV. Susan's cheeks reddened, but she took it in good humor. It was nice, Harry thought, to have someone else to talk to. He rolled the dice. The game carried on seemingly endlessly, which Harry found odd. He'd never actually played Monopoly before. Was it supposed to take so long? Susan, he suspected, was wondering the same. Granger made no mention of it, but she had said in passing that she and her parents often played together. Despite that, Susan soon eased into a comfortable lead. That Mayfair building was just so powerful. Harry rubbed his money-vanishing reserves between his fingers and stared at the board. What was he doing wrong? There had to be a strategy. Rip, tear. The whisper wrenched Harry from his thoughts. Ha! What on earth was that? He peered around the old dueling hall. The sconces were burning low, sending flickering shadows across the room. He turned, his chair scraping against the stone floor. There was nothing behind him, just a few old desks piled up against the wall, the sword-holding candelabra, and the rug that covered the blood-stained floor. The dueling platform was long gone. Potter, are you okay? Harry twisted back. Granger was looking at him oddly. He glanced at Susan. She too looked bemused. Didn't you hear that? Hear what? That. Harry let the room go quiet. That whisper. They listened for a long, long moment. Nothing. Harry, Susan said, I can't hear anything. She sounded ever so slightly alarmed. After all, nothing good ever came of hearing voices only you could hear. It was Harry's turn to shrug. I must be hearing things. Never mind, let's get on with Susan's victory march. Granger rolled her eyes. Susan smiled innocently. They carried on with the game. The next two turns ended with Susan accumulating yet more money, while Harry's own reserves began to dwindle. He'd make it back, that was the way the game went, a sort of push and pull based on whose turn it was, or at least that was what he told himself. He was passing yet another £100 to Granger when she said, Watch out for Creevy, by the way. Harry blinked. Who? He's a first-year Gryffindor, she told him dryly, who would very much like the autograph of the boy who lived. He never stops talking about you. Harry supposed that wasn't too unusual. In his first year, he'd noticed a lot of them. They'd mostly quietened down as the year went by. He'd become, he hoped, just another student. He'll get used to me. I'm not so sure about that, Granger said. He's too afraid to go near you. The mysterious duelist, the celebrity who doesn't mix with the riffraff. Harry felt his brows arch in surprise. He'd never considered how the other students really saw him outside of his small circle of friendship, if two people could be called a friendship. It was then that Susan interrupted. That's funny, she said sharply. Until now, I could have said the same about you. Silence stretched around the table like a strangling hand. Granger looked down at her lap. I'm sorry, Susan said. That was uncalled for. I was just. Granger shook her head, sending her frizzy hair flying. It's okay, you were just defending your friend. I'll go, I think. She made to stand, but Harry stood first. No, he said. You're right, it's okay. Let's continue. Granger smiled shakily. Are you sure? Of course. Granger breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. They carried on thereafter. The strange sound, a terrible, frozen voice he thought he'd heard, vanished into the back of Harry's mind. At least for a few more minutes, until it broke into his thoughts with the sound of a distant scream. They all leapt to their feet. It had come from the floor below. What was that? Harry opened the door, peering through the crack. Nothing. Then he realized he was being silly. He pushed the door open. Granger gasped. He ignored her and paced to the nearest staircase. Practically flying down the stairs, he saw a growing crowd congregating around something hanging from the bracket of a sconce. No, Harry realized with growing horror, it wasn't something on a sconce they were really interested in. It was writing on the wall. Foot-high words in bright red that Harry struggled to read between the taller figures of the older students. He pushed closer with his elbows. Below the writing, a pool of water had settled, shimmering in the torchlight. But Harry didn't care. He was staring up at the words, which he could now read. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The air, he heard more than one student mutter. Slytherin, Muggleborns, what's this mean? Trouble. Harry never saw who'd said that, but he knew in his gut he was right. Trouble, he sensed, was coming to Hogwarts. He just didn't know what kind. Darby had been right all along. And, well, who could have expected that? The plot of the Chamber of Secrets actually happening. Madness. Sarcasm might be the lowest form of wit, but I still enjoy it. Aside from that, Harry and Alan have at it. Harry and Hermione grow just a little closer, and Harry is frustrated by his lack of gains. Bro. Of course, despite his Victorian Edwardian-style education, Harry is still 12. 12-year-olds are not known for their patience. Next chapter. Harry learns about the chamber, has a rather unfortunate duel, and resolves to ask for help from an unlikely source for his new quandary. 3 guesses what that is, and the personage of the source. Read it next time on the Duellist, or on Discord, where it is already out. Or read that, and the chapter thereafter on Patreon. 24. Snake Song Roman 4. Snake Song Roman 4 last chapter. Harry and Alan argue. The Chamber of Secrets is opened. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The words spread through Hogwarts like cursed fire. For the next few days, it was all anyone could talk about. Even the looming Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match had been forgotten in the flood of nervous excitement. Harry couldn't go 10 minutes in public without hearing the words chamber or secret and Slytherin. For that, as it was generally agreed, was the nature of the air. One usually followed the other, and not in fearful terms either, though the air, whoever they were, had left more than mere words to announce themselves. The thing the crowd had surrounded, that wasn't the message, turned out to be Mrs. Norris, Filch's pet cat. She'd been petrified, which apparently was a sort of semi-permanent freezing. It could be cured, albeit at great expense. No one was particularly eager for her revival. Harry hadn't truly crossed paths with the caretaker or his cat, but neither were well liked amongst the students of the castle. Filch himself had been disconsolate, openly weeping at the sight. Harry couldn't help but feel sorry for the old man, especially when he learned Argus Filch was, apparently, a squib, a person born to magical parents who could not use magic themselves. Imagine, he pondered, living in a magical school for decades, yet being unable to use magic yourself. How painful each day would be. It did not surprise Harry that Filch had grown embittered. Harry had felt something of the same in primary school, when Dudley had isolated him from the rest of the class. Now, after decades of loneliness, the air had ripped the old man's only companion away. Even so, none of the students seemed to care. They were more curious than fearful. The identity of the heir had become a great topic of gossip. It could be him, Justin had insisted one afternoon. They were trudging through the muddy grounds outside the greenhouses, having just finished a herbology class. Everyone must be related to everyone in the wizarding world. Ernie had rolled his eyes. It's not that simple, Justin. There are more witches and wizards than you think. There are other schools, you know, and homeschoolers. Yes, but we're not talking about homeschoolers or other schools. Harton is here, and he's angry. Who's to say he's not found some awful ritual to make himself the heir? To his right, Harry heard Susan suppress a burst of laughter with a cough. Ernie didn't bother. He openly rolled his eyes. Those don't exist, he explained, exasperated. And Harton has no connection to Slytherin, and he's an idiot for that matter. For the last day or so, Justin had become obsessed with the idea that Matthew Harton was the heir of Slytherin. Mostly because of his hostility to Harry himself. It was a flattering idea. It was also absurd, knowing what he knew. According to McConnell, Harton hated everything Slytherin stood for. Harry did not say as much, though. Harton's past was not his secret to reveal. Perhaps, Wayne added glibly, the heir is a muggle-born, pretending to be the heir as a joke. Or perhaps they're a secret pureblood pretending to be a muggle-born, or perhaps they only recently came to know the truth about their ancestry. Or perhaps it's a teacher. There was the fuel Wayne so loved to add to the fire. Harry remained silent and let them argue it out, though the idea that the heir could be a teacher was interesting. There was precedent for it, considering Quirrell, but for 2 teachers in 2 years to be rotten. No one found that likely. Even so, Snape's strange expression when he'd seen the petrified Mrs. Norris had been peculiar. While Professor McGonagall had looked pained, Lockhart had thrown himself into a tizzy of manic, useless bluster. The headmaster, of course, was beyond reproach. Professor Flitwick seemed agitated the next morning, jumping at his own breakfast when the house elves popped it in. Professor Sprout looked at her own breakfast as though it were ash. As a consequence of her nocturnal shifts, Professor Sinastra was absent. The elective teachers, Professors Kettleburn, Vector, Trelawney, Burbage, and Babbling, Harry found more difficult to judge. He didn't even know what half of them taught. The first lesson after Halloween was history of magic. Professor Binns, as usual, read off his notes endlessly, droning until half the class was near falling asleep. If he was even aware of Mrs. Norris' petrification and the writing on the wall, he gave no indication he knew of it. The class perked up as Hannah Abbott raised her hand. Binns looked at her as though she'd grown a second head, which had started singing opera. Harry suspected no one had asked him a question during his lecture since he died. "Yes, Miss, Abbott, sir," Hannah said perkily. "I was wondering if you could tell us something about the Chamber of Secrets." The class stilled. If anyone had been nodding off, they weren't now. Anthony Goldstein was leaning so far forward on his desk he was almost standing. "History is my subject," he wheezed. "I deal with facts, Miss Abbess, not myths nor legends." "Now, where was I?" "Yes, in August." "Please, sir," Goldstein said, "isn't there something factual about the chamber? It's affected history, hasn't it?" This time Binns looked so surprised that Harry thought he might fall through the floor. "That," the ghostly professor said with reluctance, "is true, I suppose. Many historical figures have sought the chamber, hoping to exploit the treasures therein, and more than once Hogwarts has been thrown into panic through the fear of Slytherin's monster." A current of unease flooded the room. Monster. The class seemed to lean forward at once, and Binns looked taken aback by the sudden show of interest. "Well, it would not harm to speak of it. Very well. Let me see. The Chamber of Secrets. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over a millennia past, the precise age being some controversy, by the four great witches and wizards of the age. They gave their names to the four houses and built this castle together. The castle, at that time, looked very different. Isolation was their key concern, especially in an age when Muggle-repelling wards were not so advanced as today. Magic was known, back then, by common people, and feared by no few, earls and peasants both. Thus Hogwarts was built as a retreat, a stand against persecution. He paused to take, well, not a breath, but stock of the students. They were still listening intently. For a few years, the founders worked in harmony together, seeking youngsters who showed signs of magic and bringing them to the castle to be educated. But soon disagreements sprang up between them. A rift began to grow between Slytherin and the others. Slytherin wished to be more selective about the students that were admitted to Hogwarts. He believed that magical knowledge should be kept within all magic families. He disliked taking students of Muggle ancestry, believing them untrustworthy, an unnecessary risk. After a while, there was a serious argument on the subject between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Slytherin left the school. Binns paused once more, pursing his lips. Harry thought Slytherin seemed like a deeply unpleasant man. "Reliable historical sources tell us this much," Binns admitted. "But these honest facts have been obscured by the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. The story tells that Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in the castle, of which the other founders knew nothing. Slytherin, according to the legend, sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that none would be able to open it until his own heir arrived at the school. Heir alone would be able to unseal the Chamber of Secrets, unleash the horror within, and use it to purge the school of all who were unworthy to study magic. For the first time in centuries, it was as if Binns had cast a spell. Total silence blanketed the classroom. A deep, uneasy silence, the kind that a conventional man would label as the sort a knife could cut. No one had a flip knife that day, though, so, instead of testing the aphorism, they all watched Binns. His ghostly visage looked faintly annoyed. "The whole thing is errant nonsense, of course," he eventually said. "The school has been searched for evidence of such a chamber many times, and by the most learned witches and wizards. It does not exist. A tale told to frighten the gullible." That didn't seem to make anyone feel better. Susan leaned forward then, skittishly, raised her hand. Harry, in turn, raised his brow. Susan rarely asked questions in class. She wasn't comfortable with public speaking. "Professor," she began haltingly. "What is the secret S supposed to be?" "That is believed to be some sort of monster, which the heir of Slytherin alone can control," Binns replied, matter of fact. The class shifted, nervous. Many looks were exchanged, and none of them were happy. "I tell you the thing does not exist," Binns said blandly. There is neither a chamber nor a monster. The class didn't seem convinced. They murmured to each other, all whispering Harry expected the same thing. It was the same thing he was thinking. If Slytherin was such a great wizard, couldn't he hide the chamber? If he enspelled the chamber so that only his bloodline could find it, it wouldn't matter how long or hard it was searched for. Harry knew it in his gut. The chamber had been opened. He told Susan as much as they left the classroom. I agree, she said softly. Something petrified Mrs. Norris after all, the poor thing, and I don't think a student could do it. Unless Wayne's right, Harry murmured back. They were leaving the other Hufflepuffs. He didn't want to be overheard. It could be a teacher. Twice in 2 years. Susan shook her head, her long braid whipping. It's unlikely. Then it's a monster, then, Harry said. A 1,000-year-old monster that obeys a student. They turned a corner and found themselves in that corridor. Only the writing on the wall remained, crimson like blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry ran his eyes across it. Nothing stood out. This won't do for the Slytherin's popularity, he said. The Quidditch game will be a mess. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, Hogwarts' great rivalry, was to be the first game of the year, just a week on Saturday. Susan stared at the message. We have worse to worry about, she shivered. Much worse. It could still be fake, Harry said, steeling himself. An elaborate prank masterminded by a student with a grudge against the old caretaker. Susan looked at him dubiously. There was that familiar glint in her blue eyes. You don't really believe that, do you? No, Harry thought to himself, not really. The writing almost seemed to stare back at him. Between Halloween and the first Quidditch match of the year, summer finally left the Highlands. Cool autumn crept up in its stead and soon turned cold. Harry remembered when he, Alan, and Susan used to watch the sun set on the gallery bridge, at least until the weather grew too cold. He remembered how, one night on that bridge, Alan had told him and Susan about his adopted Muggle family, how he'd felt torn between the Jorkins and the family who had raised him. It was a painful thought. Harry's decision to pursue Gabrielle Jorkins had disgraced her and her family by association. He put Alan in a terrible position, and he felt its effects with increasing severity every day. For a wall was slowly building between him and Susan and the rest of the year. He was increasingly losing track of conversations between the Hufflepuffs, the small talk that patched each day together. Now, when he did listen, he didn't know what to say half the time, and he felt awkward saying it. Slowly, he felt himself becoming a stranger, and he was dragging Susan with him. He had thought that, perhaps, Granger would fill the gap that Alan had left. Instead, she had begun to speak, of all people, to Alan. They could often be found together in the library, sometimes with Neville Longbottom, speaking in whispers about who knew what. Harry certainly couldn't imagine it. Granger was bookish and strained, while Alan was, while intelligent, easygoing and relaxed. They had nothing in common, nothing except him, and that burned. Sometimes, when he was doing very little, say, playing a board game with Susan, he'd sit up and think about them befriending each other, and a vile prick of jealousy would strike him. I saved your life, he imagined telling Granger, and this is how you repay me. By making friends with Alan, who rejected me. It was a childish thought, he knew, but he couldn't help it. He consoled himself with the fact that he was, in fact, a child. Granger's warning regarding Creevey had come true. Colin Creevey was a small, mousy boy with a large, expensive magical camera. He hung it from his neck, and it was so heavy that it seemed to give him a hunch. He was very, very interested in Harry. "Hiya, Harry," was the first thing he'd said when the younger boy finally tracked him down. Then he took a photograph. The camera went off with a blindingly bright light and a crack. Susan hadn't been very happy with that. Harry smiled at the thought, but his own thoughts were interrupted by a sudden wave of cheering, then even louder boos. He blinked, refocusing. The day of the game, and Slytherin, Harry squinted, had just won. Malfoy, the new Slytherin seeker, had just caught the snitch. It was glinting gold in his hand, as he displayed it defiantly to the booing pro-Gryffindor crowd. Movement took Harry's attention. To the right, a couple of Gryffindors were jostling with a Slytherin chaser. Madam Hooch flew over to break it up, but the Gryffindors were having none of it. The chaser gave as well as he got, but outnumbered, he lost his balance and fell. They must have been 40 feet in the air. The crowd held its breath, their boos and cheers fading, and watched the fall as if in slow motion. Harry saw, in the corner of his vision, the headmaster stand. Arresto, he intoned, his deep voice clear over the silent field momentum. A blue flash flew toward the seeker. It must have ripped straight through his magical resistance because the spell slowed his descent to a crawl. He landed without even a sound. Harry and Susan glanced at each other. Hogwarts will be a fire pit soon at this rate, he muttered. Susan said nothing, but nodded grimly. That night his sleep was interrupted. Something was moving by the foot of his bed. He blinked blearily at the small shape then, coming to, whipped his wand off his nightstand. Lumos. Darby the house elf's massive light bulb-sized eyes stared back at him. Darby, he whispered harshly, what are you doing here? Darby's large, bat-like ears drooped at his tone. Darby only came to ask the great Harry Potter to remember Darby's warning, he said, pleading. It is beginning. There was utter fear in Darby's eyes. Harry cancelled his spell and returned his wand to its proper place. I understand, he said. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. Darby nodded desperately. Yes, yes, indeed, Mr. Harry Potter, Sir Harry Potter must stay strong, but stay away, stay safe. Harry Potter is a light in the dark. He must always be safe. Harry wasn't sure about that, but he was curious. Darby, how did you get into the school? Darby has friends in the kitchens, Darby said, rather more plainly. Then he vanished, and the next day at breakfast, the headmaster announced that Carling Creevey had been found, petrified. Harry's veins felt like they'd turned to ice as whispers erupted throughout the great hall. It is beginning, he heard Darby's voice say mournfully. Could he have done something? Had Darby known? Or had Darby just discovered the petrification himself and decided he needed extra warning? There was no way to know. Darby didn't belong to him, after all. He could not be summoned, as Harry knew bonded house elves could be. Rather, he threw himself once more into training. There was nothing else to do. Even with all its shortcuts, battle transfiguration remained beyond him, and his attempts to learn Arresto momentum all failed, but his physical conditioning, he believed, was truly improving. After months of circling the Black Lake, it was becoming less of a struggle to make it around. That had a few knock-on effects. No longer was he quite so exhausted all the time, and because he wasn't so tired, his other endeavors improved in turn. He couldn't help but feel as though he'd turned a corner, especially as he had even detected some improvement in the flexibility of his wrist. That would make spellcasting even easier. Despite Hogwarts' less than happy atmosphere, his mood further improved halfway through December. Harry and Susan were walking to lunch when they spotted a gathering around a notice board. An announcement, Harry wondered. Strangely, the knot of students grew silent as they approached. They even made way for him. Then he read the new notice and knew why. Professor Lockhart was starting a dueling club. Harry sighed. Lockhart was an idiot, a fact Susan had admitted for over a month now. But he had to go. It would look awfully strange if he didn't, and he certainly didn't need Hogwarts' atmosphere of suspicion pressing down on him. That was how Harry and Susan found themselves in the Great Hall at 8 o'clock that evening. The dining tables had been replaced with a dueling platform, the old Defense Club's dueling platform. A strange sensation washed over him at the sight, a queer sort of anger. Reusing Gabriel's platform felt like sacrilege somehow. At least they hadn't brought the ceremonial candelabra. Regardless, what seemed like half the school was gossiping around it. Many of them spoke of Professor Flitwick, who'd been reportedly a dueling champion before he became a teacher. They all wanted him to lead the club, but Harry suspected otherwise. Professor Flitwick was reluctant to even discuss his dueling background. Harry had tried to approach the topic more than once. He was soon proven right, as Gilderoy Lockhart, superficially dashing in periwinkle blue dueling robes, rose to the stage. He waved a hand for quiet. Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Lockhart smiled his most charming smile and tried to meet as many eyes as possible. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. I know you had a short-lived club last year, but I'm told it lacked an adult, a teacher. Lockhart smiled charmingly. And of course me. Harry felt, for a moment, the crowd's attention pass to him, while he tried not to show the anger bubbling beneath the surface, his jaw tightening until it hurt. That was a low blow, but one that Lockhart didn't even seem to know he'd struck. Idiot. Now, let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Snape looked like he'd rather be mucking out in a Braxton stable than sharing a podium with Lockhart, who continued. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry. You'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him. Never fear. Harry could not help but wonder if Lockhart knew just how embarrassingly stupid he could appear at times. Didn't he know the rumors surrounding Snape as a duelist and a secret practitioner of the dark arts? Now, said Lockhart, flourishing his wand in a parody of a gyre stance. His arm was held straight, his body side-on to narrow the target. But it wasn't a very good impression of gyre. One of his feet was misplaced, and he looked very stiff. An example just to pique the interest. Show all young folk what wizards can do. The crowd watched in interested silence. As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position, Lockhart said. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. Behind him, Harry heard Wayne smother a chuckle. 1, 2, 3, Expelliarmus. Predictably, Snape beat Lockhart to the punch, blasting the Dada professor off his feet. He flew backwards off the stage and hit a solid stone wall. Half the crowd winced. Harry saw the faint edges of a smirk slip, just for a moment, across Snape's face. Harry thought, perhaps I should start calling him Professor again. If he kept doing things like that, he just might. Unfortunately, Lockhart was fine, though his fine hair was more than a little skewiff. He jumped atop the platform on unsteady legs. Well, there you have it, he said, tottering back onto the platform. That was a disarming charm. As you see, I've lost my wand. Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape. But if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy, however. I felt it would be instructive to let them see. Snape was looking, displeased to say the least. Lockhart seemed to go a little paler as they matched eyes. Enough demonstrating, he said awfully quickly. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. No, Snape interrupted. His voice was quiet, like a spider scuttling across the wall, but Lockhart fell silent all the same. I believe another demonstration is in order to show the students what they can accomplish if they apply themselves competently. Even without your tremendous leadership, many students gained from last year's self-defense club, though it ended in infamy. I think we should make their talents an example as motivation to improve. Motivation to improve. Snape spoke those last words so slowly, so patronizingly, that Harry imagined that, if words were poison, half the student body would have just died on the spot. And then Snape turned straight to a very particular third year. Up, McConnell. Merlin. He could see where this was going. He wasn't ready. Snape's dark eyes glittered with malice. Up, Potter. Well, he definitely wasn't going to extend the courtesy of calling him Professor. When he was out of earshot, now Harry took a deep breath and mounted the podium, meeting McConnell's pale blue eyes. The older boy shrugged, uncaring. He'd barely managed to beat him the year before, Harry thought, and now much of the school was watching. It came down, he supposed, to a simple question. How much had he improved, and how much had McConnell improved? Harry suspected he'd grown a little quicker, a little more nimble on his feet, but his spell repertoire was much the same as the year before, and he definitely wasn't ready to use Enrique de Luna's transfiguration shortcuts in a duel yet. Then Snape leaned down to McConnell and whispered something in his ear. McConnell gave no indication he'd heard the professor except a slight nod. What was that? Some tip to help beat him, Lockhart coughed. Bow, please. They did. Now, 3, 2, 1, go. He shouted. Harry fired off a pair of relascios, then readied himself to dive to the right. McConnell had always tended to aim slightly to the left, but McConnell raised his wand and replied with Serpent Sorcerer. The tip of his wand crackled, and a great black snake slithered onto the podium. Harry stilled and immediately knew he'd failed. That moment of surprise was going to be enough for McConnell to put him on the back foot. Nothing happened. McConnell was watching too. What was this? Either way, Harry didn't know a spell to get rid of a snake. He could hit it with a hex, of course, but he knew nothing except a stunner that would disable it. And did stunners work on snakes? He knew they worked on mammals, but snakes were rather different. Let me, I'll get rid of it, shouted Lockhart. He waved his wand at the snake, and there was a loud bang. The snake flew 10 feet into the air and fell back to the floor with a loud smack. It slithered straight towards Justin Finch Fletchley, furious and hissing. Harry could not explain the next 10 seconds. He ran towards the snake as though the podium were an ice rink and shouted, "Leave him be." And bizarrely enough, it did. The snake lowered its rearing head and sat as if awaiting further orders. Harry felt himself relax. That was weird, but it had worked. So why were the gathered students looking at him like he was a rampaging troll? Susan had dragged him out the hall then, and into an abandoned classroom. She looked panicked, scared, even. "Why, you never said you could speak to snakes," she cried. It was the first time she'd stuttered while speaking to him since last year. Harry winced at the hurt in her voice. I haven't really thought about it. I mean, this is only the second time I've ever done it, except once at the zoo. I accidentally vanished the glass of a boa constrictor's tank after speaking to it. Long story. I don't know. I moved before I knew what I was doing. I told the snake to leave him alone." Susan frowned. "It didn't sound like that, Harry," she said. "People will think otherwise." "What was this about?" Harry shrugged. "So, this'll be forgotten in a week and they'll be talking about the air again." "You don't understand," Susan replied anxiously. This is about the air. Salazar Slytherin could speak to snakes. He was a Parselmouth." Oh, it took a few moments for Harry to join the dots together. But once he did, oh, Merlin's scraggly beard, they'll all think. Susan nodded despondently. "Yes, but I'm not, damn it. How can I prove I'm not the heir?" Harry heard noise outside the classroom. The dueling club must have been dismissed. He suspected he would not be attending again, at least for a while. In fact, now that he thought about it, he suspected he wouldn't find many dueling partners any time soon. "Morgana, this just gets worse and worse." You can't," Susan eventually said. "No, wait, there are There are a few, no, there is. Someone who can help you, I think." She looked reticent to say the least. "I'm not going to like this, am I?" Her eyes dipped to the floor. "Why, you need a hereditary cartographer, someone skilled in tracking through archives to research your ancestry." Harry braced himself. "And who would that be?" There is only one family I know of who has a student in Hogwarts who might help. Daphne Greengrass. Her family are renowned." Daphne Greengrass. Harry recalled the name. She was a Slytherin, a girl he'd mostly ignored with dark hair. She always wore strange, shaded glasses. He tried to think of moments when he'd spoken to her and came up short. But they had, he thought, searching his mind, interacted right. Oh, he'd once knocked her over in a corridor once, and Tracy Davis was her friend, who he'd recently called Davids. Oh, right. Glossary. A hereditary cartographer in a Muggle context would be a genealogist. Why I've interpreted the events of canon this way, with Snape specifically asking for a snake to be summoned, will be explained in the next chapter. N. Much of the dialogue here has been repurposed from the original text, which is unavoidable. I can't change things that have no reason to change, and I'd expect that every class that Binns teaches would ask, effectively, the same question. Next chapter. Harry approaches Daphne Greengrass. Is she happy to see him? Well, I'm sure you can guess. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Read it next time on the Duellist or on Discord where it is already out. Take care. Jousting Alchemy Discord link. /MW to Vigim 45M. Go to the symbol, join a server, then fill in the template with the above character string, or copy-paste it from my profile or the description of this story. 25. Snake Song V. Snake Song V. Last chapter. Harry reveals himself to be a Parseltongue during Lockhart's dueling club. Snow fell that night at Hogwarts, burying the grounds in a layer of bitter cold. The ice reached with cool hands into the castle itself, grasping the denizens in a wintry miasma. Harry had spent the last day with Susan in the library, staring down at books mentioning Slytherin, Slytherin House, and Slytherin's monster. Sometimes he didn't dare look up. He felt the eyes of the students on him constantly, watching, waiting for some explosion of malice. They all seemed to have forgotten he was the boy who lived. Meanwhile, he had learned that Voldemort had claimed to be the heir of Slytherin, and Voldemort had killed his parents. For once he wished they would remember that. Skimming through dusty books revealed little, except for a single scrap of information. Belbite Hall. Harry recalled that, in his letter, Cold Tom Blue named him as Harry of Belbite Holler. Harry himself had totally forgotten about it, until he came across The Fall of the Serpent, The Latter Age, by Horace Hake. Voldemort was included therein, almost, as an afterthought, as his claim to Slytherin's bloodline was suspect. Harry was flicking through the pages. when he landed on a description of Voldemort's assault on Belbite Hall, described as the ancestral home of the Potter family. Charles and Doria Potter, his paternal grandparents, had died that day, and much of his inheritance was burned to the ground with them. He'd had to stop himself from weeping in full view of the library, with its peering, hostile eyes. And then things seemingly went from bad to worse. Soon after, Justin arrived. Harry's stomach had dropped immediately. They'd not spoken since he'd accidentally revealed himself as a Parselmouth. Justin had avoided him, speaking only to Ernie and Megan. "Harry," Justin said. He stopped by their table at a polite distance. The whole of Hogwarts seemed to be watching. I don't believe you set the snake on me, and I don't believe you're the heir of Slytherin. It doesn't make any sense that you would be, with what's happened to your family, and I'm rambling. I'm still a bit shook up, I'll speak to you later." Then he walked away, and Harry felt his muscles relax. Justin was clearly wary, but that might have been so much worse. Word of their conversation would get around the school at speed, too. "Thank Merlin," Harry whispered to Susan, knowing others were listening in. A first-year Ravenclaw was making a comedic attempt at shielding himself behind a tall pile of books. Susan leaned across the table and whispered back, "At least Justin's on your side. If your own housemates spoke out against you," something twisted in Harry's gut. He was still dreading Monday. The first lessons after the weekend were going to be tense, to say the least, and he still had to convince Greengrass to help him. He felt like a great boulder was resting atop his chest, pushing him, crushing his lungs. Harry frowned deeply. It was too much at once. He felt paralyzed. Should he go to Greengrass now? Would being seen talking to a Slytherin, a recluse in her own right, only make things worse? Or should he wait until Tuesday and get the awful classes over with? They were only history of magic and transfiguration. Everyone sat quietly in Bin's classes, and Professor McGonagall was masterful at controlling her students' attention. But he would still have to wait outside the classrooms and walk through the busy halls. Could he deal with the staring, the hostility? They would, he expected, try and bully him. Monday finally arrived with yet more snow and without a conversation with Greengrass. He tried to talk to her, having been told by Wayne that she had taken an abandoned classroom as her own, but his courage had failed him halfway there. Susan had rolled her eyes at his sheepishness, but he knew she understood. Classes were not quite as bad as he expected. There was hostility, true, but also fear. People were more afraid than angry. Harry suspected they were afraid of openly opposing him, lest they find themselves petrified or worse. Tuesday's potions class proved, as Harry expected, to be abominable. Snape had decided once again that he hated him and proceeded to make snide remarks throughout the lesson. He was so distracting that Harry's sleep aid potion fizzled when it should have crackled, then popped when it should have purred. By the end, his concoction was a limp green rather than a bright blue. Snape took one look at it, sneered, and vanished it right out of vial. Harry felt himself go red. He sat quietly for the rest of the lesson, stewing in his embarrassment, at least until something hit him lightly on the shoulder. Harry whirled around on his stool to see nothing. Then he saw it, piece of paper on the floor. A cruel note, he thought caustically, snatching it from the floor. The paper was mostly flat, though slightly curved at the edges. It had probably been charmed to fly like a magical carpet. Harry read it reluctantly. "Sorry about Professor Snape, Potter. There is more going on than you know." Malfoy. Harry pursed his lips, his embarrassment fading. The Slytherins weren't even in this class. Malfoy must have noticed Snape's mood, then persuaded a Ravenclaw, with whom the Hufflepuffs shared potions, to deliver the message. "Show off," he muttered. Ever since that cautious meeting on the train back in first year, Malfoy had always been amicable to him, though without attempting to extend the hand of friendship too far. Was this the beginning of a change? Was he offering a chance for Harry to embrace his changed reputation, to become the heir of Slytherin, even if he wasn't? Harry rubbed the back of his head. Perhaps he was overthinking things. He'd been thinking a lot more about schoolyard politics lately. He'd had to. Now the heir had announced himself. Now he was in the firing line. It made his head ache. Worse, the peeling back the layers of friendship, considering shallow and self-interested possibilities behind the associations people made. It was terrible. Felt like he was turning everything into a transaction. Shoving the note into his pocket, Harry watched Susan finish her own potion. Hers was appropriately blue, albeit a little darker than Snape had pronounced ideal. The professor called it acceptable just about and waved her away. The class was over soon after. "He's awful," Susan told him, as soon as they were back in the corridor and out of earshot. "Yes," Harry replied hollowly. There was nothing really to say. He'd expected nothing else. "He is." "I should ask my aunt about him," she said fretfully. "There must be a reason why he hates you so much. After all, there's no reason." Harry clutched at his head. Pain was bursting across his forehead. "Susan, stop, please." Thankfully, Susan fell silent. The pain slowly withdrew, like a finger steadily withdrawing from his eye socket. His next breath was more a sigh of relief. What was that? It hadn't felt like the pain in his scar. "Sorry, Harry," he heard Susan murmur beside him. No, he realized. Just stress. It's okay. The rest of the walk to the library was made in silence. Madame Pince, the librarian, watched them like a vulture from her perch behind her desk. She, too, had been listening to the Hogwarts rumor mill. Harry and Susan had been careful not to upset her, lest they were to lose access to the books they required, which slowly they moved toward. Half a dozen rows of bookcases were devoted to history alone, sequestered toward the rear of the library. "He's weird, just weird. I don't know how you put up with him last year." Harry paused, frowning. That was an older Ravenclaw's voice, one whose name he couldn't quite recall. They were just one row over. Violent, too, remember that troll. This time it was a girl's voice. Poor thing was just lost and confused, and he— "Oh, shut up, Glossop. And Partington, to have any idea what you're really saying." Something awkward settled in Harry's throat. He definitely recognized that voice. It was Alan. Potter is, well, Potter. He's the bloody boy who lived, not some patsy for slimy Salazar Slytherin. Didn't help your cousin when he tattled on her, did it? Glossop replied snidely. Beside him, Susan gasped. "Don't mention that again." "What?" Glossop sounded like Alan was a moment away from cursing her. "What? It's true, isn't it?" "You don't know what, ha?" Harry and Susan were so keen to eavesdrop that they lost sight of their surroundings, so it was a surprise for them when Madame Pince whipped past, heading straight for the noise. Their argument had become quite loud. "Enough," she snapped. Out, all of you." "But Madame P." "Out," Harry heard shuffling across the bookcase, then saw Partington and Glossop pace away. They looked like third or perhaps fourth years. They didn't notice him. Alan followed thereafter, his new friends Granger and Longbottom in tow. Alan and Granger headed straight but by chance. Longbottom glanced down the corridor as he passed, and jumped as he and Harry locked eyes. It took just a few moments for Granger to double back. With a particular Ravenclaw in tow, Harry and Alan stared each other down, green to grey. Harry himself had no idea what to do or think. Why was he still defending him? The last time they'd come across each other, they had argued terribly. Eventually, Harry decided on a nod. Alan nodded back stiffly and left. Granger looked longing at him with her big brown eyes, while Neville just stared, frozen, as white as a ghost. They too left. "At least he isn't totally against you," Susan whispered hopefully. Harry huffed. He could almost feel what had gone unsaid. Maybe there was still a chance to reclaim their friendship. It wasn't likely, and he didn't dare voice the thought either. "That's 1 out of 1,000 students," he replied instead. They made the rest of the way in silence, surrounded by bookcases twice the height of an adult man. No one else was around. "That's not fair," Susan said once they sat. "Most of Hufflepuff backs you, even Justin, and the other houses are split down the middle." It didn't feel like that. All Harry had felt these last few days was staring, and all he'd heard was muttered insults. "I know," he eventually admitted, hefting a heavy tome from a nearby bookcase. "I know, it's just— I gotten used to people ignoring me last year. The new first years obsessed over the boy who lived, for a while, especially Creevy, poor lad. But they began to stop before all this mess. Now he couldn't walk the corridors of Hogwarts without someone watching him. He dropped Slytherin's grief, the tragedy of the House of the Snake, just a little too hard on his chosen desk. It proved to be a difficult text, full of long words Harry didn't recognize. Soon he felt his headache returning. This was always how it went. A promising book turned out to be useless, almost incomprehensible asterisk. Slytherin's grief bombarded him with too many magical and non-magical terms to count in the introduction alone. In an hour, all the information he'd gathered amounted to, well, tragedy. Salazar Slytherin had 12 children, partially because he was reportedly fond of children, but also to retain control of his bloodline. The idea was that each child would marry, and that their children in turn would be matched in a series of cousin marriages. Thus Parseltongue would remain under the purview of an extended clan, who would occasionally marry outside the family to avert the adverse effects of inbreeding. Disturbingly, the book seemed to imply that magic could, to a large degree, ward off those issues anyway. To Harry, that sounded very much like an excuse. All this was to protect the secret of Parseltongue. Not the language itself. The ability to speak of serpents was of scarce value in and of itself. No, it was something Parseltongue could achieve, some separate but connected ability, some great power that Slytherin sought to guard and control. For whatever reason, his plan had not come to pass, and Harry was left to daydream about Parseltongue's hidden strength, a strength he could possess. Perhaps it could be used in a duel. He imagined struggling against a faceless foe, retreating before their might, until he burst into Parseltongue, summoning greater power from the depths of magic long lost. Harry's eyes glazed over, the book totally forgotten. He didn't care. Summoning, that was an idea. Some of the older students suspected Slytherin's monster was a chimera. What if Parseltongue empowered alchemy? Harry pondered the idea that some misshapen creature was stalking the halls, a jumble of twisted limbs and seething hatred, and shuddered. Now he definitely hoped he wasn't related to Slytherin. No power would be worth that legacy, but that would require approaching Greengrass. He sighed, snapping out of the reverie. "I'm going to talk to her," he told Susan suddenly. Susan blinked, looking up from her own book. She'd been staring at the pages forlornly, her nose scrunched like a rabbit. She was having no more luck than him, he knew. "Okay," she said. "Stay here, I'll do it now." Harry set into a brisk march toward the fourth floor, ignoring any and all distractions. He didn't even consider the idea that he might be ambushed, and that Susan hadn't let him walk around alone for that very reason. He wasn't ambushed, and he found the abandoned classroom Greengrass and Davis had claimed without issue. He stopped before the door, his ears twitching. Could he hear something? Sweeping his eyes down the corridor, he saw nothing. Like most of Hogwarts' corridors, it was totally empty. A single line of paintings watched him with infinite patience, at least until one snapped. "Well, go in and see her then." That jolted him into opening the door, and as soon as he twisted the doorknob open, he was overwhelmed by the sound of music. The cry of a soaring note, launching itself into his heart, then the whisper of a downtrodden valley, shimmering with endless melancholy. Music was resonating straight through him, filling him with emotions he couldn't quite place, like stars shining for a moment, then winking out of sight, seen but never understood. And then the music stopped. Greengrass, violin in hand, was watching him from across the room. She looked no less unnerving for her beautiful music. Her auburn hair hung loose, framing pale, near pallid skin. And contrasting thereto, perched atop her small nose, was a pair of strange round spectacles, tinted black as night. They were as closed as Harry's own glasses were open, though both were equally round. Not that it mattered. It's unpleasant, Harry realized, not to be able to see her eyes. It was difficult to know where she was looking, what she was thinking. Didn't people say that eyes were the window to the soul? If so, Daphne Greengrass' soul was hidden behind a lens of shadows, unreachable and unreadable. Her thin lips twitched. "Potter, I thought you might find me." She spoke in very clipped, precise tones. Harry tried his best to smile disarmingly. He failed, so instead fidgeted with his hands. "Yes, well, I've been told you might be able to help me." "I might." There was a long moment of silence, like the lull after a gust of wind. "So will you?" "After a year of being ignored, why should I? Even when you ran right through me, you didn't even pause to apologize." He'd thought up a few explanations for that, excuses, Susan had called them, but he forgot them all in the moment. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I was angry at the time. I should have stopped." Greengrass frowned, so Harry tried to insert a little levity into the conversation. "But don't feel too bad about me ignoring you. I've ignored almost everyone after all." "Indeed." She did not sound impressed. "Young Master Potter, a celebrity who doesn't need the adoration of his fans. A clever persona." Harry wasn't sure what a persona was, but he got the gist. "It's not a persona, Greengrass. I just want to learn magic." Greengrass said nothing for a moment. He felt far more than he could see her eyes tighten as she studied him. It was then he realized that Davis was nowhere to be seen. "Very well," she said, striding over to a nearby table. She placed her violin into a case, then sat on one of the chairs. Say I believe you, that you aren't just an idiot putting on pretensions. Why should I help you? I don't like you. Harry made sure to walk to the table slowly, giving himself time to think. Why should she help him? It was a question he'd feared, yet expected. He had only one answer, and he wasn't sure it was a good one. Frankly, he didn't know enough about Greengrass. He didn't know enough about anything, and he was only just coming to realize how little he knew. I can help you with dueling, he offered, if you want. In return for, I'm sure you've already guessed, I want my own, background looking into. Daphne leaned back, falling silent once more. She was thinking, calculating. Harry had never met someone like her, someone so self-interested. Not a child, anyway, who knew what adults thought. Uncle Vernon could seem quite self-interested, in fact. He was almost totally motivated by it. But Harry knew that even he genuinely loved his family, except Harry. Perhaps Greengrass was the same. He had no way of knowing. I'm not interested in dueling, Daphne replied eventually. Harry closed his eyes and sighed. Well, that was all, but I'll take you up on your offer. Better to be able to defend myself, I suppose. It's not enough to make up for your insult toward Tracy, however. Find something for me, and I'll help you. In fact, I promise I'll research the genealogy of the wonderful Harry Potter to the 30th degree, even your muggle side. As out of his control as the conversation had become, Harry still felt a flicker of anger at the insult. He let it pass. How many other chances would he get? Find what? Greengrass studied him again, as if weighing his worth. There is a black cube, she eventually began, in the Forbidden Forest, or so it's rumored. I want you to find the cube or search for it until you're sure it isn't there. Harry listened, his brows raising as she spoke. The Forbidden Forest. You're asking a lot for what was it, a cube? The cube is valuable to my family. It's my price, Greengrass said flatly. Take it or leave it. She was watching him emotionlessly too, he noticed. In fact, she'd spoken her whole request very robotically. Not that Greengrass was likely to know what a robot was. Was she trying to hide her real thoughts? Did she hate him that much? He filed that away. Speculation wouldn't do any good. It's dangerous, he said, what you're asking. It was no secret what lurked in the Forbidden Forest. Centaurs and werewolves and worse. I know, Greengrass replied carelessly. That's why I'm asking the most dangerous wizard in my year. Harry didn't know whether to be flattered or offended. He settled on wary. In the year, he said. Why not ask an older student, a 7th year, even? Greengrass tilted her head in such a way that Harry just knew she was looking at him like he was an idiot. And how should I blackmail a 7th year into going into the Forbidden Forest, Potter? The word blackmail rankled at his pride, but Harry had to admit that she made a good point. She had the advantage. What was it called, leverage? All he had was the promise of dueling lessons, and who knew if he could really teach anyone? Harry sighed, feeling the jaws close in. There was no way out. Fine, he said. Say I agree. How am I supposed to find this cube? The forest is huge. And what even is it, anyway? Why'd you want it? Greengrass had sat totally still as he bombarded her with questions. It was unnerving, almost as unnerving as the lack of eye contact. The cube is called a poglarchy, she said carelessly. It will be a jet-black cube, able to fit in the palm of your hand. It will emit magic, so much magic you won't be able to cast magic around it, even. Why I want it is my family's business. Retrieve it for me and I'll find out if you're related to Slytherin or not. Or don't, and I'll get someone else to find it. Your choice. Daphne Greengrass, Harry now knew, wasn't normal. He wasn't entirely sure she was even human. At least he'd listened to arguments proposing the opposite. There was no tone to her voice, no warmth. It was as though she were made of ice. Everything she said was logical, cold, and worst of all, correct. He grit his teeth. Fine, he said, more spat really. I'll get your cube, but it won't be quick. It'll take some preparation. Greengrass nodded shortly. I'll approach you next week for my first lesson. Then she reached down to her bag by her feet and pulled out a book. Harry knew a dismissal when he saw one and stormed from the room, fuming. How dare she? That mean, frozen, awful. He darted right, just missing Tracy Davis coming the other way. She grinned haughtily at him when they passed each other, as if she already knew the source of his rage. Harry stewed in his anger for much of the night. Susan didn't know anything, unsurprisingly, about asteroid impacts in the 17th century, and they couldn't find anything in the history books either. Not that they really knew where to look. It was all infuriating. He imagined Greengrass, blank-faced that night when he closed his eyes to sleep. But in this image, her eyes shone with laughter behind her impenetrable glasses, and her lips were curled in the faintest of smirks. Sleep came slowly. And as it did, Harry's thoughts drifted once more to Greengrass, and this time to the music. He'd recognized it before. It was Muggle music. How strange, he decided, as he slipped finally into unconscious glossary. I'm not going with the retconned grandparents. Charles and Doria were semi-canon for years and years, and I see no reason to change that. The assault on the Potter Manor is also a Fanon event, and one I am particularly fond of. It was invented for good reasons, being a suitable explanation for the dearth of other Potters in the wizarding world. Did you ever pick up a university-level textbook when you were 12? That's a frustrating experience. Derived from the Russian, to absorb or to devour. That's 1,000 years. So Fanon favorite Daphne Greengrass finally appears. I've molded her specifically for this story, rather than taking her off-the-shelf personality in its entirety. In some aspects, she resembles her Fanon archetype, her friendship with Travi Davis, for one, but in other ways she is unique. What do you think of this version of Greengrass so far? In fact, what do you think of the Ice Princess, Greengrass archetype in Fanon in general? And what is this black cube, and why do the Greengrass family want it? Next chapter. Conditions grow graver in Hogwarts. Harry dares the Forbidden Forest, searching for the mysterious Poglarchy. Find out next time on the Duellist, or on Discord where it is already out, or read that and the chapter thereafter on Patreon. See you later. Jousting Alchemy. 26. Snake Song Roman 6. Snake Song Roman 6 last chapter. Harry deals with the problems public knowledge of his Parseltongue ability brings, finds out Alan is not totally lost to him, and bargains with Daphne Greengrass. She wants him to venture into the Forbidden Forest to find a Poglatoki cube. Harry dreamt of towering trees, of creatures scuttling in the dark, of vast black cubes spinning just out of reach. Something he felt distantly was creeping over him on horrid hairy legs, drawn closer to his far, and then he jolted awake, brushing at his chest for any sign of the creature. Lumos! He peered down at himself, just his quilt, and beyond that the curtains of his four-poster bed. There was no creature. Harry sighed to himself, relieved but weary. It was just a dream. A bloody nightmare, he told himself. The air, Greengrass's training, the scared, angry stares of his schoolmates. Not even mentioning Herne the Hunter's prophecy, which was stuck at the back of his mind. He had a lot to fear himself. Was it surprising it was getting to him? Tempus. The familiar lilac smoke spelled 4 minutes past 3. Early, even for him, but he knew he wouldn't get back to sleep, and on the off chance he did, another hour or so would just make him groggy. Harry grit his teeth and heaved himself out of bed. There was nothing to do but struggle through it. Ever since he'd been introduced to the wizarding world, he'd had no other choice. As he completed his morning ablutions, he mused how fortunate he was that Hogwarts itself was so relaxed. If his schedule was as intense as he knew Muggle secondary schools to be, he felt he would have gone insane by now. His lack of friends was also an advantage, as well as a source of pain. He had fewer people to please. His day did not improve at breakfast, when a boy he suspected was Partington chose to accidentally knock into him. He was a lot bigger than Harry, who had to grasp at a bench to stop his descent to the ground. Barely concealed laughter bubbled up around him, and Harry felt his face flush. Susan squeezed his arm and guided him to his usual seat. It was going to be a long day, and so it proved. Minutes ticked by like hours, and hours felt like days. Lockhart was characteristically infuriating, while Professor McGonagall struggled to hold his attention. Harry just wanted to fall back into his bed, and yet he knew he couldn't. There was still a late-night astronomy lesson with Professor Sinistra. Just an hour or so, Susan told him as they waited by the grand staircase. The stairs were not agreeing with them that day, and it was a long climb from the Hufflepuff common room. Harry grunted back. Beside them, Wayne smirked. While the rest of the Hufflepuffs had managed to hop on a staircase to the 3rd floor, Harry, Susan, and Wayne had been left behind. "Don't fall asleep while it's moving," he said, "or maybe you'll end up in the real basement." "What a lovely thought," Harry returned sarcastically. He was too tired to be witty. Obviously, it was not a lovely thought. He still remembered when Amanda Sooth had taken him and Hercules to the Undercroft of Holt End to pick the red fungi. It had been a strange and frightening place, but he hadn't known how frightening until he had learned about the deep earth and the creatures centers of magical power could summon. Who knew what wandered the foundations of Hogwarts? Maybe one had found its way into the castle, and that was Slytherin's monster. Harry paused. That was an interesting thought. Such a thing definitely couldn't be controlled, but what if it didn't have to be? Any student could pretend to be controlling the monster, taking advantage of its attacks to spread fear. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed likely. If the Slytherin line had been hunted, how likely was it that any except Voldemort survived? And he couldn't be in Hogwarts now. Harry looked up. Susan and Wayne were standing above him on the landing of the third floor, and the stairs they'd taken were already swinging away. "Oh," he said dumbly. He'd been too deep in thought to notice. He pitched his voice louder. "You go on ahead," he shouted. "I'll catch up." Susan looked worried, but Wayne nodded, and after a moment's indecision, she followed. It took him a moment to realize that she was worried for him. Fear crept through his veins like an approaching shadow as his thoughts slid inexorably toward his current situation. Slytherin's monster was loose in the castle, and he was now alone. Harry's hand drifted to his wand, secured in his crossbody holster. He didn't know how much good it would do against a beast of legend, but magic was better than nothing. His eyes swept across the marbled columns, walls, and stairs of the grand staircase. The ceiling was so high it couldn't be seen, but fortunately almost everything else could be. It was a very open area. If the monster did attack, he'd see it, unless it was invisible. And if his cloak could turn him invisible, surely at least a few creatures could cloak themselves too. Harry frowned. He didn't have a spell to see invisible things. It was a tense few minutes, broken only by the rumbling of the nearby staircases. Eventually, his staircase slid back into its former position. Harry launched himself up toward the third floor. It was easy going until the seventh, where he had to leave the grand staircase behind. The astronomy tower was only accessible from a winding little stairwell on the seventh floor. The corridors along the way were all empty, dark, and cold. So high up, freezing winds blew in from loose window panes, extinguishing sconces and pushing chills down the passageways. Harry shivered and picked up his pace. Soon he was almost running. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing, and he could almost imagine the monster behind him, gaining, and then he skidded to a halt, bemused. Illuminated by one of the few remaining sconces was a dark line, like a line of soot, that marked its way across the corridor and up a wall. It ended at an open window. Strangest of all, it was moving. Harry peered closer and shuddered. Spiders, hundreds of tiny spiders, all filing out in rows of 2 or 3. What was going on? Shouts took his attention, then a shriek. They came from on ahead, closer to the astronomy tower. Harry leapt over the strange line of spiders and ran, full pace, toward the noise. When he got there, at least 6 people were surrounding a body. Harry's stomach dropped. Wave of sickness washed over him. He imagined Susan's eyes staring up at him blankly, her face unmoving. But then he saw red hair reflected in the light of a lumos, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Susan was standing by Wayne, watching him. As he grew closer, Harry saw the identity of the figure by the color of his hair. Justin was laying face down, his arms and legs as rigid as stone, petrified. As one, the group seemed to turn to him. One of the Ravenclaws squeaked as they met eyes. "Harry," Wayne greeted lowly. He was not for once smiling that strange smile of his. "We need to go back to the common room and tell Professor Sprout. Astronomy is cancelled." It was almost an hour later when Harry received a summons from the headmaster. He'd been sitting in the common room silently, trying his best to ignore the eyes on him, when Professor Sprout entered through the portal. "Potter," she said bluntly. "A word." Harry rose as though he were heading to the gallows. He felt the weight of Hufflepuff House watching him as he followed his head of house out. Did they think he'd done it? He had been alone when the attack happened. From outside, it looked annoyingly suspicious. Then there was the choice of victim, Justin. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, trying to forget the sight of him, inert, frozen on the cold flagstones. Only Professor Sprout shattered the image. "Don't worry," she said. Her voice was soothing this time. "I'll call the others in your year out after you. Don't want to give the impression you're being singled out, after all." Harry nodded stiffly. He could feel a but coming. However, they won't be speaking to the headmaster. That was the but, and it made Harry wince, the pit in his stomach growing deeper. He didn't really know how to feel about that. He'd only met Professor Dumbledore twice, once before the Mirror of Erist, and once after the fight against Quirrell. During both meetings, the headmaster had displayed an aura, a wisdom, an understanding. Harry hoped he'd be no less understanding in this third, unhappy meeting. Professor Sprout led him to the third floor, stopping before a large, ugly gargoyle. Its beady eyes seemed to watch them. "Lemon drop," she said. At her command, a password, surely the gargoyle sprung to life, stepping into a recess as the wall behind it parted in twain. Behind the door, a staircase spiraled, and Harry was amazed to see that it was spiraling, in the present sense, like a muggle escalator. "There's a door at the top of the stairs," Professor Sprout said. She must have seen his apprehension because she smiled earthily. "Don't worry, lad. You're not in trouble, off you pop now." No, Harry thought, not yet. Still, he stepped on the lowest flight of stairs and let it take him. He rose up at least 3 twists, and Harry thought it was rather enjoyable until it deposited him on a short landing. A broad oak door was waiting for him. It had a knocker, an intricately gilded knocker in the shape of a griffin. But before he could knock, or consider knocking, it swung open silently. Harry stepped inside. He peered around in fascination. The room was large and circular, covered in portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses. Some of them were static, those must have been the older ones, while all the others were sleeping. They were all facing a desk of monolithic proportions which, like the door behind him, gleamed an oaken gleam. Atop its surface, many strange contraptions whizzed and whirred and gave off little puffs of smoke. Behind the desk was a chair, and behind the chair another door. That could only be the headmaster's sleeping quarters. Something moved in the corner of his eye. Harry jumped, turned to it, and saw a small bird, gold and red, staring back at him. Was that amusement in its eyes? It was sitting on an oversized perch. The bird's feathers were fluffy, as if it were only an infant. Harry felt it must have been magical. Then the door behind the desk opened, and Professor Dumbledore walked out. He was wearing robes of midnight blue, beautifully made but subtle compared to his usual garish garb. "Ah, Mr. Potter," he said lightly, sitting himself sprightly, for all his century and some of life, behind the desk. "I see you've met Fawkes. He is, if you have not already guessed, a phoenix. They are wonderful creatures, phoenixes, stronger than their size would assume, as clever as a wise man, with tears of light that can heal the most grievous of wounds." Harry had read briefly about phoenixes, but wouldn't have recognized Fawkes as one if he hadn't been already told. He smiled awkwardly. "And that's without mentioning the immortality." The headmaster's lips did not so much as twitch, and Harry suddenly felt very clumsy, very out of place. It was not a feeling he desired, especially in front of the greatest duelist of the age. Indeed, the greatest wizard of the age. "Indeed," Professor Dumbledore eventually replied, seeming to measure Harry with his gaze. And the door to the landing, burst in, bouncing off the wall with an almighty clang, waking the sleeping portraits with 100 comically concurrent jumps. Hagrid strode through, filling up the room as he went. "It wasn't Harry, Professor Dumbledore," said Hagrid, his voice caught between booming and pleading. "It can't have been, there's just no way." Professor Dumbledore was trying to speak, but Hagrid was rambling on. "Not enough time. I'll swear it in front o' the Ministry o' Magic if I have to." "Hagrid, you've got the wrong boy, sir. I know Harry'd never." "Hagrid," the headmaster thundered, and just like in thunder's wake there was silence. "I do not believe that Harry attacked those people." Watching on, feeling very small, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh," said Hagrid limply. "Right, I'll wait outside then, headmaster." And he stomped out as quickly as he'd entered, his face red behind his bushy beard. Harry turned back to the headmaster. He was watching back, his blue eyes glimmering behind his silver-framed spectacles. "You, don't think it was me, Professor." Professor Dumbledore shook his head somberly. "No, Harry, I don't. But I must still talk to you." Was it the voices? Harry wondered. Had he somehow figured out what Harry alone had heard? Or maybe he'd gotten word of his conversation with Greengrass, and that made him more suspicious. But the headmaster didn't immediately take to either subject. In fact, he said nothing at all, but watched him from across the desk, his long, bony fingers steepled together. Harry squirmed nervously under his gaze. He'd read a dozen accounts of Albus Dumbledore's duel against the dark wizard Grindelwald, commonly known as the duel of the century, from analyses of Dumbledore's previous duels to examinations of the wreckage of the state of play they left behind. He'd never felt more vulnerable, not that he believed Professor Dumbledore would attack a student. Eventually, the headmaster spoke. "I must ask you, Harry, whether there is anything you'd like to tell me," he said. "Anything at all." Harry remembered the voice he'd heard, rip, tear. He saw Daphne Greengrass watching him impassively, her face cold as the Arctic, her eyes masked by her dark spectacles. He knew he should tell him about the voices, about his foolish deal with Greengrass, even. Last year he'd lost a friend because he hadn't been more open to the teachers about Gabriel and the Philosopher's Stone, and now Harry opened his mouth and paused. For whatever reason, a picture came to mind. A baby left on a familiar doorstep, a baby with an equally familiar lightning bolt scar across his forehead. Professor Dumbledore had done it. He knew. Dumbledore had left him with the Dursleys. "No," he said, keeping his voice even. The lie, as usual, came easy. "There isn't anything I can think of, Professor. The only reason I was alone was because of the staircase moving." In that last week before the Christmas holidays, nerves turned to true panic. Susan was worried that the fear would surmount Rune's censorship. If the prophet were to print a story about the petrifications, well, the more extreme Campbellites would have all the ammunition they needed to shut the school down. Not that wizards required ammunition in the literal or metaphorical sense. Ever since he was reintroduced to the wizarding world, Harry got the distinct impression that witches and wizards were very quarrelsome people. They would argue with themselves if they could. Knowing magic, there was probably a way to make that possible. And many arguments were raging in Hogwarts among the students. Even more of them were now suspicious of him. But of those, fear now seemed to be the overriding emotion. Slytherin's own house was no exception, or so Greengrass had told him. "They're all sitting in the common room, wondering if you care more about blood purity or revenge against your parents, Potter," said after one training session. Harry took a long look at her, and she looked back, staring through those dark glasses. She never took them off. "I don't care about either, really." Greengrass raised a red-black eyebrow. "Blood purity I understand, but revenge? Why else are you training?" Harry huffed, smiling a slight smile. He glanced at Susan, who had her nose buried in a book about warding. Susan, she didn't look up, once asked me something similar. "I want to be a duelist because I like dueling. I'm not interested in fame or money or revenge." "Really?" She did not sound convinced. "You're too clever by half to only be interested in fighting for the sake of it." Now it was Harry's turn to raise an eyebrow. "Haven't I taught you that there's plenty of subtlety in dueling? Do you think Crabbe or Goyle will be great duelists someday?" Actually, Harry felt he hadn't taught her very much. He was mostly repeating what he remembered of Gabriel's sessions, including his own ideas here and there. Frankly, he didn't know enough about dueling or teaching dueling. Nonetheless, Greengrass seemed to pick things up quickly, though she was fundamentally uninterested in the topic. Just like Susan, really. "No," Greengrass replied, "but their fathers fought in a war that killed your parents." That was no surprise. In his perusal of his history books, Harry had seen his classmates' family names appear more than once. But her words induced only the meanest twinge of hostility. He'd already thought the topic over, even before entering Hogwarts, and come to the conclusion that it was a war, and that was what happened in wars. People die. He had thought differently until his excursion to Holt End, where the ghost of Quirinus Rosier haunted its decaying halls. It was difficult not to sympathize with the Rosiers of Holt End, though their beloved lord had supported Voldemort. Lord Quirinus had died fighting for him, even, and for all Harry knew, his own father, James, could have killed him. Either way, Hercules did not deserve to die for the sins of his family. No, there was no point holding old grudges, and he said as much to Greengrass. "I'll be sure to spread that around," she said archly, "without drawing too much attention, of course. But the rest of my house will be relieved to hear that. Yes, I'm sure they will be glad to know I'm not going to set my monster on them in their sleep." Harry saw just the edge of a smirk flitter across Greengrass' lips. Almost nobody is staying for Christmas this year, all because of that. Except the Weasley twins, Harry thought. They'd taken to the panic like a pair of fish in water, loudly, comedically, proclaiming Harry their new Dark Lord whenever they crossed paths. They were all too eager to make more fun over Christmas. But that wasn't what she was implying, Harry knew. "Good. It'll be easier to sneak out, so we can try and retrieve your cube. You couldn't dissuade Bones from joining you." This time, Harry heard Susan jolt at the speaking of her name. "I'm not letting him go alone," she interjected fiercely before returning to her book. Harry winced. Ever since he'd told Susan, she'd been quietly furious with him, but she also refused to leave his side, lest he were to go gallivanting off into the forbidden forest alone. "No," Greengrass shrugged. "It only improves your chances." "Great, Greengrass, thanks. That really makes me feel better. I suppose you're not coming. It would improve our chances even more." "No, otherwise what would be the point in this agreement at all?" Greengrass bade him goodbye soon after, leaving him and Susan alone in the old dueling hall. The Slytherin girl was, Harry thought, a character. That was how odd people were described in polite conversation, wasn't it? And Greengrass was certainly odd. She proved to be not as cold as she had appeared in their first meeting, but rather casually stern. Little seemed to surprise her, but when angered her temper burned hot, while her humor simmered dry. He couldn't help but recall a conversation he'd had with her a few days before. She'd interrupted his reading of Muscular Wizardry, a tome he spent far less time perusing nowadays, preferring De Luna's Battle Transfiguration. She looked rather shocked, though her darkened glasses had dampened the effect. "What on Avalon's golden sands are you reading?" she'd said, sounding as shocked as she looked. Harry had turned the cover to face him. It was, like most wizarding books, leather-bound and understated. "A book," he'd deadpanned. Greengrass had almost growled. "Potter," she ground out, "do you have any idea how badly this looks? Do you read that in public?" Thinking back, he should have really realized it months ago, but at the time he'd only blinked. "Sometimes. Why? It's just a book about fitness." "Fitness," Greengrass had bit back. "If that's just a book about fitness, then Pollux Black's Dark Arts Unchained is about comedy curses." That made him look back down at the book's cover dumbly. What he had thought was she talking about? Had he just revealed his ignorance of the wizarding world? "Paraphysiology, Potter, paraphysiology. It's taboo to muggle lovers and mud-muggle-borns alike. If it's true, paraphysiology is proof wizard-kind is superior to muggle-kind down to the bone." Greengrass' pale face had been rather flushed. She had then swept out the room, shaking her head and muttering. Thereafter, Harry had taken time to ruminate on the topic. She had no reason to lie, he'd soon realized, and it did make sense. Strongsong didn't only describe paraphysiological principles in muscular wizardry, he actively advocated for them. He even postulated how purebloods and half-bloods, and the degrees thereof, might be differently affected by their relative degrees of magical blood. If that was true then, at least on some level, purebloods and half-bloods did have degrees of advantage over muggle-borns. The thought seemed innately disgusting to Harry, but was it right to dismiss it just because it made him uncomfortable? He'd asked Susan, and she'd pleaded ignorance, and "Thinking about your next lesson ready." Harry jumped. He hadn't noticed Susan's approach. She was sitting where Greengrass had just a few minutes before. He focused on her question and the way she'd said it. Her tone was teasing, though there was something else. Attention. She and Greengrass didn't really get along. At least Sue didn't seem quite so angry at him anymore. Just about everything. Susan smiled softly. "I think you enjoy it, you know, teaching." There was the teasing again. Harry smiled back, hiding his frustration. Perhaps he did, but he didn't enjoy hiding his ignorance of the wizarding world from Greengrass, and that was getting harder by the day. Eventually she'd find out, and he'd look a fool. He hated looking like a fool. Hogwarts' customary decorations were put up rather late that year, and they did not seem to shine so brightly in the gloom of a castle under siege from within. Most of the students had little more than a day to enjoy them before the Hogwarts Express departed, leaving a silent, somber castle in its wake. The days thereafter were freezing, as though the heat of the students was all that had been keeping winter at bay. Now cool winds blew biting draughts down lonely corridors, and Harry never ventured out without his warmest cloak. When he did, he was usually making his way to the library, where he and Susan were searching for details about the Forbidden Forest. Unfortunately, a great deal of the accessible information was only general in nature. Studies of the creatures of the forest were popular, primarily regarding their place in the great chain of being asterisk. They ranged from harmless flabberworms munching on the undergrowth to more troublesome, but ultimately surmountable, creatures like hinkerpunks, to vicious, dangerous beasts like werewolves and trolls. Most of the more recent books were certain that a herd of centaurs roamed the clearings, and only slightly fewer spoke of acromantulas, great spiders that could grow to the size of men. Harry didn't much enjoy the thought of meeting them. Frustratingly, the maps these books supplied were vague at best, or useless at worst. The dramatically named Forest of Darkness by Elias Eliasson was the newest tome on the subject. Eliasson claimed to have gained the trust of the centaurs through the learning of their language, and he relied on their reporting for much of the book's detail. Harry wasn't sure how reliable they could be. Surely they had every reason to exaggerate the dangers of the forest. Eliasson was claiming that acromantulas had infested almost a third of the entire wood. For creatures that, if they existed in the forest, were recent additions that didn't seem very likely, or at least he hoped it wasn't likely. The thought of giant spiders was unsettling, to say the least. Less unsettling, but still strange, was the presence of Alan and his new friends. He, Granger, and Longbottom had all decided to stay over Christmas. The question was, why? Granger, as a muggle-born, was definitely in danger, and Longbottom seemed afraid of his own shadow on the best of days. Why would any of them voluntarily stay in a semi-deserted castle when a possibly deadly monster could be prowling the corridors? They were definitely up to something. Among the other second years, only Greengrass, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were staying over the holidays. In fact, Slytherins outnumbered all the other students combined. Such was their confidence of their invulnerability to Slytherin's monster. Harry would rather stay in Hogwarts than return to the Dursleys, even if the castle were on fire, or if it had been shaken by an earthquake. Not that Scotland had earthquakes. And then, one day, a package arrived. Harry and Susan had been taking a walk on the gallery bridge, puffing little whispers of smoke with every breath, when a large eagle owl dived down beside them, dropped off a palm-sized, neatly wrapped parcel, and flew off immediately. Harry looked pointedly at Susan. It could only be one thing. It was Susan who first picked it up and pulled apart the elegant bow that tied the strings together. The wrapping unraveled by magic, revealing a marble, no, not a marble. Densely packed runes spiraled around its surface, which was gleaming a dull steel silver in the weak winter sun. Susan palmed it. "It's heavy," she said. Then she paused and looked suddenly toward the forest. "And it's talking to me." Harry bent down and looked for a note within the remains of the wrapping. It took only a few moments to recognize Greengrass' curving handwriting. A songstone tuned to the aura of Poglaki cubes, DG, it said. Harry returned the note to the wrapping, then took a long look around. "Incendio," he cast, satisfied they were alone. The paper burned easily and smokelessly. "What's a songstone?" Susan held the marble thing between her fingers. "This. They're for finding strong magical distortions in the Generali's aura. People use them to find magical ingredients, but I've never seen one that's so decorated. These runes, and usually they just buzz when you're moving in the right direction. This songstone, it actually sings." Harry looked at it curiously. Was it a good singer? "We've got no more excuses then. I don't think we'll find anything more in the library, not anything useful anyway. We've got those pads to walk over the snow. I've got some wood chippings to try and transfigure that hadn't been going too well, and we've got this songstone to guide us, so we'll go tonight. Let's get it over with." Susan bit her lip, nodding jerkily. "Why, yes, of course, tonight." She was nervous, terribly, terribly nervous. She only ever stuttered nowadays when she was nervous. "You don't have to come, you know." "I'm going. I'm not letting you go out there alone, not again." Harry sighed. He'd feel so much better if he was only risking himself. But still, he couldn't help but smile. He could always, he knew, rely on Susan. The invisibility cloak seemed a little smaller than it was before. Now it did not drape quite so generously across the floor. Harry was glad. It meant he and Susan were getting taller, despite remaining some of the shortest of their classmates. Even so, they needn't have bothered squeezing beneath the cloak, constantly stepping on each other's toes. At midnight, Hogwarts seemed empty. A vast, still silence hung around the corridors, where the air was so cold they could see their breath. Only the staircases continued to move, rumbling their eternal conversation through the nights without end. Perhaps, Harry thought, as he stepped out onto the snow-blanketed grounds, some of the paintings were still awake. The thought evaporated like vapor on a cold night as he beheld the expanse of Hogwarts' midnight estate. Endless white stretched out before him, glimmering with a dusting of frost, until at least the darkness of the forbidden forest roofed too with a white shroud of snow. Below the canopy, a great black maw stared out at them, an expanse of endless shadow, a place even snowfall couldn't reach. This is a terrible idea," Susan whispered beside him. Harry did not take his eyes off the forest. "I know." He beckoned that Susan join him under the invisibility cloak once more, and together they set off across the snow. Below they left no footprints, nor did they sink into the soft ground. Attached to the bottom of their shoes were snow-stride soles, which pushed with equal force against the snow. Harry could only thank the Weasley twins for that idea, not that they had given it knowingly. Soon they arrived at the edge of the wood. By then, the moor looked less like a moor and more like a forest should. The canopy was so dense that little snow reached the floor, where dead leaves matted in damp, uneven layers, creating a brown and red patchwork beneath the towering trunks. Susan took the songstone from her pocket and held it before her, almost lifting the cloak. She seemed to pause and shudder, then she turned left. "This way," she said. Harry followed, wand at the ready. They tracked around the edge of the forest, keeping Hogwarts to their left and always within sight. There was no need to venture further within without need. So close to the castle, the forbidden forest appeared now less foreboding. True, it was silent and eerie, but they saw nothing, heard nothing. After a while of walking, Harry almost forgot where he was. And then Susan stopped, and Harry almost ran into her. It's that W.A." She was gesturing into the wood, where the darkness grew only deeper. Harry swallowed heavily. He'd color-charmed some of his spruce wood chippings. He was hoping to leave a trail of them to lead back to Hogwarts. It seemed like a stupid idea now. "Okay," he said, regardless. "Let's go." After a dozen steps, the world seemed darker. After a dozen more, it was like walking through a nightmare. The canopy blotted out the moonlight, leaving a great wastegate behind, scarred by the skeletons of stark grey trees rooted in a bleak grey soil. Nothing moved. The forbidden forest seemed to swallow sound. All Harry could hear was the sound of his and Susan's movements. And in front of him, Susan was practically hyperventilating. She was definitely shaking slightly. Her trembling was palpable through the cloak. He couldn't blame her. Hogwarts was long out of sight. They were in terrible danger. They had made a mistake. Then Susan stopped. He thought she was going to ask to turn back, but instead she whispered something almost worse. "It's here." It took Harry a long moment to realize she was talking about the Poglacky cube. She nodded forth, where a distant shaft of silver moonlight implied a clearing. Harry made sure to drop another wood chip, this one bright orange against the endless grey. "Nearly there," he whispered to Susan. "We can make it." Susan stuck a trembling leg forward and set off once more. Slowly, the shaft of light grew larger, clearer. Then they saw another, then another. Then they were upon the edge of the clearing, where the grey wood turned silver and sleek. The clearing almost seemed to glow, but there was something at its center, something black, blacker than black, like a dark void at the center of the world. Harry's stomach turned. For a moment he thought he was going to be sick, and he didn't even know why. What was it? Whatever it was, it had to be connected to the cube somehow. He could feel it. Susan crept forward, almost leaving Harry behind. Together they drew toward the mass, like foolish moths to a dark flame, two invisible spectres inching toward it. And then it moved. They stilled at once. Harry felt himself holding his breath. He didn't dare move a muscle. There had been something unnatural about the way it had moved, something awful. After what felt like 5 minutes, he allowed himself to breathe. After what felt like 5 more, they began to move again. They made it about 6 steps. "Who goes there?" The voice came from the thing. Harry froze like a mouse before the shadow of an eagle. He felt Susan shaking terribly. Her breath came in terrified pants. And then the thing unfurled. One by one, its long, spear-like limbs popped away from its bulbous, horse-sized body until it was standing on 8 horrible legs. Harry felt his own legs quiver. It was an acromantula, exactly what he'd feared, and as its 8 evil eyes swept across the clearing, Harry knew it wasn't a normal member of its species. Something had twisted it. Its limbs were all misshapen, lumpy and uneven, and streaked with strange patterns while a black. Substance leaked off its body like oil, vanishing before it hit the forest floor. That drew his eyes downwards, and there he saw it. The Poglacky cube, a sharp square box small enough to fit in the palm of his hand. Harry steadied himself, forcing his panicking mind to think. The cube, he knew, would dampen magic within a 5-yard radius, but it could be summoned from afar. But if he did that, he'd have the cube. And if he had the cube, he couldn't cast. Damn it. At least he didn't see any web. Acromantula webbing was what he feared most about giant spiders. It was, pound for pound, the strongest materials known to wizard kind. Now he was more worried about its 8 luminescent eyes and its great claw pincers, large enough to crush him in a single bite. Could he summon the cube and run? Surely his cloak would fail the moment the cube neared. He eyed its long, disgusting legs, then its vast, drooping body. Just how fast was it? The acromantula clicked hungrily. Mornth feels you. Mornth knows your presence. Father told me of your kind. Human. Mornth wishes to play with a human, no one to play with in so long. Susan was shaking so terribly Harry feared she'd collapse. And then he knew it was over, and he somehow felt it happening before he heard it. Susan whimpered. The thing that called itself Mornth snapped to them, and it chuckled. Actually chuckled. Hidden human. The creature reared back in preparation. Oh, Merlin, his decision made for him. Harry threw the cloak off, stuffing it in his pocket as he shouted. Pratigo! Ugly white venom splashed against the wobbling shield, hissing as it hit the ground. Pratigo was a poor barrier for physical projectiles. Another hit, and the shield would break. Harry broke the spell himself, leaving himself face to face with it. Mornth stared back, its strange, glowing eyes peering with alien understanding, a dull arachnid curiosity. Who knew what it was thinking behind those terrible eyes? Play! The creature staggered forward on its ill-formed legs, the earth rumbling in its wake. Harry raised his wand. Susan, he shouted, never taking his eyes off the advancing threat. Summon the cube thing and run. There was no time to be afraid now. But he didn't hear Susan move. She was likely frozen in fear. Susan. Akio the cube and go. He heard her stutter something and took that as an affirmative while he cast. Stupefy, stupefy, stupefy. 3 stunning spells would have been enough to knock out an elephant, but the red lights just bounced off the rampaging spider. Mornth was getting closer. Harry heard Susan running, but knew that he'd never make it to the trees himself. Then the cube whizzed by, sending an awful numbing sensation through him. Still, the sight gave him heart. He fished for the wood chippings in his pocket, threw them in the air, and said, Trasmatans. The wood chippings, stubbornly, remained wood chippings. His spell had failed. Harry didn't even bother launching them. Mornth's horrible, eager chittering was drawing closer. The creature's vast bulk was beginning to fill his vision as it scuttled across the clearing, growing larger and larger and larger with deathly rapidity. This was it. Harry raised his wand once more. Defindo. The cutting charm sailed toward the acromantula's left leg and splashed against it harmlessly. He could see his own face reflected in its massive eyes now, and his own death in its clicking mandibles. Incendio! With a whoosh, a torrent of fire bucked out of his wand, bathing everything within 20 feet in heat. But Harry did not release the spell. He forced it under his control, rekindling the flame, which he wielded like a muggle flamethrower. The air smoldered and grass charred. The world turned orange and red, and the giant spider squealed, an awful sound like the shriek of a rusty hinge as flames lucked hungrily across its body. Harry poured all his will, all his anger, all his fury into the spell. He wanted to live. He would live. Damn the spider, damn Slytherin, and damn Greengrass for getting him into this mess. Then the creature began to waver in its charge, and for a moment it looked like it would fall, but it simply kept coming. Burning, smoking, shrieking, its bulbous, hairy body yet propelled itself through the smouldering incendio and straight at its source. Harry didn't even have time to close his eyes, and then a glass blur arched over his shoulder and hit the acromantula right in the eyes. The bottle smashed on impact, turning the fire puce green for a flickering moment. What? Harry watched, stunned, as the creature staggered to his left, as if by instinct retreating from whatever concoction the bottle had contained. It roared and raged and cried, spitting out strange curses as it fled to the distant trees, crashing into several in its blind flight. Well, he heard a familiar voice shout. Don't just stand there. He turned, dazed, his heart raging, to see Daphne Greengrass looking at him like he was an utter fool. She had, despite her indifference, despite her scheming, despite everything, saved him. Why? Find out in the next chapters of The Duellist, titled LOST Glossary. The Great Chain of Being refers to a conception of the hierarchical structure of all life, which was developed through the Middle Ages. And that was explosive, wasn't it? This won't be the last time we hear of the enigmatic anti-magic cubes. After all, why does Greengrass want them so badly? Next chapter. Daphne Greengrass returns the favor, delving into Harry's family history. P.S. As usual, if you want to read ahead or support me, here is a link to the Duellist's Discord. /MW 45M. It's copyable from the description of this story at the top of the page. Sorry it took so long to post this, by the way. Work and life in general has been busy. 27. Lost. OST last chapter. Harry and Susan venture into the Forbidden Forest on behalf of Daphne Greengrass, who is searching for a Poglarchy, a strange cube that can counteract magic. They run into a strange acromantula, but are saved, surprisingly, by Greengrass. Harry sidestepped neatly, letting the flashes of orange light pass by his right shoulder. Lower, he called across the dueling hall. Rictus Semper is a whole-body hex. It doesn't care where you landed, so aim for the chest or the stomach. Across from him, Greengrass, no, Daphne, bit her lip. She was improving steadily, but as of late, Harry could not help but sense the breadth of skill between them when they practiced. Strongsong's advice was, he believed, beginning to pay off. He felt quicker, stronger, more reactive than ever before. The only problem was the lack of competition. Even after the Christmas holidays, fewer than 6 people were willing to duel him. None of them could push the fight as far as he'd like. Daphne cast a clumsy volley of spells his way, though they were at least aimed at his center mass. Harry returned with a pair of stupefies, then a single relatio. The stunning spells traveled so slowly, and he cast so quickly that they almost flew in parallel. One shot to Daphne's right, the other to her left. The relatio cut the distance between them. Hemmed in, she tried to duck, but couldn't sink low enough. The relatio hit its mark, and the duel was over. Harry lowered his wand, not feeling pleased at all. It was an empty victory. He wanted to fight McConnell again, strange as it sounded. We should work on your Protego, he said. A shield could have saved you, but you don't feel comfortable casting one in combat. Daphne huffed but agreed. You don't miss a beat, do you? I dunno, you're the musician. She threw a stinging hex his way for his cheek, which Harry neatly sidestepped. Daphne had something of a temper, which he'd only really discovered in the past few days. It was strange, he decided, how experiencing danger brought people together. A week before, they'd never have bantered so easily. But saving his life had changed things between them. After his embarrassing failure at Battle Transfiguration, something he still wasn't comfortable with himself, Daphne's potion had proved debilitating to the malformed acromantula. They'd been able to return to the castle at an easy pace. Aided by their invisibility cloaks, both of them. Daphne's cloak was very different from his. Apparently woven from the hair of a demiguise, it had a rough, pleated texture. It was like she was wearing a sheepskin. Hers was even white when it was visible. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd done, she'd explained at the time. Sending you to the Forbidden Forest was too much. I put you in danger. At that moment, when they were both safe in Hogwarts grounds, Harry could not help but forgive her. Daphne had looked like half the girl she'd been half an hour ago, small and withdrawn, staring at the floor. And it wasn't like he hadn't agreed to it himself. His desire to dispel the rumors about his ancestry and to understand something more about his parents had overwhelmed his good sense. It's okay, he'd said. I've faced worse. But what was that thing you threw at it? Harry suspected Daphne's eyes had lit up at that moment, not that he'd been able to see them behind her dark glasses. Essence of serpent, she'd said. Acromantulas fear snakes. Harry had filed that information away. Now, as he tried to critique Daphne's performance, something about it rankled him. Why did it matter that acromantulas feared snakes? The thought burned in the back of his mind. It had been distracting him the last 3 days. There was a connection somewhere, but he just couldn't. Harry. Harry came back to himself, just in time to see Daphne holding out a box wrapped in shiny green paper. A present. Sorry, Daphne, I was miles away. Who's that for? You idiot, for tomorrow. I know the house elves can deliver it, but I wanted to give it to you myself. Happy Christmas, Harry. Daphne pushed the present into his hands, then fled the dueling hall at speed. Harry watched her leave, bemused. Between her and Susan, who knew what was going through girls' heads. Christmas Day turned out to be very quiet. Even the Weasley twins couldn't quite bolster the downcast mood at dinner. Professor Dumbledore's speech seemed more like a call to calm than a meditation on the season. Fear of the air had infected even the jolliest of occasions. Harry had a moment of panic when he realized that Hermione wasn't at the table, but Madame Pomfrey assured him that she was merely ill and in the hospital wing. Alan and Longbottom had stared straight down at their plates as she spoke. There was, Harry suspected, more going on there than just illness. Those three were investigating something, and it had gotten Hermione hurt. He waited until they dared glance back up and stared them both down until they lowered their eyes again. Alan put up a fight, but Longbottom practically whimpered. This time, there was no mysterious present from an unknown benefactor. Susan gave him what wizards called a moving anthology, which was essentially a wizarding picture book. Titled The History of the Duel in Pictures, it depicted scenes of famous duels from history, ending with the famous duel of the century between Professor Dumbledore and the dark wizard Grindelwald. To inspire you, Susan beamed. It was inspiring. The detail was exquisite and the captions useful. Most of the duels he'd never heard of. It was valuable research information. He received a few other smaller gifts. Hagrid had sent him a large tin of treacle toffee, but the other significant gift, well, he didn't quite know what to make of it. He'd unwrapped Daphne's green box eagerly, interested in what she might give him. They hadn't known each other long after all, so her choice of gift would be a good measure of what she thought of him. Beneath the paper was a lidded wooden box, plain and unadorned, and in that box was a book. Harry's stomach flipped as he read the title. Curses Most Terrible, a compendium of the dark arts, Harry, he heard Susan say. He ignored her, tracing the shape of the words with his eyes. Compendium of the dark arts, it was almost certainly illegal. Daphne had gifted him an illegal book, a book on the dark arts. Harry frowned, torn. But isn't your lightspeed illegal too? And what's wrong with that? Nothing, his better nature whispered back, but a lightspeed isn't a dark curse. Get rid of it, throw it in the lake. Then he remembered firing curses at the acromantula, how useless he'd felt as they deflected off its hardened exoskeleton. With this book, that never happened again. With this book, he could save himself. Harry swallowed. He didn't know what to do. Harry, Susan repeated more firmly. He looked at her. She was staring at the book as though hypnotized. She was, he knew, going to tell him to report Daphne. They didn't really get along. In fact, they tried their best not to speak to each other. I knew this would happen eventually. You should take the book and make your own decision. Harry blinked. What? Had he misheard that? But Sue, this book, it's something you're drawn to, and I can't take that away. I'd be in big trouble if I was found with this book. Susan shrugged, her plaited her bobbing. Then don't show anyone. I think every duelist investigates this sort of thing. Do you think Professor Dumbledore hasn't studied it? Yes, but your aunt. Auntie Amelia is practical. What? The conversation was getting stranger and stranger, and he was trying to come up with reasons why he shouldn't read the book, he knew, because he wanted to read it. He really, really wanted to read it. It would make him a better duelist. He took the book from the box, revealing a note hidden beneath it sat atop yet another book. He read the note. Hello, Harry, said Daphne's elegant script. I know that you're wondering if you should keep curses most terrible. It is your choice. But I advise that you do, obviously, since I gifted you it in the first place. Harry managed a wan smile. The labeling of magic as dark or light is merely a political choice. Do not be afraid of the monsters wizard kind has created. There are monsters enough already. And do enjoy the origins of wizarding politics, even if a Leicester crouch can be dry. Thank you for your help. Puglatoki are more important than you know. I'll have your ancestry charted soon. Merry Christmas. Daphne Greengrass P.S. The box itself is enchanted to resist probes from wards and can be locked. I'd recommend you keep curses most terrible in this box when you aren't reading it. Harry, you cannot be found with this book. I've left another note inside the front cover detailing how to use it. The note was formal, stiff, and very Daphne. Harry gave the note to Susan and closed the box. Better just to enjoy the day, he thought, and think about it later. And enjoy the day he did. Christmas dinner was splendid, with mountains of road potatoes and gallons of gravy. The rafters had been charmed to rain enchanted snow, which was warm and dry. They sang carols in their seats, while Fred and George bewitched their brother Percy's prefect badge so that it read Pinhead. By the time Harry and Susan returned to the common room, they were flushed with laughter, sated with glorious food, and pleasantly tired too. They fell asleep beside each other before the brazier, lulled by the whir of the ocrite spinner as it sucked up the smoke. Harry only opened Daphne's present again after Boxing Day. He stared at Curses Most Terrible by Andrew Yaxley. He now saw for a long time before turning instead to the origins of wizarding politics. Even the title made him grimace, never mind Daphne's characterization of the author. He'd already made 3 failed attempts at understanding wizarding politics. Each time his chosen tome had been almost incomprehensible. Why would this time be any different? Still, Daphne had given it to him for Christmas. He had to try, at least. Reluctantly, Harry cracked the book open. There was no introduction, only a table of contents. It listed names and dates beside the names. They were, Harry recognized, the names of famous wizards and the dates the spans of their lives. Most, it seemed, lived long lives. Then his eyes caught a particular name, and he paused. The 5th name, Racimir, had died at around 40 years of age. The name sparked something in his memory. He turned to chapter 5 and began to read. Roman 7. Racimir, 445, 487, add. Few figures in Occidental wizarding history are as central or controversial as Racimir the Frank, also known as the Godhead and the Betrayer. Born on the Rhine in the waning years of the Roman Empire, Racimir was introduced to a new and violent world of wizard and muggle kind. The cross-pollination of Latin languages and Teutonic wand lore had instilled in witches and wizards new strength, and led in turn to an elevated status that Racimir would wrestle with for the rest of his life. Little is known about his parents, except that they had migrated with their tribe, pushed like so many others by the Huns, to the lands of the Roman Empire. There Racimir was raised in the traditions of his people, learning the lesser incantations in Frankish and wielding a wand in the Teutonic fashion. Yet unlike his ancestors, at some point Racimir received the gift of Latin, the greatest magical language devised. This is the story of many thousands of witches and wizards in this period, but the strength of Racimir's might and his indomitable will led him to draw conclusions whose consequences have rippled through the centuries, and propelled him to conflict with the other great wizards of the age, Egica, see chapter Roman 8, and Adrian, see chapter Roman 9. Racimir first appears in history in the Falkmut of 460 AD, where at a mere 15 years of age Harry read, and could not stop reading. He read and read and read. He only stopped at the chapter's end, when he realized he hadn't moved for 4 hours. His head felt like it was filled with cotton wool and sawdust, so he left the dormitory and wandered the grounds. It was a cool night, fresh with new-fallen snow, and the gentle breeze soon began to clear his head. Then Harry began to think. The Origin of Politics was a very different book to those he'd attempted to read previously. He didn't understand everything, but Crouch's focus on individuals allowed him to find a narrative without the muddying of political factions or vast families. Racimir was born, Racimir lived, and Racimir died. It was simple, yet not, but it also explained a great deal. Racimir was, as he understood it, a sort of prototype Voldemort, or perhaps that was unfair to Racimir, or was it unfair to Voldemort? Perhaps Racimir was even more brutal, but Voldemort seemed to lack a sense of reason that Racimir certainly possessed. Before reading, Harry had already known that modern wizardry was a combination of German wand magic and Roman language. Latin hadn't evolved naturally. A group of wizards had realized the power inherent in language and had sought to mold their own tongue to better channel the powers of the arcane. However, they'd wielded staves in the Roman tradition. Staves were clumsy, reluctant instruments of power. Stave spells could take beyond a minute to cast. Then Germans, or in Crouch's terms, Teutons, developed wands. Unlike staves, wands were fast. Wands far outperformed staves by every metric, and the Romans were quick to adopt them. The advantages of Latin were less obvious, and according to Crouch, were kept secret, so the Romans, with their Latin and their wands, dominated the Germans. But after a few centuries, German sorcerers discovered the advantages of Latin, taught themselves the language, and the Roman superiority was over. That was the world Racimir was born into, a world of warfare between magicals and muggles, where each side was developing more sophisticated means to destroy the other. Racimir looked at this and decided that witches and wizards were closer to gods than men. Then his parents sent him to Rome, apparently to try and teach him greater respect for muggles. And as they desired, he converted to Christianity. only to then proclaim that witches and wizards were closer to God than muggles. He saw a world of chaos, of muggle armies blindly murdering each other over land and the imperial throne, and thought that wizards, who he argued had more in common with each other than they did with their muggle countrymen, should ally to dominate the muggles, bringing peace to Europe for the muggles' own good. Suffice to say, not everyone agreed, and he ended up dead. The details of his opposition were a little hazy in Harry's head. Probably because I read for 4 hours, he told himself wryly as he stared across the galley bridge. Edgica and Adrian, he recalled, were their names. He hadn't read their chapters thoroughly, but Harry's thoughts were elsewhere. The question nagged at him. What if Racimir had won? What if there hadn't been a dark age? Harry couldn't imagine doing half the things Racimir had done. The thought turned his stomach, but Crouch's descriptions of the 5th century were frightening. Harry wrestled with the question until his eyes drooped, and he returned to the warmth of the Hufflepuff common room to play Exploding Snap, eat sweets, and exchange Lockhart impersonations with Susan. Daphne was glancing at him throughout breakfast the next day. They had decided it was better if they didn't appear openly friendly. "She has something for me," Harry murmured to Susan. He watched Susan's bright blue eyes flick to the Slytherin, then back to her food. "Are you sure? Are you sure you want to know?" "What if you know?" she whispered back. "What if I am descended from Slytherin?" Harry shrugged. "Then I can't publish my family tree. Not while half the school thinks I'm a lunatic anyway." He'd had months to come to terms with the idea that he could be Salazar Slytherin's many times great-grandson. It was no longer a frightening thought. "If I am, we'll have to find another way to prove I'm not the heir." Despite his reassurances, Harry's stomach was doing flips as they ascended to the dueling hall. Daphne, he knew, would be following with news. Now he thought about it, she'd likely had the answer for some time, and had been waiting for him to complete his side of the deal. When they arrived, they almost stepped into a puddle of snow melt. Harry looked at the rafters balefully. They'd begun to leak a few weeks ago. Stupid thing. Annoyingly, they couldn't report it, as they were technically not supposed to be there at all. They settled in their customary seats, cast a warming bluebell flame, and waited. Soon the door creaked open, then splash. Harry sniggered at the sight. Daphne was looking down at her sodden foot with utter disdain, her mouth pursed almost like Professor McGonagall at a disobedient student. "Thank you for the warning," she said as she sat. Harry grinned. "Consider it training." Daphne returned with a huff. "I think I prefer you before I saved your life." "Too late now, Greengrass," Susan said. "You can't put the pumpkin juice back in the pumpkin." "Thanks, Bones, I've never heard that before." Harry rolled his eyes. They could barely say a genuine word to each other. "Do you have any news, Daphne?" She straightened, reaching for her bag, then placed a thick piece of parchment on the table. "I've been quick about it, completing what's known within hereditary cartographing as a sweep. The Greengrass archives have had a complete Potter family tree for centuries, of course, and it's been updated, but there is always room for errors, for distant ancestors to be mistaken for others, that sort of thing. I've gone over. Wait, how have you been checking the Greengrass archives? Shouldn't they be in your Manners library?" Daphne arched an eyebrow. "Do you want me to answer that? And we have a castle, not a manor house." She's been leaving Hogwarts, Harry thought. Unless her parents have been doing her work for her. "No, carry on." "As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, I've gone over all the sources of information we have, and I did find a few errors. One William Potter, born 1104, actually had a Dewsbury wife, not a Damsbury, but nothing important. The Potters have no connection to Slytherin, which makes sense if you know of Slytherin's strategy." "I assume you do," Harry nodded. Slytherin had thought he could contain Parseltongue within his own family if only he had enough children whose grandchildren could marry each other. "Well, I was stuck. Your ability to speak to snakes seemed inexplicable." There was, Harry sensed, a but coming. His stomach sank. "So how much do you know about your mother's family?" Harry blinked. His mother, Harry's mother, was a muggle-born, Susan said snappishly. "You of all people should know that." Daphne didn't even flinch. "Was she?" "What do you know about her parents, her grandparents?" It was, he realized, a great question, a mind-opening one. He'd always assumed that Avenue was closed, that his mother was muggle-born, and that was that. I don't know," Harry finally admitted. He'd seen them in the Mirror of Erist, but that meant nothing at all. "I don't know anything about them." "I thought so." Daphne leaned forward, as if to tell a secret. There is a potion, she whispered, though no one but Harry and Susan were listening. A potion that can reveal the drinker's ancestry up to 7, you would know for sure. Her words seemed to light some invisible spark in the air. Susan drew grim while Harry's mind raced. A potion? If it was that simple, then why haven't you told us about it before? Susan snorted. Because it's illegal. Seriously illegal. Only, Daphne said, if we get caught. Susan pushed back at once, arguing that Daphne, or Greengrass in her terms, only wanted to gain advantage, to get them into trouble, or to prove that Harry's mother wasn't a muggle born to support her own pureblood bigotry. But Harry let her arguments wash by like a gentle wave, soon receding. He'd already made up his mind. He'd made up his mind as soon as Daphne had suggested it. Only, he thought, if we get caught. Glossary: Romans, being famously practical, were eager to adopt any practical advantage they could find from their foes. The Dark Age narrative is complex, I know, but broadly true. And it isn't the focus of Harry's thinking, and he's already stretching his mind as far as it could reasonably go for his age. Postmodern questions about, but what is a Dark Age, really? Wouldn't be very helpful. Then, we're halfway through the second year of Hogwarts, and it looks like Alan, Hermione, and Neville are, well, doing canon, while Harry continues to search for the truth of his ancestry. LOST is going to go into some pretty dark places, and we're going to find out more of Daphne's character throughout. As usual, there is a P-word if you want to support me, and the Discord link is here. /MW-45M next chapter. A potion is drunk, something is discovered, and there is another attack. 28. Lost Roman 2. LOST Roman 2 last chapter. Daphne Greengrass gifts Harry 2 books for Christmas. One is a compendium of controversial magic, and the other is a compendium of hagiographies. Harry reads about Racimia, who wanted to create a magical empire during the last years of the Roman Empire. Harry's attention is drawn to his mother's family. He is told of a potion that can reveal his ancestry. Unfortunately, it's illegal, not that it's mattered to him before. The frozen mud was solid beneath his boots, the air searing his lungs with every breath. Harry fought through the pain with practiced ease and grinned. His skin tingled. Adrenaline rushed through his veins like smoke through a chimney. To his left, the lake was frozen solid, and a couple of daring seventh years had risen early to play some wizarding game on the ice. It wasn't one he recognized. He'd have to ask Susan later. For now, he ignored them, and so he continued his run. It was much easier than it had been back in September. Strongsong told him this time would come, when challenging exercise would no longer feel so excruciating, when the pain would become power to thrust him along instead. It had taken nearly 6 months of hard work, but he felt he was there. Just then, a scarlet flare peeked over the trees of the forbidden forest. The day was dawning, and he was already up, already working. Harry felt a spark of triumph. He rose before his classmates, worked harder than them, and here he was. All he had to do was put one foot ahead of the other. That was the path to victory. Soon, he'd find out about his mother's ancestry and finally, hopefully, put the rumors to bed once and for all. Professor Dumbledore would find the real heir, or maybe even Alan, and his new friends would get lucky. But either way, everything would return to normal. Then he could restart his dueling club, nothing like Lockhart's awful parody, and return to what he truly loved. He peeked a slight rise to see a figure lying on the ground, reclining by the lake. Tracy David grinned at him and waved. Lovely day, isn't it? Harry slowed to a halt. Davis was sporting her usual hard-wearing exercise robes, colored a classic Slytherin green. If you like it cold and frozen, he returned gamely. Davis' grin widened. Oh, talking to me now, are we? She teased. Now we have a mutual friend. She's not as frozen as everything thinks right. No, Harry thought. Daphne certainly wasn't. She could be fierce. He would say she had a temper. But he hadn't missed the undercurrent of displeasure in her ribbing. I'm not what was the phrase? People person, Davis. I like to keep to myself. Davis raised a startlingly dark eyebrow. Could have fooled me with that club then. Didn't you bring it together? Harry felt his jaw clench. Flashes of hot in McConnell, and most of all, Gabriel's face flew through his mind. Yes, he ground out, and I pulled it apart. He did his best not to sprint away, ignoring Davis' shouted apologies as he completed his last lap of the morning. The walk back to the common room calmed his rage, the cool wind soothing the flush of his cheeks. How had he allowed Davis to get under his skin so easily? He'd had months to come to terms with Gabriel's, with the incident. He thought he had. Perhaps it was just the pressure. With the end of the Christmas holidays, the dirty looks had returned, the whispers, he'd even had to dodge the odd spell. There hadn't been an ambush attempt yet, not this time. Maybe knowledge of last year's failed ambush had gotten around. Hopefully, Daphne would discover how to brew the genus potion before he had to deal with another, though Daphne herself was another source of tension. She and Susan still didn't get along, and all three of them had agreed not to show familiarity with the other in public. The boy who lived's friendship with a Slytherin would only make the rumors worse. That, too, was frustrating. He didn't have many friends and didn't want the luxury of playing pretend. Harry returned to the origin of politics after a lazy shower. The book was, despite its tepid style, engrossing. He'd restrained himself from skipping from chapter to chapter, instead focusing on older figures of magical history. Three figures stood out to him: Edgica, Racimia, and Adrian. He saw echoes of their arguments in modern wizarding politics, what he could understand of it anyway. Edgica was a Visigoth, the oldest of the three. His family were high nobility. His father, Theodoric, was integral to soothing relations between his own tribe and the Romans. The peace, however, slowly broke down, and the Muggle Visigoths blamed Theodoric for the renewed fighting. A mob burned Theodoric's palace. His family fled, and he died soon after, leaving Edgica leader of his family. They were pushed from place to place, eventually settling into a role as mercenaries. Harry wondered what that was like, when the gulf between wizard and Muggle was not yet so great, when they fought on the same battlefields and lived beside each other in the same towns and cities. But Edgica theorized that it could not be. As he grew older, he became increasingly pious and saw that new magical discoveries were increasingly leading Muggles to view wizards as gods. He therefore arrived at an idea he called Sundrunga, later known as the doctrine of severance. On the other hand, Adrian's father was a provincial Roman decurio, a sort of local mayor, as Harry understood it. Nestled deep in Italy, his hometown of Sparlito remained insulated from the scouring of the Roman Empire. Until it didn't. Vandals raided Sparlito, murdering his elderly father. Adrian took up his wand, mustered a Muggle raiding party of his own, and avenged his father, controversially killing no few wizards along the way. To Harry's judgment, Adrian seemed a more affable figure than the other two. In contrast to them, he advocated for what he called the Magna Concordia, the Great Concord. Using the power of the rising church, he wanted to restore harmony among wizards and Muggles by establishing wizarding holy orders to provide charity, guidance, and defense. Suffice to say, that had never happened, and nor had Racimia founded his kingdom of the sorcerers. The heart of the future belonged to Edgica the Visigoth, as wizards and Muggles had slowly separated. Thoughts of Edgica, Racimia, and Adrian spun through his mind throughout the day. He didn't think he heard a word of what Binns said in his actual history lesson. No matter how bloody, goblin rebellions could not compare to the sudden truths that sprung from his mind like sparks from an overeager wand. Was Racimia totally like Voldemort? Was Adrian like Dumbledore and his Valentinian faction? Or were the pro-Muggle Campbellites Adrian's political descendants? He refocused only in time for dueling practice. Susan lined up against him first, beginning with a quick disarming charm and flowing to a series of minor hexes. Harry danced around them comfortably, while Susan grew steadily red in the face. He couldn't help but grin cheekily at her as he skipped by a third Expelliarmus. Susan pouted. "Merlin, Harry, this isn't fair." No, Harry thought, readying his wand. It wasn't. The duel was over within 12 seconds. "It really isn't fair," Susan repeated, this time more seriously. "I'm not learning anything losing like this." She was right. Gabriel had paired students of similar ability with each other for a reason. There was nothing to gain by being defeated in moments. Harry couldn't stop himself. His gaze slid over to Daphne, who was very purposefully ignoring the conversation, her shaded gaze turned down to her violin. She was carefully running a cloth down its grain. They would be perfect opponents, if only they weren't already opponents. Susan had never forgiven Daphne for the Forbidden Forest debacle, and Daphne was only too eager to return the antipathy. In fact, their shared dislike seemed to grow, Now they only spoke to each other when strictly necessary. Harry hadn't dared suggest they duel each other, lest he were to open a box of frogs he couldn't control, and he didn't have the heart to try then, either. Perhaps Hermione would be willing, Harry said vaguely. Probably not, he thought, and Corner should turn up tomorrow. Even after all the attacks, which many had noted, seemed to have paused, Michael Corner still joined them occasionally for dueling practice. He wasn't bad, either. Unfortunately, Susan was slowly pulling away from him in skill, as Harry had pulled away from her. Daphne broke his reverie, strumming her fingers gently across the strings of her violin. It was a tick of hers. "Daphne," he said out of the blue, "could you play a song for us if you have time?" The Slytherin's head jolted up, and though her eyes were obscured, Harry could see the surprise in the crease of her brow. She wrapped her hand around the instrument's neck, and for a moment he thought she would refuse. "What do you want me to play?" she said eventually. Harry shrugged. "I don't know anything about music. You chose." Daphne looked long at Susan, who remained silent before retrieving her bow from her case. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and began with speed. Her song sung at pace, with heart dancing around a tense central note. It was like joy made sound at first, but soon the sonata, at least, that's what Harry thought it was, dipped and swung, and uncertainty flickered in Harry's heart. He thought of all the students in the castle, and all the teachers, scurrying, scrambling around the castle, chasing and being chased by the shadow of the air. He thought of Professor Dumbledore as he had last seen him, his eyes dancing from page to page across his vast oaken desk. He thought of the heads of the houses, debating to and fro. Who was the heir, or what? He thought of the prefects, endlessly pacing their rounds, constantly wary, always watching and never finding. The music soared, shimmering like a spring sun, and Harry thought of Alan, Hermione, and Neville, poring over tomes in the library, searching, searching, forever searching. The only denizens of the castle who weren't scrambling were in the hospital wing, still, silent, petrified. He knew they were lined up in beds in a single distant corner, curtains drawn over their frozen forms. Madame Pomfrey had to feed them potions to extend their lives, and ironically, it was they alone who were at peace. Vaguely, Harry heard the sonata descend into something slower. Everyone else feared the end of Hogwarts, though they were unwilling to say it aloud. Harry recalled Wormhood, the school Emily Lyle had gone to. What was that like? Did it have a lake with a squid? Did the stairs of the building turn by themselves? Were their professors just as renowned as Professors McGonagall or Flitwick? Harry sighed. Probably not. Hogwarts had no rival in Britain for splendor or excellence. All he had to do was prove his own innocence. Drink the potion, note his mother's family, and hunt down Muggle records of their non-magical origins. That was that. The headmaster would find the heir eventually. Yes, and if not him, the Harry. Harry suddenly realized that he'd closed his eyes at some point and that the music was finished. Daphne was staring down at him indecipherably, her lips pursed. "That was lovely," Harry said honestly. "I feel much better now. Who was it?" "Beethoven," Daphne said. "One of his better violin sonatas." Wasn't Beethoven a muggle? Daphne shut her violin away with a click. "Everything Muggles do is bad, Harry. Muggles wrote some beautiful music in the past, but I'm sure you prefer to talk about the genus potion than the centuries of grace." "The what?" "The height of Muggle high culture. Long gone, I'm afraid, before their fast food and television." Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he settled for a change of topic. "Oh, what about the potion?" Daphne took a long glance at Susan. "Unfortunately, I don't think we could brew the potion within Hogwarts grounds. The wards, if you take my meaning." The wards would pick it up as dark magic. Across the room, Susan shuffled in her chair. There was only one solution to this problem. For a moment, it looked as if Daphne would suggest it. "If," she began, before trailing off. Her mouth was pinched in a thin line. She looked strangely uncomfortable with the inevitable conclusion. "If we can't brew the potion in Hogwarts," Susan began, not a little unhappily, "then we'll just have to brew it in Knockturn Alley in an inn." Daphne suddenly seemed very tense. "Yes," she said tightly. "We'd source the ingredients in Knockturn anyway. They aren't exactly Owl Order staples, and it only takes half an hour to brew." That would only leave finding a way out the castle, Harry thought. He tried his best not to look too pointedly at Daphne, who he knew a way out herself. "We just have to find a secret passage that can take us outside the wards," Harry finished. "I know they exist." Daphne practically jumped to her feet. "Yes," she agreed hastily. Anyway, I must be off. See you later. Harry and Susan watched her hurry away, then matched eyes. He could already tell what she was thinking. Harry shrugged. No idea. It was as soon as the idea of leaving the castle came up, Susan pointed out. But why admit we can't brew it within Hogwarts then? I have no idea, Susan said. But we should be careful. Something isn't right. February arrived with a fresh flurry of snow and good news. Hermione had finally left the hospital wing. She'd been sequestered therein since Christmas, and Harry had been getting somewhat worried, no matter how Susan tried to reassure him. Apparently, magical illnesses could linger terribly. They could be pretty sensitive to change, and just needed time to be cured. It is odd, though, he said to himself one night, staring into the curtains of his four-poster bed. No one seemed to know what was wrong with her, and nothing has been going around. But he could do nothing except speculate, so he slept on it instead. The next day dawned pleasantly for the season, with golden sun shining over a dewy Hogwarts morning. Harry breathed in the moist air on his morning run, enjoying the premonition of spring. As he sometimes did, he took the time to practice his stretching as Strong Song advised. After 6 months' practice, he was close to achieving the splits. Not that it was hugely relevant for dueling, but it was a sign of journeyman ability. Either way, it never ceased to amaze him how limber he felt, how free, how hey, was that a bird? Something was coming his way. No, wait, something was diving toward him. Harry ducked as the black-winged owl thundered straight over his head, leaving a white note on the green grass at his feet. He snatched it up, cursing at the bird. It's ready, the note said. Meet by the statue of Gregory the Smarmy on the first floor in 2 days at 11 o'clock. Portkeys organized. Key received. After reading twice, Harry burned it with a brief incendio. It was actually happening then. They all 3 of them were really going to sneak into Knockturn Alley. At the time, it had just been an idea. Now it felt real. Now it felt like one of those stupid ideas, like venturing into the Forbidden Forest or Knockturn Alley for a lightspeed. His head warned him against it. His gut spoke otherwise. He had Susan and Daphne and a plan. He'd been to Knockturn before. Everything was arranged. There was no need to panic. Right. Regardless, Harry soon found himself back behind the curtains of his four-poster bed, staring at the cover of Curses Most Terrible. The knowledge therein almost seemed to call to him, beckoning him to read. And after all, he wondered, why shouldn't he? It was only knowledge, neither bad nor good until it was used. Harry frowned. No, there was a reason people called some magic dark. Just because some were a little over-enthusiastic in labeling, that didn't mean there was no such thing as dark magic at all. The book was called Curses Most Terrible for Merlin's sake. He couldn't use it. He couldn't. But then again, would Daphne's parents really give her something so dangerous? He recalled his last visit to Knockturn. Some of it had looked relatively normal, but there were no few dark alleys, and a similar number of strange figures. He couldn't help but imagine dark-cloaked figures advancing toward them, driving them back down a dead end. Did he have the luxury not to read the book? Susan and Daphne were ultimately risking their lives for him, even if nothing was likely to happen. He was easily the strongest duelist. It was his responsibility to read the book. He didn't have to learn all the spells. Harry's hand crept toward the cover and turned. Yellowed pages greeted him, ordinary pages, pages no different than any other older book. Introduction read the subtitle. Slowly, then with increasing interest, Harry began to read. 2 days later, it was as though he hadn't put the book down. Every excuse he got, Harry was withdrawing behind the curtains of his four-poster bed and cracking open his newest book. Curses Most Terrible, he discovered, was far more than a lexicon of dangerous spells. In fact, fewer than a dozen curses were actually detailed within its pages. Most of the book was dedicated to explaining the uses of said curses, anecdotes from particular duels, and long-winded and unpleasant descriptions of the effects of those same curses. Some of them made Harry shudder, but none of them could make him stop reading. The consequences of even a simple bone-breaking curse were just too interesting to ignore. Added to his repertoire, a bone breaker alone would give him a new vector speed to trouble his opponents, a spell capable of real intimidation, and most importantly, a fairly safe method to disable an opponent quickly. Not that he could use it in a friendly spar. Neither Susan nor Daphne would appreciate that, never mind one of his occasional dueling partners like Michael Corner. No, He'd practiced his preferred new spells alone in the dueling hall, the door locked with every spell he knew. In 2 days, he taught himself 4 spells. As he whipped the invisibility cloak over him and Susan, Harry had never felt more accomplished, more ready. Until he realized he'd forgotten where on the first floor the statue of Gregory the Smarmy was. "Ah, Susan," he whispered bashfully. "Yes, Harry," she whispered back. He could feel her breath on his neck. "Where is the statue of Gregory the Smarmy?" Beneath the cloak, Susan shifted. He could practically feel her radiating annoyance. She wasn't happy about the plan to begin with. By the tapestry of Michael the Magnificent, the one showing him slaying a dragon. It's a big statue, you can't miss it. Harry tried to picture the first floor, recalling a 10-foot statue of a large, corpulent wizard. Oh, never mind. They ascended in silence, stopping by the vast edifice of Gregory and his massive stomach. A sconce was lit nearby, casting a dim, flickering light down the corridor. Harry paused. It was early enough for prefects to be still patrolling, though they were less scattered than last year, a compromise to guard against the air. Even so, if he were to remove his cloak, Daphne, of course, could already be there herself. She had her own cloak, not that they'd discussed it much. Coming to a decision, Harry palmed his wand and poked it into the cool night air. "What are you doing?" Susan whispered. Harry ignored her and cast Lumos. He fed just a trickle of magic into his wand, lighting the tip but dimly. Then he cancelled the spell and waited with bated breath. A few seconds later, a brighter Lumos answered. Harry sighed and threw off his invisibility cloak. About 10 feet away, Daphne matched him. She put her finger to her lips. Harry nodded, then watched as she tiptoed over to the statue. Tap, tap, tap. Harry couldn't quite see where, but 5 more taps rang out. Harry saw her silhouette retreat, and then, slowly, Gregory's vast belly opened as if on a hinge, revealing that vast black maw that Harry suspected was the beginning of a staircase. "Oh," he heard Susan breathe behind him. "Lumos." Her wand light revealed what was indeed the landing of a flight of stairs, extremely steep ones, by the look of them, the sort that could send you flying with a single misstep. "Lovely," Harry whispered. "Does Gregory's stomach close itself?" Daphne paced toward the statue. "Yes," she said impatiently. "Now let's go before we're caught. I don't fancy being expelled for your benefit." She cast her own Lumos and began to descend, disappearing from sight in moments, leaving Harry and Susan alone. They shared a meaningful look and followed. The tunnel was exactly as Harry had expected. Dank, dark, dim, and many other things beginning with D that meant rubbish. Their only saving grace was that he didn't think the tunnel was very deep, so there was no chance of running into a deep earth-spawned demon and being killed. It was a dull walk, actually. The walls were grey-brown, irregular and mossy. Nothing of note was written on them except graffiti, including the now familiar Rasimir shall rise again. Now he knew who Rasimir was. Harry very much preferred he didn't. They made their way in silence, broken only by the occasional drip, drip, drip of moisture. Their breathing quickly faded into the background. Eventually, Harry sensed the tunnel begin to rise. Then, suddenly, a chink of light appeared. It was shaped like the outline of a door. "Finally," Susan complained. "My legs ache." Daphne felt for a handle. "Go for something beneath her hands squeaked in rusty agony. "Run with Harry. Get used to your own feet or take some weight off them." Even in the dark, Harry saw Susan's bright blue eyes flare with anger, but Daphne wrenched the door open before she could reply. A tree-ringed clearing greeted them, lit by cool moonlight. The smell of pine was strong. Harry recognized it intimately. "This is the Forbidden Forest," Daphne finished for him. "Let's not stay around." She hurried to the center of the clearing, picking something off the ground. Harry and Susan followed. 2 bronze metal batons glimmered in her hands, one topped with a red ribbon, the other with a blue. Both were small enough to fit inside a pocket. "One to go." Daphne held up the red ribbon baton, then the blue, and one to return. "Okay," said Harry. "The portkey should take us to Diagon's apparition point, right? And since some kids are homeschooled anyway, no one is going to look at us twice, right? Thank Merlin the magical world was so laid back. 3 children wandering unsupervised around Muggle London would soon attract attention." "Right," Daphne nodded, but Susan only shrugged. "I'm not too sure about that, but I think we can get away with it, and I'm not fat." Daphne held out the red-ribboned baton and grinned. "Prove it." Susan grimaced, put her hood up, then grabbed the baton. Harry echoed her. Patria. The words from Daphne's mouth seemed to spin around his head, lengthening and whirling until the syllables became songs, and the songs became dreams, and all blurred together for a long, long moment. They were spinning and spinning, all three of them falling through a changing sky. The ground swooped before them, and they with it, and Harry heard Susan scream, and then he saw Diagon sprawling out before him. The centrifugal force of the portkey began to slow. Harry knew it was time to land. Forced himself straight and bent his legs. He hit the cobblestones solidly, but didn't buckle. Strongsong's book had taught him to fall as well as run and stretch, and he'd had time to practice during long autumn days. Susan beside him looked elated. Her scream must have been one of enjoyment, while Daphne seemed a little worse for wear, slightly sick, though she was doing her best to hide it, peering through her dark shades at the surrounding houses. Harry followed her gaze. Diagon looked empty in the winter gloom. So far south it was not snowing, nor was there snow on the ground, but a light mist obscured the familiar floating orbs that patrolled the byways of the alley. They glowed like spectres, passing silently without really illuminating anything. Harry strained his eyes to read the lettering on the nearest signboard, knowing it was Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop. He couldn't quite make out the large, golden letters. "Well," Harry said quietly, "I don't think anyone will notice us in this." They strode down the cobbles in their little three-man phalanx, steadily ignoring those they met on their way. Most smelled vaguely of alcohol, whose sharp tone Harry recalled from Uncle Vernon's forays to Little Winging's pub, the George and Dragon. He was always meanest when he came home, and on those days Harry was glad to be locked in his cupboard asleep. Soon they entered Knockturn Alley. Susan stuttered at the entrance, but Harry pushed her on. "It's fine," he whispered to her. "Really. Mostly it's no different to Diagon." Because of her hood, he had no way of knowing what Susan thought about that comment. He suspected she disagreed, but they continued nevertheless. They arrived quickly at a crossroads, where a gaggle of hags were sitting outside Merlin's Regard, a 4-story inn. It was, Harry knew, the inn at which Daphne had booked a room. The hags were leering. Harry fingered his wand. An apothecary, the Fell Nettle, sat in pride of place as a corner store behind him. That was their destination, but Harry felt the curious urge to carry on to follow his memory down left, then left again, and down an alley until he arrived at Rosier's Trifles. He wondered what had happened to it. Had the Auras closed the shop down? What happened to the old man, Caudicus Rosier? He felt someone, Susan or Daphne, tugging at his arm, and turned, following them to the Fell Nettle. Daphne held the door open for them. They were far past opening hours, but a man was behind the counter, regardless. It had cost Harry no few galleons to get him there, though not as many as the cost of the ingredients arrayed before them. Or so Daphne had claimed. She had arranged it all, while Harry had paid for it. All were carefully boxed and labelled, with names like Griffin's Heartstring and Orc Spirit Essence. The strange, cat-like eyes of the proprietor fell on him, and Harry pulled his hood down further. He'd already covered his scar in Muggle makeup, but still, there was something deathly unnerving about him, with his yellow eyes and bone-white hair. He looked too young to possess such an ancient aspect, barely middle-aged. "Your ingredients, young master." He gestured airily to the counter, not even sparing a glance at Daphne or Susan. Harry swallowed nervously. Did he know? There was a bag at the end of the counter, spun out of the strange knitted material witches and wizards preferred. Harry took the bag and packed the ingredients. His wand hand itched. The proprietor was watching him like a hawk. "Thank you," Harry said once it was all packed. "A good evening to you." He'd never been more glad to leave a shop. He took a great gulp of the night air. "Do you think he knew who we were?" Susan whispered. "He knew who I was," Daphne said. "I set it up through my family. I'm not sure of, but Harry saw her bite her lip. "It doesn't matter," Harry said. "What's done is done." And who would believe him anyway? For all the world thinks I'm asleep at Hogwarts. They made their way toward the Merlin's Regard gingerly. Harry soon handed Susan the bag of ingredients. He put himself between the watching hags and his friends, his fingers brushing his wand beneath his sable cloak. "Heh!" The nearest, and possibly ugliest, hag cackled, staring at them with milky eyes. "The night is young, the night is young." Daphne froze. Strangely, she seemed even more nervous than Susan. Harry pulled her onwards, and the Slytherin in turn diverted him toward an exterior staircase. They climbed in silence. Harry felt his heart beating, sweat began to pool on his brow. But soon they were inside, finding themselves in a long corridor. The walls were whitewashed, and the wooden beams crooked and sagging. A painting of a surreal landscape was flanked by two fading tapestries, breaking the monotony. It caught Harry's eye as they passed. Fairyland. "Here," Daphne said lowly, fishing a gleaming silver key from her robes. "Room 11. The door unlocked with a sharp click, then opened with a long squeak. Within was a room not unlike Harry's own at the Leaky Cauldron, though furnished in different colors. Harry took the sight in. The bed was slightly narrower, the floor timbered rather than carpeted, but it was otherwise familiar. More important than its appearance was its purpose. "So," Harry began, "let's, get on with it." He didn't particularly fancy voicing "let's brew this dark potion." Daphne leapt into action, diving into the nearest dresser. Incongruously, she pulled out a heavy black cauldron. The rest of a potion's kit followed quickly. That must have been prearranged. Harry and Susan watched, Harry feeling a little useless, but he could not help but notice the slight shaking of Daphne's hand. Was she still thinking about the hags? "Can we, help?" Susan eventually said. Daphne glanced up from the potions kit a little frantically. "Yes, wait a minute." She took a small book from her robe pocket, flicking toward the center. There should be some stabilizing candles hidden somewhere about. Arrange them, she tapped the diagram like this. Taken aback, Susan took the book and stared. Harry peered over her shoulder, the page displayed. Harry wasn't really sure what it displayed, but he could only call it one thing, a ritual. He didn't know much about rituals, except that they were bad. Bad with a capital B. He glanced over at Daphne, who was still fiddling with the potion's kit, doing something with the bottom of the cauldron. She described it as a potion, but it was too late to back out now. They'd come too far. "Let's just do it," he whispered to Susan. She looked back at him, her bright blue eyes glimmering. Harry held her breath, and Susan nodded. Thank Merlin. They followed Daphne's instructions for half an hour while she brewed. Apparently, the ritual's intent was no different to what Daphne had described. It called upon the memory of the earth itself, or, some argued, the memory of the ancestors of the drinker, to divine the parentage of whosoever drank the potion. However, the ritual's power came primarily from the burning of the blood of a white stag, stabilized by candle fire, not from the potion itself, which was actually called a sparking potion. It lit the magic in the blood. Harry arranged the ritual in a daze. He couldn't even find it in him to be annoyed with Daphne. She'd lied, he knew, because she herself wanted to know the truth. The fact she cared enough to do all this was Daphne's cough broke his reverie. "It's finished," she said gravely, staring at the smoking cauldron. It did not look appetizing. Susan handed the book back. "Have we done this right? I don't agree with this, but I don't want Harry." Daphne glanced at the book, then at the room. They'd arranged a practical field of candles, which was worrying, because the more candles, the more stabilization required. And the more stabilization, the more unstable the ritual really was, along with an interconnected myriad of channels. These were small trenches, just a couple of inches tall, made of a strange black metal. Arranged in the pattern of an unfamiliar rune, they could have only one purpose, to be a channel for blood. "It's perfect," Daphne said. She snapped the book shut. A sudden silence came upon the room. Harry looked over their work from the trenches to the bubbling potion. It was all ready, but his mouth wouldn't move. "WL then," Susan eventually said. "Or are we doing this or not?" Harry felt Daphne's dark-shaded eyes watching him. He took a deep breath. "Yes," he said. "What do I do?" Daphne nodded. "Bones and I will move the genus potion out the runic array. It's a little heavy, while you settle in the center. You need this paper, that's how it will speak to you. I'll direct the ritual. You just need to drink the potion when I tell you and place your hand on the paper." That sounded simple enough. Harry made his way to the center of the array and waited. He watched Susan and Daphne move the cauldron to the corner of the room. Daphne returned with a strangely greasy piece of paper, yellowed with age, and a vial of smoking, clear liquid. It could only be the potion. Harry looked at it sourly. He knew exactly what was in it. He wished he didn't. "Kneel down," Daphne told him quietly. Harry placed the paper on the floor, placing his palm on it. He held the vial in his right hand. Daphne returned to the edge of the array, while Susan looked on anxiously. She unclasped the lid of a container she was yet to touch, a strange black cylinder that reminded Harry strangely of a Muggle thermos. It clicked open, and Daphne poured its contents down the trench. It spread slowly, like treacle, and Susan gasped as it reached the light. It was a dark, deep red. The white stag's blood, a lot of it. Suddenly, Harry felt trapped, as if the runic array was a prison, and he the only prisoner. Quite out of nowhere, he recalled visiting the birdcage, seeing Montague in his cell. Had he gone through similar rituals? Was this common in dark families? Then Daphne started whispering. Quietly, quickly, and many, many words. She was reading from her small, nameless book. Harry strained to divine what she was saying, but each word seemed to quail from his mind, fleeing before he could define it. The rafters creaked above him, then the floorboards below, and Harry felt the distinct sensation of something descending, something pressing its vast palm down from the heavens and settling around them. It was like a hand around his throat, a stone atop his chest. Harry turned to the others, alarmed. Daphne's whispering grew a little louder. She did not look up. Susan was looking back at him, equally frozen in quickly approaching terror. Then something rose up from the earth, up from the dust of death and time, to meet the great invisible hand. Harry felt them embrace, and the world seemed to rock and shudder. The blood shimmered and flowed like rivers in the trenches. The air sparked and burned, and the candles flickered worryingly. They were all that was stabilizing the ritual, all that was restraining the might of these two incomprehensible forces, if they were to go out. Harry took a deep breath and closed his eyes. They won't go out, he thought. They won't go out. They won't go out. Images of a sudden snap of the two forces crushing him until he was jelly passed through his mind. He heard his heart within his ears. They won't go out. They won't go out. They won't go out. Whoa, Harry cracked an eye open. The room was still there and he was still alive, but something had changed. The air was still, and it was then Harry realized. The whispering Daphne had stopped. The things were gone. A great wave of relief flooded through him, and he glanced down at the paper beneath his palm. Something was being written there, indeed. Something was writing itself without quill nor ink. The words were appearing in plain cursive, one letter at a time, as if from nowhere. No, Harry realized, from the past, and from those, whatever they were. They knew James Potter was the first name to appear. Not a revelation, but proof it was working. Lily Potter. Irritatingly, Charles Potter appeared above James, then Doria Potter, his paternal grandparents, not what he needed to know. But if it was moving generation to generation, paternal to maternal, that meant. Harry's eyes flicked over to his mother's name. He waited with bated breath. It began out ARRO, Harry said. A spasm of anger overtook him. He could already tell what name this was, not a muggle one. OKGA, all his attempts at learning wizarding custom left him then. He didn't even consider substituting Merlin for oh shit. Suddenly, there was a knock, a bang, really, on the door. Harry practically jumped out of his skin. His wand was in his hand before he even knew it. His mind rushed through thoughts like a race-pattern nimbus. Had it been discovered that they were out of bed? Was McGonagall coming for them? No, it wasn't likely. And something about that knocking riled him the wrong way. The hags, perhaps, or the proprietor of the apothecary. Either way, they were here for him and weren't friendly. The decision was made. He glanced at his friends. Get to the back of the room, he ordered. Harry squared himself. Whoever was on the other side of that door was an adult and a nasty one. He wasn't ready. He had no other choice. The day was coming, now has arrived. As you can see, Harry hasn't got what he wanted at all, and has seemingly picked up some more foes on the way, for reasons that shall be soon explored. Arguably, later additions to canon rule out the idea of Harry as a Slytherin descendant entirely. If I so recall, I don't really pay attention anymore, but I'm ignoring everything after the 7th book, and my intention has always been to explore the unexplored sections of the HP universe, of which Lily Potter's own ancestry is one. It's not a very pretty one at all, and yes, this does make Petunia a squib. Next chapter, Harry finds himself in a serious fight, finds something out about Daphne Greengrass, and discovers yet another book. A curious tome, one that is seemingly unused. P.S. As usual, the next chapter is available early on Discord, and yet another chapter beyond that on Patreon. 29. Lost Roman 3. LOST Roman 3 Last Chapter. Harry, Susan, and Daphne venture into Diagon Alley, seeking to complete a potion to uncover Harry's potential ancestral connection to Salazar Slytherin. Unfortunately, they prove the opposite and are interrupted by an unfriendly-sounding knocking on the door of their room. "Who is it?" Harry called, keeping his wand pointed squarely at the door. He turned into his preferred stance and bent his knees slightly. For a moment there was silence, as if whoever was on the other side was debating with each other how to respond. "Aura Department," came the answer. His accent was rough and southern, a Londoner, and not what Harry would associate with the magical police. "We've 'ad reports of queer happenings in this room. Open the door." Glancing down at the ritual-imbued paper, it was still writing. Harry thought they were more right than they knew. But of course, they were lying. He turned to his friends, ice in his veins. They were by the window. Susan looked angry, ready to fight. Daphne looked afraid, very afraid. "Open the curtains," Harry stage whispered to them. "Get ready to jump and hold hands, trust me." He returned his attention to the door before either could respond. "I don't believe you," he told them. "Why don't you leave instead?" "Okay, lad," said the voice beyond the door. "You asked for this." Bang! The door groaned in protest, bulging around its hinges. Harry swallowed heavily. These people weren't messing about. Bang! Screeching in protest, the door was ripped away from the wall, falling with a clatter on the carpet. Smoke blew from the doorway, concealing two distinct figures. Adult figures, he saw, and likely men. No way was it a fight they could win. But they had to get through the narrowing of the doorway. That was his only advantage. Relatio, rictus empra, locomotor mortis. The school hall spells flew from his wand at pace, a gaggle of bright lights. They looked rather pathetic, Harry thought, outside Hogwarts. He almost felt embarrassed to cast them, especially after reading Curses Most Terrible. Though that was the point. They were no danger at all, so easily shielded against. Come on, Harry thought, use a shield. While Curses Most Terrible had revealed his weakness, it also showed him a method to stall. All he needed was for one of the attackers to cast a shield. The spells flew inexorably toward their target. He still couldn't see the glint of a shield. Harry felt his heart hammering in his heart. "Come on, do it. Pratigo," the taller figure said. The smoke was vanishing now, revealing that the wizards arrayed against him were dressed plainly in dark cloaks, their hoods concealing their faces. They were not dressed as auras. "You'll have to try harder than that, kid." "Oh," Harry said, eyeing the glimmer of his shield. He made two wide loops with his wand, then flicked up once. "I know. Excrumptura." A great green arrow burst forth thus, rocketing straight at the doorway. The shorter wizard gasped. "But you're shy." It was far too late. Excrumptura pricked the Pratigo like a thorn, embedding itself within. It was a particularly nasty shield disruptor, a type of spell that interfered with the workings of most shields. Excrumptura was an interesting one. While useless against anything except a shield, the thorn would burrow itself inside when it came into contact with an immaterial shield. It became like a virus sucking power from the shield to wield against the caster. Power down the shield and it would explode. Interact with the shield and it would explode. Now his own shield was blocking his way into the room. Harry didn't wait to see their reaction. He turned toward the window where Susan and Daphne were still waiting. He sprinted toward them. "Come on," he said, taking Susan's hand. "Do you trust me?" "Yes." "No. Never mind. Get on the ledge." He waited just a moment as Daphne breathed a shaky sigh before acquiescing. Arresto momento. Ever since he'd seen Professor Dumbledore employ the charm during a Quidditch game, he'd been practicing the spell. As he jumped out the window, Harry hoped he'd gotten it right. He fell alarmingly quickly toward the cobbled ground below, the wind whooshing by his ears. He could hear Daphne shrieking beside him, her voice caught in the air. At that moment, Harry realized that, in casting the charm on 3 people at once, the spell's potency was definitely reduced. Merlin. He bent his knees and braced as best as he could. The ground came up at him hard, and then there was the moment of impact. He felt his ankles protest. Pain sprung from his feet, climbing upwards like a coil of terrible ivy. He heard Susan cry out beside him. Harry took a moment to reorientate himself. He still had 4 limbs, and his legs weren't broken. He hoped. Daphne was looking at him angrily while Susan was holding her ankle. "Damn, are you okay?" "You idiot," Daphne said, butting between them, her finger wagging. "Why didn't you tell us you were going tea?" "I'm fine," Susan shouted. "I'm fine, and your concern is appreciated, but we don't have time to argue." No, Harry thought, glancing up at the window. They didn't. "Back to Diagon, let's go." He set off at a quick march, knowing that running would only attract unwanted attention. He heard Susan breathe out shakily beside him. Daphne had gone very white. Once more he wished he could see behind her glasses. Both were looking back occasionally, and Harry didn't blame them. Soon they had turned a few corners from the Merlin's regard. They had heard nothing behind them, no clue of where their attackers had gone. Had his curse stumped them? Harry wondered. One of them, at least, seemed to recognize it. Whap, whap, whap. Daphne almost cried out as a dark shape launched past her. Harry's hand darted to his now sheathed wand, until he saw that it was a raven. He heard the Slytherin girl mutter something that sounded like Latin. Susan, meanwhile, was grimacing, and Harry saw, limping, though she'd been trying to hide it. That was his fault, he knew. His momentum slowly curse had been too weak. Perhaps he should have pushed them out the window first, then followed. Had he been panicking himself? He cast his mind back to the moment Harry blinked. They were suddenly back in Diagon Alley with its drifting lights and its safety, and Susan and Daphne were staring at him. Sorry, I was miles away. You took the paper, didn't you? Daphne said, almost pleadingly. The paper, as he searched the pockets of his robe, Harry's mind returned to that moment, the moment it had started writing. MRROK, he grasped the sheet and sighed. That was not a Muggle name. I have it. They crowded around him as he unfolded the paper. Morgana, Daphne cursed. Susan's grimace only intensified, for above his mother's name sat her own mother and father, his grandparents, Marok Gaunt and Apollonia Black. I don't know who those people are, Harry said, but I'm guessing they're not Muggles. Daphne tore her gaze away from the family tree. She was looking at him with new intensity, with something incomprehensible hidden behind her dark-shaded glasses. They aren't, Harry. In fact, wait, Susan entreated. Can we discuss this tomorrow? You know, in Hogwarts, where we're actually supposed to be. Daphne paused. That's probably for the best. Susan had been staring at him all morning. She'd woken up early to go to the hospital wing for her sprained ankle, her excuse being she'd hurt herself on a trick stair, and had returned as Harry settled down for his reading before breakfast. She hadn't said much, but had watched him pensively, a strange expression on her face. Her attention had followed him through charms, then through a dull history of magic lesson. Binns had waffled on about the Third Wizard-Goblin War, while Professor Flitwick demonstrated a rather charming charm that made ink sketches leap off the page and perform tiny, animated scenes, much to the delight of the class. It hadn't quite been enough to settle Harry's approaching sense of dread. Finally, lunch arrived. Harry and Susan set off toward the old dueling hall. He felt rather like a prisoner marching to the block. Daphne was already waiting for them at the customary table. Hello, she said. She didn't even look at Susan. Afternoon, Harry managed to return. He sat opposite her and Susan sat beside him. Then there was silence. They all looked at each other. What Harry thought dryly was the wizarding expression. There was a nundu in the castle, and no one wanted to see it. Well, Daphne finally began. Well, you are the heir of Slytherin. At Susan's angry look, she was quick to correct herself. One of them. Your cousin is meaner than you, whoever he is. My cousin, Harry thought. It was true, whoever it was probably his cousin. He felt strangely numb. Who are they? My grandparents, I mean. I recognized the name Black from somewhere, but the Gaunts. He watched Daphne and Susan share a long look. They knew, and it wasn't particularly good. The Gaunts are one of Slytherin's descendant families, Susan said. The only family that survived the purges. They were once called the Gants, Daphne said. That's what they were called in that book, Slytherin's Strategy. They continued with his ideas after all the other distaff lines were hunted down, and you know. There was a tinge of redness to Daphne's pale cheeks, and Harry suddenly realized why. Slytherin spawned a dozen cousinly families to retain his gift within the Slytherin line, but if the Gaunts carried on after all the other lines were dead. Oh, they, lasted quite a while, Susan interjected. The Gaunt family was large, and magic has a way of fighting problems like that. But eventually even magic couldn't help generations of cousin marriage, and they fell into poverty. Asterisk, Daphne nodded. Little more than squibs at the end. Was that who Marok Gaunt was then? An angry, inbred squib, and a Polonia Black. That's interesting. It doesn't make any sense. Daphne said. Do you really not know about the Black family? Harry tried to trace the name through his memory, but came up with very little. Not really. I think I've heard of them. I gave up learning British magical history a while ago. It's bloody mind-bending. The Blacks are probably the premier magical family in the country, or they were, Daphne explained. Before the Yerian faction was called the Yerian faction, it was the Black Bloc. The Blacks were the most powerful, wealthiest family in the country. And they were known for their ruthlessness and cruelty, Susan interrupted. Daphne frowned. That's more a point of view than the truth. But the Black Bloc rarely held true power. The other factions always outnumbered them. Eventually, they grew tired of fighting a losing battle, and with the rise of the Dark Lord, they joined the Gampists. Black Gold funded the Dark Lord's army, and Bellatrix Black married a Lestrange. Soon she was feared, a madwoman, the Dark Lord's most feared lieutenant. And then, Susan continued, looking at him meaningfully, the Dark Lord fell, and the Blacks with them. Harry took a long moment to absorb it all. His eyes glanced back down at the paper, tracing over the names. Marok Gaunt, Apollonia Black. No dates were given, but since his mother was born in 1960, that placed their own births at around 1940 or earlier. So, if the Blacks were still important until a decade or so ago, when did the Gaunt family fall? Ah, Daphne said, you've noticed. That's what's interesting. The early 20th century. You're right, it's too late. Marok Gaunt and Apollonia Black, whoever they are, shouldn't have met. Marok would have been living in poverty, too poor to go to Hogwarts, while Apollonia was a daughter of a still great family. Something strange happened, something inexplicable. Harry felt his stomach turn. Technically, Daphne had repaid her debt for the Poglarchy cube. She didn't have to investigate his grandparents now he knew who they were, would she? He hated the idea of asking for help. Magic, maybe, Harry said wryly, pushing his anxiety down. I'll figure it out, Daphne said, but it may take a few weeks. There'll be something in the archives. Thank Merlin, he gave her his best smile. Thank you. It was then that Susan coughed pointedly and Daphne's lips thinned, her expression darkened at once. Looking between the two, neither seemed particularly happy. Both appeared as though they would rather be anywhere else. What? Well, Susan began, that's not all. There are rumors, you see, ones you should probably be told about. There's a... Well, the Black family is cursed, Daphne blurted out. Probably twice over. Cursed. He'd heard the gossip that the defense against the dark arts post was cursed, but a whole family cursed. Is that even possible? Yes, Susan assured. They're not the only ones. The Wilkes family have suffered for 2 centuries now from a curse cast on them by Aldous Rookwood. He died a few years ago, and the Wilkes family hoped the curse would die with him. It didn't. Harry struggled to imagine the stretch of time, the depth of hate required to cast such a thing. The thought made him ill, and worse, his own grandmother was a Black. So, what about the Black curse? Who cast that? That's the thing, Susan said gravely. No one has claimed it. There's no evidence of a great ritual either. Aldous Rookwood had to kidnap a Wilkes to use his blood. Nothing of the sort has happened to a Black in the last 100 years, which is as long as it has supposedly been active. But still, Daphne continued in a hushed tone. For once they seemed in a terrible synchronicity, as somber as a storm-stricken funeral. Members of the Black family are unlucky. They die long before their time. Squibs appear unusually often in their line, and for once, Daphne seemed reluctant to say something. She could barely look him in the eye. And, she murmured, so quietly he strained to hear, and they are vulnerable to bouts of instability and obsession. Truthfully, they often go insane. Ice settled in Harry's veins, searing cold and fearful. That was why she couldn't look at him. Insanity, the word echoed in his head, obsession. His head felt like it would split open and break like a cracked egg. His vision swam. Harry blinked rapidly, choking out the words, It's just one grandmother. Right. 2, Susan corrected solemnly. Doria Potter was born Doria Black. Honestly, Harry, looking at your family tree, you're more Black than Potter. Harry stared down at the accursed paper on the table, and he suddenly felt like it was taunting him. His eyes, unbidden, traced the name Black. It couldn't be right. It was just superstition, right? No one ever claimed the curse. Yes, that had to be it. That was where the story crumbled. Who would be able to resist boasting about their victory over the Black family if they were as vital as he'd been told? Merlin, his head was pounding. I don't know what to say to that, Harry said weakly. No one claimed responsibility for the Black curse, right? But surely there are theories. Susan and Daphne exchanged long, meaningful glances. The Malfoys, people say, or the Burkes, but both are unlikely, Susan explained. The Malfoys had motive as political rivals, but not the means. The Burkes and the Blacks had disagreements at the time, but nothing so bad they'd risk such a risky ritual. Daphne swallowed heavily. Others, and I'm not saying this is true, others say it was a demon, or the devil himself. The pounding in his head was like a hammer now. Smash, smash, smash against his forehead, right on his scar. Incest, curses, hatred, fear. His mind was full of too many terrible things. What was he supposed to do with it all? Great, he eventually croaked out. I'm the child of a cursed family and incest. That's not what I set out to prove with all this. Susan smiled sympathetically and gingerly took his hand in hers. Her touch was soothing. Harry tried his best to steady himself. He breathed deeply, forcing his eyes away from his family tree. He examined the old dueling hall, smelling the familiar scent of varnished wood coming to the fore. Slender, golden light was dappling through the slits in the long, thin windows. Susan, her hair red like blood, was smiling at him still. And there was Daphne. Her dark glasses obscured her eyes, but her body language betrayed her discomfort. She, too, didn't know how to handle this. Harry felt the pressure in his head begin to recede. I suppose, he eventually said, and he was pleased to hear that his voice was stronger now, that I need to know how my mother's grandparents met. I need to know how it happened. Susan squeezed his hand. It probably won't lead us to the heir, she warned. Despite himself, Harry smiled and squeezed back. Susan, he thought fondly, always practical. She had already moved on to the backup plan. If they couldn't prove he wasn't the heir, then if they could still find the real culprit. The other heir, you mean, he said. I've still got to know. Call it my new obsession. Susan's other hand arced straight into Harry's shoulder. Idiot. I'll figure it out, Daphne reassured. And it's not all bad. Now you can call yourself a pureblood. While Susan rolled her eyes, Harry quickly fired another joke. It was better than crying, wasn't it? Perhaps a little too pure. It was then Daphne's turn for the customary punch to the shoulder. Yet 2 weeks later, Daphne had found nothing. It showed, too. She was becoming frustrated, and her frustration bled into her dueling. Susan had been winning most of their bouts as of late, as had Corner when he turned up a week ago. Harry, meanwhile, continued to work through battle transfiguration. Outside of practice, his cousin had become strangely silent. There were no more attacks, and the castle seemed to simmer down once more. It helped, too, that a warm spell arrived at Hogwarts as March approached. Though still chilly, a bright sun was more often than not breaking through the clouds, casting ethereal light on the grounds of the school. Students were spending more time outside, where it was reasonably assumed Slytherin's monster could not reach them. A few daring sixth years even had a picnic, wrapping themselves in so many wintry layers they resembled beached seals. Others, perhaps more sensibly, organized pick-up Quidditch games to compensate for the lack of a Quidditch Cup. Harry watched them enviously. He enjoyed flying and loved competition, but didn't know how they'd react if he asked to join. Nowadays, most of the students seemed to carefully ignore him. Sometimes he found it quite funny, knowing what he knew, in a sense. He was an heir of Slytherin. Just not the heir. It was a fact he'd had to reconcile quickly. He had no other choice. He couldn't break down in the middle of the year, not when he was under so much pressure, when so many eyes were watching. Harry hadn't had any luck discovering the identity of his cousin, either. Leads were scarce, to say the least. No Gaunt had been enrolled in Hogwarts for a century. None before his mother, at least, and she had gone under the name of Evans, a family, he now knew, who must have adopted her at some point. That made his past complicated. From Hagrid's descriptions, Lily Potter was a fierce and willfully Muggle-born witch, much like Hermione Granger. She fought for Muggle-born rights against Voldemort, who also claimed to be the heir of Slytherin, and who must have been her cousin. Did his mother secretly know it? Had she discovered her own Parseltongue ability, or had she died, unknowingly, to her own family? The thought kept him up at night, staring at the canopy of his four-poster bed. As did his other central quandary, should he approach Alan, Hermione, and Longbottom? They, too, were researching the heir of Slytherin. They could have some clue he'd missed. Hermione especially he knew to be an excellent researcher. On the other hand, she only had access to the same books his own group had. Since the Gaunt connection went nowhere, Harry and Susan, Daphne, was busy researching the Gaunt-Black connection and couldn't be seen in public with them anyway, were spending their time trying to narrow down the nature of Slytherin's monster. It was a long process of elimination. There were more creatures in the magical world than Harry imagined, more than he'd gleaned from his perusals of Creatures of Land, Sea and Sky, and a Delita Land's lectures. But nothing could easily evade detection within the school walls, live 1,000 years, and petrify its victims. It was impossible. Harry sighed, turning another page of most macabre monstrosities. No, he thought, it couldn't be a Chinese flying worm. Its wingspan was wider than the corridors. A fascinating creature, though. Apparently it could speak human languages and had a penchant for telling lethal riddles. Sighing, Harry glanced around the room. Except for him, the old dueling hall was empty. Susan had gone to the toilet. Rain pattered against the window. A yellow flame emitted from 4 charred sconces, casting mellow light through on a sea of stacked chairs and century-old desks. He'd seen it many times, except what was that? Something gleamed beneath a chair, something that hadn't been there before. Harry focused on the object. Whatever it was small. Curious, he stood and wandered over to the desk, bending down to retrieve a book. No, he realized, faint interest stirring within him, a diary. 1943 was written on the front in faded golden letters. He caressed the rutted spine and opened it. The owner had written, likely back in 1943, judging by the smudging of the writing, T.M. Riddle. Who was T.M. Riddle? And how had his old diary found its way under a chair in the old dueling hall? Just then, the door creaked open. Harry felt the strange urge to hide the diary behind his back as he turned to see Daphne enter. She was pacing, smiling, even as she saw him. She was clutching a faded photograph in her hand. "I've found it," she said. "I've found it." "Found what?" Harry found the back of the photograph shoved in front of his face. It was full of loopy handwriting, even more faded than the diary, which was rapidly losing his attention. He tried to read it but got nothing beyond the odd first name. Jacob, Florentina. Daphne scoffed and flipped the picture around. Robed, smiling figures, all in black and white, faced him. She pointed to a tall, dark-haired woman. "Apollonia," she said. Harry's eyes widened. "And Marok." Beside Apollonia was an even taller, though much broader man, whose similarly black hair hung to his shoulders. Harry desperately searched for himself in their faces, but felt he couldn't be sure. They were smiling, though. He tried his best to absorb the warmth in their eyes, to burn their image into his memories. Who are these people? The whole group, I mean. Daphne's face seemed to tighten, her brow furrowing. "I don't know. All it says on the back is LOST, lost." Harry frowned. Lost. He gingerly took the photograph from Daphne, who relinquished it willingly. She was right. In the top left corner, neatly underlined, were the letters LOST, an acronym, but what did it mean? He scanned the names again, but couldn't make out any of them beyond Jacob and Florentina. "These people," Harry said. "Most of them should still be alive, right?" "I could only find one," said Daphne. "Which is worrying. They wouldn't even be 100. Lucinda Avery lives above magical menagerie." Daphne smiled sardonically. "You've been walking past her every time you go to Diagon Alley." Harry looked back down at the names on the photograph. Now she'd said it, he could see her name clearly. He turned the picture around again, and if the names corresponded to faces, Lucinda was a slight, pretty blonde woman with a dimpled chin. "Looks like we're going to Diagon again," Harry said. He couldn't help but notice as Daphne paled. Had their last visit to Diagon affected her? Soon after, he tucked the diary into his book bag. They waited for Susan to arrive, then discussed their latest endeavor to break the rules. Glossary. Excrumptura, from the Latin excrumpere, to burst or break out. When repeated over generations, cousin marriage becomes an increasingly bad idea. Saying that, I've seen some research that marrying your second or third cousin is actually the most genetically healthy option. Not that marriage is that simple, of course. I'm not sure that most younger teenagers would know the specifics of this, but Harry has read enough magical history to understand. And fair warning, LOST's tale is as gruesome as it is tragic. On a lighter note, has there ever been a Hufflepuff Harry who is also a legitimator of Slytherin's story? Not that the Duellist Harry is a very good Hufflepuff. If you've got a moment, please leave a review. Next chapter. Harry and his friends venture once more into Diagon Alley, this time to visit Lucinda Avery. 30. Lost Roman 4. LOST Roman 4 last chapter. Seeking an understanding of his parcel-tongue ability, Harry discovers his ancestry. It is not what he desired. With it appears a new mystery. What is LOST? A group in which his maternal grandparents were somehow involved. The only remaining link appears to be Lucinda Avery, who Daphne has tracked to magical menagerie in Diagon Alley. He also finds a certain diary, discarded in the dueling hall. Harry left the enigmatic diary in his trunk. Who had a diary from 50 years ago, and why had they thrown it away? Considering its age, a teacher seemed more likely, but the state it was left in implied. Harry searched for the word impulsiveness, something he wouldn't expect from a professor. They would simply use a bin or vanish it if the diary wasn't too enchanted. Curious. It was all very curious, but he had more pressing matters to consider. Specifically, their imminent trip to Diagon Alley. It wouldn't be as perilous as last time, when they'd simply passed through on their way to the Cedia Nocturne, but it wasn't without its own problems. For one, they'd be going during the day. Magical Menagerie closed at 3 o'clock on weekdays and 4 o'clock on Saturdays. Saturday was their only chance of sneaking unnoticed from the castle. However, visiting Wizarding Britain's most popular shopping district during peak hours could only be a gamble. The chances that somebody would recognize them, Harry, was not insignificant. Fortunately, they would not be the only children around. Many magical households homeschooled, and day schools were far more popular than boarding. Then there was the problem of Lucinda Avery herself. Daphne had found her relative through a land registry, and had done some digging herself to discover that Avery was living above the shop. But what would they tell her, ask her? Susan seemed nonchalant, but Harry felt. Well, he wasn't sure what he felt. An edge, a something. There were too many oddities about LOST. Why was there so little record about their members? They should have been some of the premier members of Wizarding Society, Blacks, Beauforts, Greengrasses, Tremblays. But that photograph seemed the only record of their existence. It was like they disappeared off the face of the earth, and it made Harry nervous. He slept badly that night, but woke no later than normal. He was scheduled for a run but took a shower instead. The water's cascade down his back soothed his mind. By the time he stepped back into the common room proper, Susan was already waiting for him on the sofa, bleary-eyed. "Morning," he said. Susan suppressed a yawn, her nose wrinkling. "Morning, Harry. I don't know how you do this every day." Harry smiled. "I do it early." "Ha ha," she deadpanned. "Do you have your hideaway patch on? I can't see it past your hair." Harry moved his fringe to the side, nothing more than clear, pale skin. "It's like magic." Susan rolled her eyes. "You've spent too much time around Wayne." Not lately, Harry thought. Ever since Justin, the rest of the Hufflepuffs had slowly withdrawn from him. He didn't think they'd even noticed. If Wayne had, he'd probably stick to him just to be contradictory, but it stung still. He smothered the grimace that threatened to twist his lips unpleasantly. "Let's hope Daphne is as perky as you." Susan groaned as she stood. "I hate this," she whined. Nevertheless, she trudged over toward the entrance of the common room. Harry followed, and together they walked to the statue of Gregory the Smarmy. Thankfully, the corridors were empty, which was rather the point. They couldn't be seen entering a secret passage out of the school. The only problem was what to do when they got to Diagon. The shops didn't open until 10, with witches and wizards working entirely at their own pace. Daphne was waiting for them by Gregory's statue, leaning against his vast stomach, her dark glasses slightly askew. Harry smiled to himself and nodded. Daphne nodded back. Neither had bothered with their cloaks of invisibility. It wasn't against the rules to wake early. Harry, however, had made sure to fold his neatly within his satchel. He was sure Daphne had done the same. "You're looking spry," he said by way of greeting. Daphne stared back, her dark glasses flashing against the first light of the day. She did not look happy, to say the least. "I don't know how you or Tracy do this every day." "Funny," Harry said. Susan said something similar. Daphne looked at him poisonously. They were so easy to rile up. "Let's get this over with," Susan said. "We can't stand around here for long." For once, Daphne agreed with her. She tapped the statue with haste, while Harry vaguely thought that he, too, should memorize the pattern. After all, a way out of the castle would be useful, and Daphne wouldn't always be there to open it for him. Gregory's humongous stomach opened painfully slowly, and all three of them were eager to pile in. Thereafter, the journey was very much a repeat of the day before. A long, dull walk down a mossy tunnel. No light reached down there. It could be the middle of the night or the middle of the day. Eventually, the tunnel began to climb, and they arrived at a now familiar clearing in the forbidden forest. This time, a pale wan sun hung limply in the bright Scottish sky. It shone on two more bronze battens that Harry now knew to be the greengrass pattern of portkeys. "This feels like déjà vu," he said blithely. Daphne raised a dark eyebrow. Deja vu. A muggle thing, never mind. That didn't seem to impress her. She shrugged then, as before, pocketed the blue baton and held out the red. Time to go. Harry and Susan both grasped the baton. Diagon Alley was almost totally empty, peaceful, even. Further south as they were, the weather was approaching spring. The sunlight seemed golden as it shimmered on the light puddles scattered across the cobbles of the alley. There must have been a light rain the night before. Harry unsheathed his wand. Lumos. It was just past 7 o'clock. Still 3 hours to go. Lovely, Harry thought. In truth, they could have waited in the secret passage, but that would have been boring, terribly boring. He preferred risky discovery to that. Harry glanced around the alley. There wasn't a soul in sight, just the tall, handsomely timbered houses and the haphazardly cobbled path. What feet had wandered down that road, he wondered. Diagon dated from before the Roman invasion. It was difficult to believe that every single significant British witch and wizard who had ever lived had made their way down Diagon's weathered cobbles. He began to imagine them then, Godric and Salazar, Arcturus and Dumbledore, all of them looking on toward. Harry turned. Susan was staring at him as if he'd grown a second pair of glasses from his nose. "Oh, sorry, what?" "I know a place to wait," she said. "It's not far." She led them to a lane between amanuensis quills and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. It was quieter still than the alley itself, and wound slowly rightwards until all they could see was a veil of trees behind a tall brick wall. "This way, come on." Harry shared a glance with Daphne. "Susan, where are we going?" he asked, following in her wake. "You'll see." The cobbles were smoother down the lane, larger and less worn. Did anyone live down here? Or perhaps it was a side entrance for the shops. Harry remembered exploring Little Winging's High Street, finding a similar, but far grimier, lane by Wilko's, and discovering that all the shops had rear entrances. He'd watched as a lorry had backed into the Wilko's courtyard, unloading large cages full of what he'd assumed from their packaging were gardening tools. Did wizards have something similar? Soon they'd reached the curve in the lane. Susan stopped by an unassuming section of the wall and stared at it, biting her lip. Susan." Slowly, she drew her wand but made no other move. She was watching the wall as though it were a riddle. Daphne sighed. "Susan." No reaction. The wind blew gently down the lane, tugging at their robes. Susan's braid whipped around, and still she stared. It was Harry's turn to sigh. Feeling the first twinge of boredom, he turned his attention further down the lane. There were, he saw, rows of gates down the way, which led in the far distance to another right turn. Would that take them back to Diagon proper? Perhaps the gates were the rear entrances to the shops. If so, the nearest one was Madame Malkin's, and the one after that was Blinkhorn's bootmaker's, and the one after that was— Aha! Harry jumped, turning back to Susan with his wand in hand. She was already tapping away at the wall, much like Hagrid had, more than 2 years ago now. Harry felt a swell of curiosity-tinged nostalgia as the bricks began to move. They clicked apart smoothly, unraveling in a familiar but novel pattern. The resultant whole revealed a glade, shaded by tall oak trees and carpeted by dewy, glistening grass. Harry breathed in, enjoying the smell of the rich, loamy earth, the crisp tang of freshly shorn leaves, and the subtle hint of wildflowers. But then his mind caught up, and a hint of warning replaced the wildflowers. "Susan, are you sure we're allowed to go in there?" Susan nodded. "My aunt showed me it," she said proudly. "It's not someone's land, not exactly. I'll show you." Susan practically skipped through the newly revealed doorway. Harry and Daphne followed more cautiously. On the other side of the wall was, indeed, a glade. Great oaks circled them, where thrushes and robins played between the towering branches. The grass was wet beneath his feet, and with every step Harry felt his caution wilt. There seemed to be no wards, no danger, just beauty. But Susan didn't stop. She carried on through the trees. Harry found himself following her before he knew where his feet were taking him. Ahead of him she began to skip, then run, bounding over fallen trees and dancing between the trunks of those still standing. Susan looked back briefly, and they locked eyes. Hers were sparkling with mischief, and she giggled, her laughter high and light. "Catch me if you can." Harry felt a smile touch his lips, and he followed, knowing he'd long outlast her. Daphne, he heard, was running somewhere behind him in turn, but soon Susan slowed, then stopped. She was panting, her pale cheeks flushed red, but not exhausted. Harry stopped beside her quizzically. "Look," she said, nodding ahead. He followed her gaze through the dwindling trees and observed a great band of glistening blue water. Great Lake shimmered before him, spanning so far the trees on the other shore appeared like distant toys. Islands darted the water, where swans gathered beneath the shadows of tall birch trees. The water was mirror-bright, reflecting the endless sky above. To his left, a long, broad pier thrust out into the water. Harry watched it for a long, long moment, barely registering Daphne's approaching footfalls beside him. It was bigger than the Rosier's Holtmere had been. In fact, it rivaled Hogwarts' Black Lake itself. Ah, he realized. This was how the Diagon's shops received their goods. It wasn't just a lake, it was a mere. The pier wasn't just a pier, it was a dock. He settled down by the water's edge, hoping to see a ship emerge from the Methydrian. About 20 minutes later, a dozen wizards arrived by the dock. They were dressed in a uniform he didn't recognize, composed primarily of navy edged with silver. Diagon's guildsmen, Susan had called them. They milled about, waiting by the water. Harry leaned forward, expectant. Nothing happened for the next 10 minutes, and then it did. A great mast burst from the surface of the mere, then another, then another. The water surged. Its violent ripples triggered the same earthen breakwall that protected the shore of Holtmere. Soon the hull of the first had settled on the lake, painted blue and white, then the second, red and gold, then the third, whose smaller frame remained bare. That was interesting. Was the captain of the smallest ship too poor to afford the paint, or was it a purposeful choice? At Holtmere, Edward Lisle had spoken about a shipping guild, though not in a way Harry had been able to understand. He'd assumed all seaborne trade was managed by that single guild, but the different paint on the ships, Harry found himself chewing on his lip. This far away, he couldn't quite make out the names painted on their hulls. Those ships, who chooses the paint? Is it up to the captain, or... They represent the different guilds, Daphne said. They've split apart in the last 100 years. The unpainted one is independent, which is controversial, I think. My father opposes ungilded trade. Susan made a noise of agreement. My aunt, too. They watched the ships glide to the dock, where the august and renowned guildsmen of Diagon Alley, at least, that was what Susan said was their full title, spoke to their captains and inspected their goods. Nothing seemed amiss, though a small argument briefly erupted between one of the deckhands and one of Diagon's guildsmen. The deckhand had been gesturing angrily toward the shore, his hair a strange bone-white. It soon settled, though, with the deckhand sulking. Then the head guildsman blew a whistle which made no sound, and from somewhere out of Harry's view came a dozen great horse-drawn wagons, driven by yet more navy and silver guildsmen. Why not enchant them to move by themselves? Harry wondered aloud. Susan smiled. We have a few at the stables, she said. Feeding horses is cheaper than finicky enchantments. It took 3 trips to unload all the goods. Most of them were packaged in tall, iron-banded barrels. Harry was certain he recognized a few belonging to the leaky cauldron. Others were boxed, and a few strangely shaped items were loose. The 3 watched the guildsmen work quietly, enjoying the sun as it climbed higher and grew stronger as the morning passed by. But eventually, the seamen retreated to their ships, and the guildsmen returned to what Susan said was a storehouse somewhere out of sight. Harry stood with a sigh, brushing away the dirt on his trousers. Must be close, he said. Tempus. The lilac numbers read 9, 14. Still a little more time, Harry thought, glancing around the shoreline, then at Susan and Daphne. Fancy a walk. Daphne stood slowly, with Susan following. Why not? Said the Hufflepuff girl. I think my legs were falling asleep down there. Daphne, meanwhile, watched the tree line strangely. Not for the first time, Harry thought he saw something in her expression, but without being able to look into her eyes, he felt he'd have no chance of figuring it out. Fine, she eventually agreed. If you're going, I'll go with you. After a while, the guildsman's storehouse arrived in view. It was a long, broad building of cream stone, whose stark square columns made it look taller than it really was. Daphne called it Egyptian revivalism. Harry just thought it looked odd, like a temple from a foreign land that picked up and moved to England. They made it about a quarter of the way around the lake before they realized that they'd have to turn back to arrive at Magical Menagerie by 10 o'clock. They retraced their steps thus, walking in haste as they realized their error. Eventually they did arrive, a full 2 minutes before opening time. Magical Menagerie inhabited an old building whose stone lintel was so wonky it seemed close to somehow tipping over. Behind the whitewashed walls Harry knew was a kaleidoscope of animals: owls, rats, cats of every color and kind, streelers, an odd sort of giant snail, puffskins, and many he wouldn't be able to guess. A young woman was moving around inside, readying the displays for the day's business. "Are you ready, Harry?" He turned and saw Susan staring at him worriedly. "Why wouldn't I be?" "Something's off about all this," Susan said. "Something's off. Why did all the members of LOST vanish, for one thing?" "She's right," Daphne agreed, if reluctantly. "We should be on guard." Harry shrugged. He'd survived Cold Tom Blue and more. How bad could it be? Then the young woman flipped the closed sign to open, unlocked the door, and opened it. "Good morning," she said, her heavily bespectacled eyes darting between them. "Welcome to Magical Menagerie." They all held their breath, hoping they wouldn't be recognized. For a long moment, Harry thought she had, until she moved out of the doorway. He let out a sigh of relief. They stepped inside. Raucous cries, shrieks, and purrs greeted them, sounds that must have been hidden behind a very strong ward. The shop was filled with cages, most of which were likely bigger on the inside, which in turn were filled with every kind of animal Harry could imagine. Owls stared down imperiously with vast dark eyes. Rats sniffed and scuttled. Toads croaked and hopped. Cats purred, lounging behind the bars. Snakes hissed in repose, and Harry tried his best to ignore their words, while rabbits hopped and skittered. Those made up the majority of the menagerie stock, but the minority was filled with some creatures far stranger. Snakes with many heads, strange, hairless spiders, vast snails, little puffs of fluff Harry thought were called pygmy puffs. There were too many to describe. But they had a job to do. Harry pulled his eyes away. He turned to the bespectacled girl who had settled behind the counter, hesitating only a moment. "Excuse me," he said, smiling as charmingly as he could manage. "I'm looking for someone. Do you think you could help me?" The girl, just a few years out of school, looked at him queerly. She was mousy, with large brown eyes, unfortunately marred by the vastness of her square glasses and shoulder-cut brown hair. "That, depends," she replied. "Who they are, I mean, and where they are. Do they live in the alley?" "Yes," said Daphne. "Above the shop, we believe. We just don't know if the apartments are rented or not." That, Harry knew, was a lie. Daphne had researched thoroughly. The floors above the shop were owned by the Avery family, and the girl was probably Rachel Avery. Whether she was or wasn't, the likely Avery tensed notably. One of her hands was resting on the counter, and Harry saw it clench into a fist. Interesting. I shouldn't really discuss it. Private, after all." She clutched the thought like a lifeline. "Yes, it's private." Daphne looked like she was going to reply cuttingly, but Susan beat her to it. "It is," Susan agreed. "And we're sorry for coming in like this. We don't want to upset you. You see, our friend," she gestured to Harry, "is just looking for his family, and he thinks Lucinda Avery might be able to help." Harry saw the young shopkeeper's fist unclench. "I see." She was biting her lip now, clearly torn. "I don't know how grandmother could be any help." It was time, Harry knew, suppressing a sigh of irritation. The girl, who was definitely Rachel Avery, was close to giving in. He didn't want to do this, but it was the easiest way to convince her. He reached up to his fringe, pulled his head back, and removed the hideaway patch. Rachel Avery gasped. Her eyes filled with awe. Harry tried not to wince as she babbled out. "Oh, Master Potter, I'll lead you to her just this way." They were led up through a side door and up a long, tight, spiraling staircase, passing many doors on the way. They must have climbed all the way from the bottom to the top floor, with Avery chatting excitedly all the way. "She'll be so pleased to see you, Master Potter." "Yes, not many visitors. Okay, right here." They had arrived at yet another landing that terminated at yet another door. It was unsuspecting, with a worn bronze knob and faint arboreal fretwork across its face. Harry paused, steadying himself. All their gambles amounted to this moment, and if Lucinda Avery didn't want to talk, it would all be for naught. Meanwhile, the younger Avery bustled to the door, totally ignorant of Harry's heavy thoughts. "Hello, grandmother," she chirped as the hinges squeaked. "You have a visitor, and an important one." Harry almost staggered as Susan pushed him forward. He'd been blocking the landing, he realized numbly. Why was he so nervous? Beyond the door was a plain room, almost as stark as the staircase before. A single cross broke the monotony of the white-painted walls, which sat above a plain, unadorned bed. Harry stared, feeling his mouth go dry. The occupant of that bed stared back with a single milky, squinting eye. The other eye was gone, just gone, a vacant black hole gaping from the old woman's terribly scarred face. No, he realized, with increasing horror, not scarred, not exactly burned. Burned was the correct word. Her hair was gone, her flesh was a patchwork of discolored tissue, pale as greasy snow in some areas, red and inflamed in others. Harry swallowed, faint nausea creeping in the back of his throat. The old woman hadn't said anything. She was staring deeply at him, ignoring his friends. He did not know what was in her gaze, but it made him itch like he was. Wrong somehow, like he was offending her just being in her presence. "Leave us," the old woman croaked. She didn't even glance at her granddaughter, who appeared dismayed, but obeyed regardless. She scurried out the room, closing the door behind them. For a moment there was nothing. "You," said the Avery woman. Her voice was husky, crackling like the remains of an old fire. I would recognize her spawn from a mile's distance. "What do you want?" What could he say to that? He searched for something, but floundered. "Who is her?" Daphne said instead. "The one they called Evan's girl," Avery said dismissively. "A lie, I know." Her lips twisted into a ruin of a smile. "A lie you must know too if you're here, Potter." What do you have against my mother?" Avery laughed, her bony shoulders shaking in her bed. It was a broken sound. "Nothing and everything," she mused. "She was the manifestation of our ruin, LOST's ruin. Their ambition caused terrible, terrible things." This wasn't making any sense, Harry thought. He'd seen the photograph. LOST were normal people, his grandparents included amongst them. What terrible things. He doubted she'd say, so he changed tack. What happened to them? Malice bloomed in Avery's remaining eye, as dark as death. "You know, you know. They got themselves killed. The ravens roosted at their rest. Now leave, leave. I don't want to see your kind again." Then Lucinda Avery closed her eye, and Harry knew he would get no more out of her. He turned to Susan, who shrugged, then Daphne, who raised an eyebrow. They turned and left. Just when they were approaching the stairs, he heard Avery's croaking tones once more. "Fair is foul and foul is fair. Fair is foul and foul is fair. Fair is foul." They descended the stairs in silence, thanked Rachel, who smiled toothily at them, totally unaware of what her grandmother had said, and returned to the alley. Harry looked up at the sky. The blue suddenly didn't seem so bright. What was that? Daphne was watching the upper window of Magical Menagerie. "I have no idea." "She doesn't like you," Susan said blithely. The laconic reply made Harry chuckle. A dead end, the watch out. A red light slammed above Daphne, detonating Magical Mengary's signage into splinters. Adrenaline rammed through Harry's veins as gasps and screams rang out throughout the alley. He turned to see a figure approaching from the direction of the apparition point, a tall man with bone-white hair. The deckhand from one of the ships. What was he doing, and what was he doing here? Either way, he was too dangerous for Harry to duel. Too old, he looked to be in his early 20s. "Run!" he cried instead, shouting over the noise. "Impedimenta flipendo, rictus sempra." The spells flowed quickly and flew in perfect formation. But Harry didn't see the white-haired assailant block his array. He was already running, following on Susan's heels. Daphne was slightly ahead. If they could just get to the birdcage, he thought. Usually there was an aura outside. Then Daphne screamed and darted left, a streak of white clipping the edge of her robes. This time it was a woman who'd fired it. Harry saw her honey-gold hair clearly as the crowd retreated. She was blocking the way, which left only a small jitty to their left. Daphne had run straight into it. Harry knew it was a dead end. He followed anyway, with Susan close behind. "Harry," she cried. "This is, I know." The end of the line approached them in mere moments, a stout brick wall, too tall to climb and too solid to destroy. When he arrived, he saw Daphne on her knees. For a moment he feared she'd been attacked by a third assailant, at least until he realized she'd tripped. She was scrambling for her glasses, ignoring all danger to retrieve them. "No more running," said the white-haired man. He was standing cockily at the entrance to the alleyway. His apparent partner stood beside him, who fired a silent, stunning spell Daphne's way. Without the time to shield, Harry pushed her aside, sending her shaded glasses flying. "You two can leave," said the woman. "We only want her eyes settled on Daphne her." What? Harry didn't have time to think that through. It didn't matter, he'd come prepared just in case. "Sorry," he said, searching his robe pockets. "Where were they? Come on, He pulled out a pair of small, nondescript canisters, and with his wand hand, fired a new spell he'd learned. Confrigo. The man blocked the dangerous blasting curse, but Harry had already thrown the Weasley twins' canisters right at their feet. Fumifugio. The canisters expelled a cloud of grey, noxious smoke that filled the whole jiddy in seconds, while a thin blue bubble grew from Harry's wand to envelop him and his friends. He could hear the attackers coughing violently. "We'll go right past them," he whispered, "before they get rid of the smoke." With no time to argue, Harry pressed himself against the nearest wall and strode confidently back to Diagon proper. 36 onlookers were watching when they returned, and Harry made to run before Daphne caught him. "Don't," she said. "Keep calm. Just walk away normally to the apparition point." They met eyes, and Harry almost tripped. Daphne was staring back at him. Her eyes, he saw, were large, deeply lidded, and their irises were a haunting, deep red. Glossary. This building would be best described as the Egyptian revivalist style, which flourished after the re-entering of Egypt into the Western imagination after Napoleon's invasion of Egypt and his navy's defeat by Nelson at the Battle of the Nile. Napoleon took learned men with him on his expedition, and they catalogued much of what they saw. This in turn sparked a new interest in Egypt, which had long been a place of myth in the Western mind. It had been cut off from the Christian world since the Muslim conquests in the 7th century, but remained embedded in their cultural memory through the Bible and Greek accounts. Interpretations of the ancient Egyptian style soon became, somewhat, popular construction philosophies, and this interest, here, has carried over to the wizarding world. A Shakespeare quote from Macbeth, spoken by the three witches in its opening scene. The central theme of the play is about Macbeth's downfall as his moral values are inverted as fair becomes foul and foul fair. Anne, it's been foreshadowed and now it's here. Something isn't right with Daphne Greengrass. But what? That would be telling. I'll be telling you later. Unfortunately for him, LOST's secret seemed buried to time, almost as if on purpose. Next chapter, Harry confronts Daphne. New danger is revealed. 31. Lost and Found. Lost and Found last chapter. Harry, Daphne, and Susan sneak back to Diagon Alley to meet the last member of LOST, Lucinder Avery. The meeting does not go well. Lucinder is horribly burned and unwilling to speak to them in good faith. On their way out, they are attacked once more. This time, it is obvious that their assailants are after Daphne, whose glasses fly off her face during the duel, revealing something unusual even by wizarding standards. That night, Harry stared up at the black and yellow curtains of his bed, as he so often did, but he did not see them. His mind was elsewhere. Dead, he heard Avery croak, "Now leave, dead, dead, dead." The words seemed to bounce around his skull, making an unpleasant amount of sense. How could they not be dead, he thought. His mother hadn't been brought up a witch, nor did his Aunt Petunia know she herself was a squib, or was she? He recalled his aunt's long, thin face sneering down at him. Maybe, he thought nastily, she was so removed from magic she'd been born totally muggle. Marrying Uncle Vernon had surely deadened any magic in her bloodline. Uncle Vernon was like a troll turd in a beer barrel. He ruined everything he touched with his disgusting, fat fingers. He was the worst sort of muggle, him and his piggish son. Harry caught himself before his temper took him any further. He was already sounding uncomfortably like a blood purist. He let out a cynical sound and turned over. So much for proving he wasn't the heir of Slytherin. All he'd proven was that he was, in a sense, and all he'd found was an old, scarred woman and yet another mystery. He could not help it then. Her eyes flashed before his mind's eye, vast and red, like two pools of blood. They were, he could admit to himself, scary. Looking into Daphne's eyes was like looking into the eyes of a predator. It had made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, like his body was telling him something terrible was in front of him, something from which he had to flee. His thoughts flicked to the wand on his nightstand. Why was he so afraid? Daphne posed him little threat. They duelled 100 times. She had won twice, and both times he'd lost his footing. And yet he suspected he would dream more than once of those terrible, haunting eyes. He closed his own eyes and began to think with restless vigor. He thought of the Weasleys' startling ginger hair, of the steel-grey eyes shared between the Jorkins cousins, and of all the other similarities and oddities he'd seen since his introduction to the wizarding world. There were quite a few. In Diagon Alley, he'd once spotted an entire family whose eyes were heteromorphic. He even, briefly, wondered if he and the other heir of Slytherin, assuming the name wasn't a trick, bore a resemblance. He wasn't sure if he believed in Alaric Strongsong's paraphysiological theories, but witches and wizards definitely inherited traits differently to muggles. They were too uniform over the generations, and some of those traits didn't even exist among non-magicals. Were Daphne's eyes just another example? Harry mulled the thought over before discarding it. No, he eventually decided. If that were true, she wouldn't cover them with those glasses of hers. Nor would the sight of her gaze incite the rolling, unnatural unease he'd felt. There was something more there, some deeper secret. He sighed once more and turned on his side. He could take a scan through the library, but he was no researcher. Only confrontation would provide an answer, and he wasn't looking forward to neither the answer nor the confrontation. Harry rose 5 hours later, even earlier than usual. He was tired, the sort of tired one only felt by a consequence of sleeplessness, but his mind was free of drowsiness. It was hard to be drowsy on, at most, a few hours' sleep. The morning was unusually cool for spring. He showered quickly, then garbed himself, for the first time in weeks, in his winter exercise robes with their furred lining. Hogwarts corridors were even darker than usual at 4 in the morning. The light of his lumos cast deep and flickering shadows that played tricks at the edge of his vision. Exhaustion was already taunting him. Things with red eyes seemed to be hiding in every corner, every sibilant shadow. He never personally feared Slytherin's monster, and had less reason to now, knowing what he knew, but he suddenly realized how vulnerable he was, how vulnerable he'd been, taking his runs around the Black Lake before anyone else was even out of bed. If he were attacked here, Harry's fingers drifted to his wand in his holster, but Slytherin's monster didn't greet him. Only, he saw with a jolt of surprise and fear, Daphne Greengrass, now bespectacled again. The fear vanished quickly, and Harry observed her silently as he approached. She'd been waiting for him. No doubt Tracy Davis had told him exactly which side door he preferred, possibly most of the morning. By the droop of her shoulders, she was even more tired than him. Her skin was even paler than usual and wind-bitten. Now Harry felt a flicker of sympathy. "Hello," he said. Daphne startled slightly, though she had certainly seen him coming. Hello. I thought I should explain." "I can't say it's not a good idea." She nodded jerkily, swallowing. "Yes, the secret's out to you. You'll only find out the truth yourself sooner or later, so you should hear an explanation from me first." Harry waited for her to begin, but her tongue seemed caught in her throat. "Well, where to start? Oh, Merlin, I right. Well, do you think Susan saw me? I kept my hood up and I kept behind her, but I don't think she did. If she did, she didn't say anything." Daphne exhaled sharply. The tension slipped from her shoulders just slightly. That's good. Well, that explanation, do you know anything about vampires?" Something lurched in Harry's stomach. He stiffened, fighting the edge of his traitorous feet to step back. Not really. Number nothing more than we've been taught in defense against the dark arts. Adelita Lan never got round to them before, you know." "Yes, I heard about that." She shifted on her feet, hesitant. "Anyway, vampires have been declining for centuries now. They have leaders, the Karasovs, and lesser vampires, the Mortivores. At the bottom," Daphne pursed her lips, "at the bottom there are the Solitus asterisk. They're thralls, still human in a sense. They can walk by day, looking after their masters, protecting their interests." Harry let her talk, intrigued despite herself. Now she'd begun, Daphne spoke of such a morbid topic with clinical ease, like they were discussing the Quidditch scores, or a long-distant bit of history, not something so terrible, so personally close. "But there aren't many Salidi left. They can bear children like humans, but once vampires could make thralls from a person. When the last vampire passed on his curse to Vladimir the Dark One, he failed to pass on his knowledge. They don't know how to turn a person into a thrall anymore. Vladimir just collected the few hundred masterless thralls he could, and they're the ancestors of every Salitus today." She paused, breathing a tired breath before pressing on. "They're searching, Harry, always searching how to restore their power, to find the lost knowledge, to make more thralls and cast the world in darkness." Harry tried to let the words settle in, but his thoughts spun wildly. She spoke of things beyond them both, terrible things. Why would they want? "Oh, so, your eyes. They think you're," Harry searched, scrambling for something, anything that wouldn't sound offensive. "Something," he finished lamely. Daphne tipped her head, reluctant. "They think we're failed thralls. They think by examining us, by experimenting on us, they'll find the secret of thraldom." Ah, Harry ventured, are you? We don't know ourselves, Daphne admitted. Her fingers had curled into fists at her sides. Like the vampires, the greengrasses struggled in the 15th century. Most of our records are gone. We don't know. The wind whistled through the spires and stonework of Hogwarts' ornate walls while Harry thought. His mind was racing through thoughts, motivations, minor eccentricities in Daphne's behavior. The Poglacky cubes, he finally said. That's why you want them. They cast some sort of ward, right? An anti-magic ward, and I'm pretty sure vampires can't cast magic like us. Daphne blinked, surprised by his sudden realization. Then her lips pressed into a slight frown. Yes, and I'm sorry for sending you two off to find that. That was stupid. But yes, the Greengrass family have been collecting Poglacky cubes for centuries. Vampires, they weaponize them. We actually think Poglacky create a full magic field. It's not an anti-magic, it's magic so dense no spells can spark, but magic inherent to a werewolf or vampire that can't be negated by the field. If a vampire were to fight a wizard, well, the vampire is faster and stronger, but the wizard has magic. But if enough Poglacky cubes are in one place and that same fight happens, it's theoretical, and I don't really understand it myself, but it's our best guess. That was a lot of information. Harry struggled to parse it all. Full magic fields, thralls and mortivores, and what were the other ones called? I see you're still thinking it over, she said quietly. I'll leave you to your run. Daphne hurried off, more fleeing than walking. Wait, Harry called. Daphne whirled around. It's a lot to take in, but this doesn't change anything, you know. For a moment she said nothing, and then a small, tremulous smile curled her lips. Without another word, she turned again and disappeared into the castle. Harry watched her leave, then departed himself. He still had a run to complete. It would give him time to think, he thought. Daphne's words pressed down on him like gravity. He didn't feel very quick. It was only a day later when he realized he'd forgotten to ask the most obvious, most pertinent question, would the vampires try again? That ashen-haired man and his female companion were obviously thralls, and they'd somehow known where Daphne would be. Could it happen again? Could they reach Daphne in Hogwarts? No, was Daphne's reply. Apparently, the last time a thrall had infiltrated Hogwarts was in 1724. Blood Moon had empowered it to pass through Hogwarts' weakened wards. There was no such phenomena scheduled for years, and the wards were weaker then. She was safe, so long as she remained within Hogwarts or the grounds of her family's manor. But otherwise, the grip of the Karasovs had grown longer as of late. Something in the state of play had changed. Something was willing them forward. The Greengrasses were keen monitors of the vampiric world. Apparently it was abuzz, more active than it had been for centuries. The very thought made Harry's stomach roll. But it made his mind itch, too, like he was missing something obvious. Nevertheless, he cast it out of his mind. He still had to find the heir of Slytherin, and exams were on the horizon, not that they really mattered. Nor did he have any real leads. He didn't dare approach Alan, Hermione, and Neville. Whatever they were researching, it would be theirs alone. Susan and Daphne had run out of ideas. It was all very frustrating. Harry found himself going over what he knew endlessly, searching his memories for something, anything, and coming up short. The weeks passed thus, with no more attacks, as the castle warmed with the advancing spring. The castle grounds burst with a riot of colour. Daffodils speckled the lawns a cheerful yellow, and the greenhouses were rich with the scent of freshly bloomed plants. Chief among them were the mandrakes, which could, apparently, cure petrification when brewed in a potion. It was a pity they grew only in the soil of the British Isles, or Justin, Creevy, and the rest would be already cured. The Black Lake too shed totally its winter gloom, its surface frozen no longer, but rippling with restless energy as bright, warm winds whipped over its surface. On especially warm days the giant squid basked by the shore, its tentacles breaking the surface to the shrieks of the students. But the undercurrent remained. Few wandered the halls alone. Less laughter lit the halls, though now shafts of golden light often peered through the arrow slits. The castle remained on edge. Harry had returned to his slow study of the origin of politics. The three factions of Edgica, Racimir and Adrian had split further, with the newly emerging nations of Europe, each following their own path. At his latest reading, Crouch was focused on Britain, who broadly followed Adrian of Rome's teachings, which were further evolved by Meardin Imrise, the first Merlin. Rather than the second, who had attended Hogwarts. That was confusing. Even more confusing, the Angles and Saxons sometimes preferred the ideas of Ricimer the Guardhead, and the Irish clans those of Egica the Visigoth. It all made his head spin. He was quickly falling out of love with history once more. Books, he thought disdainfully, useless things. Anything that can't teach a spell, at least. He chucked The Origin of Politics onto his bed, where it bounced on the mattress, then paused, turning to his trunk. Hadn't there been an interesting book he'd found? His mind flickered back before he'd visited Avery. Yes, the diary. The 50-year-old diary. It had been thrown away in the dueling hall. He'd found it and found it curious, but he'd had more pressing concerns at the time. Now, however, Harry rummaged through his trunk, a spark of something passing through his hand as it closed around the nondescript leather of the diary. How curious, he decided. Who would throw it away? Who would keep it, then throw it away? Why? It had nothing in it, right? Why keep it? But equally, why discard it? He flipped through the off-white pages and found nothing except the name T.M. Riddle. Then he turned his attention to the binder. It was black and slightly shabby. Just as before, 1943 was printed on the front in golden lettering. This time he checked the back, and here he noticed something he hadn't before. Lancaster's Shop, 12 Vauxhall Road, London. To his ears, that sounded like, what was the word? A variety store or a pound shop. Not that they had pound shops in 1943. Either way, it was Muggle, which made the likely owner, T.M. Riddle, a Muggle-born. Thomas, perhaps. Thomas Martin. It sounded like a plausible name. He sat at the dormitory's common table and passed the diary between his hands for a while, enjoying the rough, cool texture of the leather. Who, he wondered, had T.M. Riddle been? A Muggle-born, a wizard living through World War Roman II, now gone from Hogwarts halls for 50 years. What had he done? Had he made it big? Was he sitting in some manor house somewhere right now, surrounded by his grandchildren? He wouldn't even be that old by wizarding standards, unless he were a distant, poisonous part of his mind whispered. Harry squashed the thought, returning to his speculations of the life of T.M. Riddle. Did he have trouble in school? He knew that the world wars damaged Muggle-wizard relationships, but did that affect Muggle-borns? 50 years ago, wait, 50 years ago. Wasn't that the last time the Chamber of Secrets had been opened? He searched his memory, recalling no small amount of gossip about the chamber. It had been opened 50 years ago. He recalled Ernie discussing it with Wayne and with Justin. His thoughts drifted once more, this time to the hospital wing, where Justin lay, still as death, waiting to be revived. Merlin, Harry thought, at least those petrified, unconscious for it. He imagined laying there, day after day, stuck, unmoving, wishing to break free. Even so, what would the other heir do next? Petrification was only a step away from murder. More than ever, Harry wished he had a friend, a male friend, someone he could really, truly talk to. With Susan, it wasn't the same, not the same as, and Daphne, he didn't know what to think of. Their friendship seemed, at times, one of convenience. Wayne and the other Hufflepuffs now, at least unconsciously, kept their distance. They were still polite, still friendly for the most part, but it wasn't the same. He needed Alan. Unbidden, his hand wandered to one of the desk's shared quills. He dipped it in ink and wrote in his narrow, tight script, "My name is Harry Potter." Harry observed his own writing. It was much changed from the near-unintelligible scrawl he'd possessed at the beginning of his first year. He had quickly compared it to his wizard-raised friends and realized he needed to improve. And he had. Now it almost looked like any other student's. In fact, he would swear it was neater than most of his year mates. He was changing, he knew. And then the letters vanished, fading to nothing. Harry blinked, startled. He stared at the off-white page and heard his own intake of breath as more words, other words, began to appear. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary?" Those words faded too. Harry watched them vanish, amazed. His immediate instinct was to write back, but he forced himself to think instead. An enchanted diary, but did it hold an imprint of Riddle's memories, or an imprint of his essence? Probably just his memories, Harry decided. To enchant an essence into an object was a difficult and expensive task. Riddle wouldn't be able to afford it, and why preserve the essence of a 16-year-old? Still, it was very interesting. Someone left it in a dueling hall. He wrote back under a chair, like it had been thrown away. Riddle took a moment to reply. "A dueling hall? Are you a duelist?" "I try my best," Harry wrote back. "Our best is all we can manage, Harry. But to do any less than our best is a betrayal of ourselves. Remember that. I can see why this diary was discarded." I always knew there would be those who would not want this diary read. Harry paused. Did he know something about the chamber? What do you mean? He wrote. I mean that this diary holds memories of terrible things, things that were covered up, things that happened at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The words sent a thrill straight through Harry's spine. Finally, after the dead end at Diagon Alley, he thought he'd just have to rely on the teachers, but now, this diary is still in Hogwarts, as terrible things are happening once again. Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? Harry's heart was hammering, and Riddle's reply came swiftly, and this time not quite so neatly, as if he himself were eager to tell all he knew. Of course I know about the Chamber of Secrets. In my day, they told us it was a legend, that it did not exist. That was a lie. In my 5th year, the chamber was opened, and the monster attacked several students, finally killing one. I caught the person who'd opened the chamber, and he was expelled. The headmaster, Professor Dippet, fearing those who might wish Hogwarts closed, forbade me from telling the truth. A story was released, informing the public that the girl had died in a freak accident. They gave me a nice, shiny, engraved trophy for my trouble and warned me to keep my mouth shut. But I knew it could happen again. The monster lived on, and the one who had the power to release it was not imprisoned. Harry stared at the paragraph as it slowly vanished, as though it were the secret to all the world. Yes, 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 yes. Now his own writing became untidy. It's happening again now. There have been multiple attacks and no one knows who is behind them. Some people believe it is a student, others a teacher. Who was it last time? I can show you if you like, came Riddle's quick reply. You don't have to take my word for it. I can take you inside my memory of the night when I caught him. Show him. Harry hesitated, his quill suspended just an inch from the page. What did Riddle mean? He knew vaguely that such things existed, but for a mere enchanted diary to have such power, after a moment, another sentence appeared. Let me show you. Harry took a long breath. This was stupid. This was stupid. He felt the familiar urge, the urge that led him to search for a lightspeed in Nocturne Alley, the urge that led him to try and set up a dueling club, and the same urge that led him to sneak out of Hogwarts twice in a few weeks. Show me, he wrote. Glossary. The ranks of the vampires, the Carasifs, the Mortivores and the Salitus I have invented wholesale, though I obviously haven't invented the concept of a vampiric hierarchy. The idea that vampires might have helpers, usually called servants or thralls, is quite common in folklore and found immediate purchase in the literary world with stories like Dracula and Carmilla. A portion of Daphne's family's backstory is revealed here, but only a portion. A great deal more has happened, and even more shall. And Harry, of course, has revisited the diary. This is a bit of a Chekhov's gun. As soon as Tom Riddle's diary is found in a Harry Potter story, you know the familiar sequence is about to unfold. Because of this, some of the dialogue is lifted from the book form of the Chamber of Secrets, though modified to suit Riddle's slightly altered perception of Harry. Please leave a short review if you've got a moment to spare. See you next time. Next chapter. Harry views Riddle's memory. Things grow even more grim in Hogwarts. 32. Lost and Found Roman 2. Lost and Found Roman 2 last chapter. Harry talks to Daphne, wondering why they were attacked on both their outings to Diagon Alley. He discovers that vampires believe the Greengrass family are failed thralls who, if studied, will reveal the secrets to creating more. For a long moment, Harry waited with bated breath. The last words he'd written, "Show me," slowly faded, as though the ink was being sucked into the page. He thought it might be an empty boast, that the magic of the diary was not that strong at all. Take him inside the memory. It sounded ridiculous. The book was 50 years old. There was no way an enchantment like that could last 5 decades, right? A student had made it. He almost didn't want it to. If it could, it was dangerous. Just when he thought the diary had been lying, as a faint flush of embarrassment was beginning to creep up his neck for believing what was probably just some stupid trick, the pages of the diary began to turn, first slowly, mechanically, then at an increasing speed, as though caught in a spectral breeze. Mouth agape, Harry watched as the book stopped suddenly halfway through June. Where in the top left of the page, the number 13 should have been, Harry instead saw a tiny box. It was impossible, it was moving, and colors were whirring across the little path of the page as if playing a tiny video. I love magic, Harry whispered, emerald eyes shining. Before he even knew what he was doing, he caressed the tiny box. And then he was lurching forward, pulled inexorably forth, his mind screaming at him. Why did you do that? Why did you trust it? The box widened into a window, and Harry felt himself diving through it head first into the page, into another world of color and smoky light. He was standing on solid ground, legs trembling as the shapes around him sharpened, like a watercolor sharpening into a photograph, until he saw Dumbledore's office, replete with vast, claw-footed desk and circle of sleeping portraits. Except it wasn't Dumbledore's office, because Dumbledore wasn't at the desk. Another dignified, ancient wizard sat there instead, reading a letter by candlelight. His bald head was glinting, and he hadn't yet looked up. Harry felt his throat seize up, at least until he remembered what Riddle had said. This was a memory from 50 years ago, who was the headmaster back then. He stretched his own memory but could not recall. Spells went in easily. History, he had found, not so much. The old headmaster folded up the letter with a heavy breath, stood, and pottered over to the window. Harry watched him draw the curtains, revealing a ruby-red sky beyond. It was sunset 50 years ago. How strange, Harry thought dimly, to see a sunset decades after its light had faded. How many had the Earth seen since? In the meantime, the old headmaster had returned to his desk. He was staring at the door with a particular intensity. Then 3 slow, clear knocks sounded off. "Enter," said the old headmaster. His voice wavered, its strength drained by age and time. A boy of 15 or 16 entered, leaving his pointed hat on a finely carved hat stand that was absent in Dumbledore's office. A prominent silver prefect's bag was gleaming on his chest. He was tall, much taller than Harry, but they shared a lithe build and jet-black hair. The old headmaster coughed. "Ah, Riddle. You wanted to see me, Professor Dippet," said Riddle. The boy's fingers smoothed his robe nervously. "Sit down," said Professor Dippet, not unkindly. "I've just been reading the letter you sent me." "Oh," the professor smiled a grandfatherly smile. "My dear boy, I cannot possibly let you stay at school over the summer. Surely you want to go home for the holidays." "No," Riddle replied immediately. "I'd much rather stay at Hogwarts than go back to that. You live in a Muggle orphanage during the holidays, I believe." Professor Dippet said, with the sort of tone one might take when asking a question he already knew. "Yes, sir," said Riddle, reddening a touch. "You are Muggle-born." "Half-blood, sir," said Riddle. "Muggle father, witch mother." "And are both your parents?" "My mother died just after I was born, sir. They told me at the orphanage she lived just long enough to name me Tom after my father, Marvolo after my grandfather." Dippet nodded sympathetically, clucking his tongue. "The thing is, Tom," his thin lips thinned, and he sighed a tired sigh, "special arrangements might have been made for you, but in the current circumstances—" "You mean all these attacks, sir?" said Riddle. Harry's heart jolted. He moved closer at once. He couldn't allow himself to miss a thing. "Precisely," the headmaster said unhappily. "My dear boy, you must see how foolish it would be of me to allow you to remain at the castle when the term ends, particularly in light of the recent tragedy. The death of that poor little girl, you will be safer by far at your orphanage. As a matter of fact, the Ministry of Magic is even now talking about closing the school. We are no nearer locating the source of all this unpleasantness." Riddle's eyes flashed with something like terror. "Sir, if the person was caught, if it all stopped—" Dippet sat up in his chair, straightening all at once. "What do you mean?" he squeaked. "Riddle, do you mean you know something about these attacks?" "No, sir," said Riddle at once. The question hung in the air like poison, and Harry was sure that no was the same sort of no he himself had told Professor Dumbledore in this exact situation. Dippet sunk back into his chair, looking suddenly even older. "You may go, Tom." Riddle left, slouching as he went, and Harry followed him. Down the spiral staircase, they stopped by the gargoyle in the corridor. There, Riddle abruptly stopped. Harry watched carefully. The older boy was biting his lip, his face shifting subtly between expressions. Yet all the while, his dark eyebrows furrowed against his pale skin, and suddenly he hurried off, and Harry hurried after him. The corridors were empty and intriguingly familiar, though Harry had little time to compare his own time with Riddle's. Finally, they reached the entrance hall, where a tall, intimidating wizard with a long, auburn beard called Riddle from the first floor of the moving staircase. "What are you doing, wandering around this late, Tom?" Harry's eyes widened like he'd seen a ghost, which in a sense he had. It was the ghost of Professor Dumbledore's past. A Dumbledore 50 years younger stood before him, his blue eyes glittering, the lines on his face just a little fainter. Most different was his beard, whose color drifted ambiguously between red and blonde. Even so, it was undoubtedly the same man, and Harry could not help but wonder which Dumbledore was the better duelist. This Albus Dumbledore, who was less than 100 years old, or his Albus Dumbledore with 50 years more knowledge and experience? I had to see the headmaster, sir, Riddle answered. Dumbledore seemed to watch Riddle carefully. Well, hurry off to bed, he said. Best not to roam the corridors these days. Not since good night, Riddle. Riddle watched him leave then, striding so quickly Harry struggled to keep up, headed straight down the steps toward the dungeons. Strangely, he was heading directly to the classroom in which Harry had potions with Snape. He stepped inside, Harry following, then immediately closed the door until just a crack was visible. Then nothing. Riddle waited quietly, almost thoughtlessly, beside the door. Harry took the time to study his face but could see nothing. It was unnerving, really. The older boy was stock still, like an automaton. Nothing of his thoughts showed on his face, unlike earlier when he'd seemed so full of passion and indecision. It was almost tempting to walk off and explore the Hogwarts of the past, but Harry suspected that wouldn't work. He also knew Riddle's diary was showing him this memory for a reason. So instead, he waited for what felt like an hour or more, but he knew was probably half that. Just as he felt ready to give up, he heard something shuffling beyond the door. Someone was creeping in the corridor. Whoever they were, Riddle slipped through the door and followed them. Harry followed in turn, trailing them both for what felt like 5 minutes. Then Riddle stopped by a corner and Harry with him. Around said corner, a door creaked open as if in pain, and someone spoke in a loud whisper. Come on, gotta get ye out of here. Come on now in the box. Something scratched at the back of Harry's thoughts. That voice was familiar. Meanwhile, Riddle suddenly leapt into view, Harry quickly trailing. It was dark, just as dark as the rest of the dungeons, but even so Harry could see the silhouette of an enormous boy-man. Harry quizzed internally. Either way, the boy-man was crouching by an open door beside a large wooden box. Evening, Rubeus, said Riddle coolly. The boy, for Harry realized somehow that he definitely was a boy, slammed the door shut and stood. What yet doing down here, Tom? Riddle took a predatory step closer. It's all over, he continued. I'm going to have to turn you in, Rubeus. They're talking about closing Hogwarts if the attacks don't stop. What DA? I don't think you meant to kill anyone, but monsters don't make good pets. I suppose you just let it out for exercise, and it never killed no one, said Rubeus, whoever he was. Behind him, behind the door, Harry heard a strange rustling, then a series of clicks. Come on, Rubeus, Riddle said. He took another step forward. The dead girl's parents will be here tomorrow. The least Hogwarts can do is make sure that the thing that killed their daughter is slaughtered. It wasn't him, Rubeus bellowed, drawing to a vast full height. He wouldn't, he never. Stand aside, said Riddle, drawing his wand. A spell, Riddle's spell, lit the corridor with a flash of flaming light. To Harry, it looked very much like a bombarder. The door behind the boy flew open with such a crash that it knocked him into the opposite wall. And from the doorway slung something that set Harry's pulse alight and caught his breath. A sprawling tangle of black, hairy legs, the gleam of many eyes, and a long, bulbous body. Riddle raised his wand again, but he was too late. The thing Harry recognized from Forest of Darkness, an acromantula, bowled him over and scuttled out of sight with alarming speed. Riddle scrambled to his feet and raised his wand again, but the huge boy tackled Riddle, manhandling the smaller boy like a toddler. Rubeus threw Riddle's wand away, then threw him to the ground, yelling all the while, "Nuo!" The memory spun, twisting as though Harry were inside one of the tornadoes he'd seen on television, and darkness encroached. Harry felt himself falling, and then he found himself falling back into the chair he'd been sitting in before he was sucked into the memory. He quickly rocked forward, panting for breath, and knowing. Harry knew only one person who fit the description of the larger boy. It could be only one person. Only one person he knew could be so tall as a teenager. Only one person loved animals enough to keep a pet acromantula. Only one person was named Rebuse Hagrid. But that didn't make any sense. How could it be Hagrid? Harry flopped down onto his bed and lay very still. His head was spinning. The thought repeated, how could it be Hagrid? Hagrid, who introduced him to the wizarding world. Hagrid, who always had a moment to spare. a gift to give. His thoughts turned wary Hagrid, who always loved strange creatures, who had a habit of keeping things he ought not. In Harry's first year, Hagrid had hatched a dragon. He, Alan, and Susan had watched it hatch. It would grow. They all knew it was the size of a building, but Hagrid wanted to keep it anyway. Harry felt like he was floating, like he was untethered from reality, watching himself from above the bed. Not possible, not possible. But his mind refused to work, refused to think. There had to be holes in Riddle's story. He had to have the wrong man. Eventually, Harry came back down to himself and began to think. There were holes. He began to see holes indeed. For one, the attacks 50 years ago followed the same pattern as the present. How could an acromantula petrify anyone? Was it a new sort of species, something as yet undiscovered? The ability to freeze its prey would be helpful while it was hunting. Harry shuddered. But still, was that likely? That Hagrid happened to discover a new, even more deadly sort of acromantula as a baby and smuggled it into Hogwarts? Or had Riddle got the wrong man, and the real heir decided to stop, while he was ahead after Hagrid had been expelled? Harry tried to replay what he'd seen of the memory in his head, searching for some clue once, twice, then 3 times. Only by the 3rd attempt had his mind calmed enough for him to realize something else. Riddle was panicking. He'd play-acted nerves in Professor Dippett's office, but as soon as he heard that Hogwarts might be closing, those nerves had become real. Then he'd gone straight to Hagrid. But if Hagrid had let the monster loose, if Hagrid was the heir, then why hadn't Riddle informed the teachers earlier? It would have been the right thing to do, especially after someone died. No, Harry thought, eyeing the diary suspiciously. Riddle couldn't be trusted. What did that mean for the memory he had seen? Obviously, it had been curated to give an impression, but could it have been more than curated? Could it have been manufactured, at least in part? Harry rubbed his forehead, feeling the beginnings of a headache. Merlin, damn it, why couldn't anything be simple? By the next day, Harry had realized that it was simple. He just didn't want it to be. He'd only heard Riddle's side of the story, and now he had to hear Hagrid's. It was a stomach-churning thought. How could he bring that up? Hello, Hagrid. Could you tell me how you were expelled? Merlin, a girl had been killed last time, and how was he supposed to explain how he knew to connect Slytherin's monster and Hagrid's expulsion? Worse even was the thought that maybe, just maybe, Riddle was telling the truth. Hagrid had always had a love for strange creatures. Harry couldn't forget Fluffy the Cerberus or Norbert the dragon. The latter would have grown to the size of a large building, and Hagrid had wanted to raise him in a little wooden hut. Was it impossible that he'd come across something hidden in the bowels of Hogwarts, something he'd tried to tame? If he had come across that acromantula, and if it was no ordinary member of its species, he wouldn't be able to control it, as Slytherin's heirs were said to be able to do. Out of all his questions, that was the one fact of which Harry was confident. Hagrid was not an heir of Slytherin, though it would be nice to have a living relative, especially one so lovely as Hagrid. But Hagrid certainly had more than a drop of giant's blood, and if he could speak to snakes, he wouldn't be able to keep that secret for 50 years. Lovable as Hagrid was, he could be a little muddle-minded. Altogether, he decided it would be best if he didn't go to Hagrid straight away. After all, it had been months since the last attack. Perhaps the other heir had decided they'd scared the staff and students enough. Perhaps they feared our UNE's censorship would be broken, and full knowledge of the events in Hogwarts would leak to the wizarding public. Either way, he had resolved to wait. Susan had agreed with him unreservedly, but as he explained his thoughts to both his friends in their usual spot in the old dueling hall, he saw Daphne begin to frown. You should ask him, Harry. Tomorrow morning in the evening at the latest. Harry squirmed in his seat. But how am I supposed to approach that? Oh, hi, Hagrid. Did you loose an aberrant acromantula on the school? No, it didn't lead to a student's death. Right, that's good to know, thanks, Hagrid. He couldn't see her eyes behind her glasses, but Harry knew she was glaring at him but the pinch of her thin lips. Yes, a girl died, Harry died. You can't ignore this because you're too afraid to bring it up. I'm not afraid. Susan looked down at the table, refusing to meet his eyes. What if this is a trick? She began haltingly, clearing her throat as she realized her stutter had crept back. What if Riddle's diary is malicious, and it wants to cause chaos by pitting us against each other? Hagrid might be a bit of an oaf, Daphne replied dismissively, but he's not a fool. He won't be offended if you ask. He knows how important this is. While I can't believe you were so stupid as to write in that diary once it wrote back to you, I doubt someone would weave that enchantment just to spell it to spread trouble. Harry closed his eyes, feeling his head throb. She was right. He didn't want her to be right. He actively wanted her to be wrong, in fact, but she was right. They had to know. They had to know what really happened 50 years ago. Hagrid was almost certainly blamed for it and expelled, but he seemingly wasn't punished by law. Why not? If he had let the monster loose, he'd caused great harm, a death even. That would earn anyone a trip to Azkaban, the worst of the British wizarding prisons. So how had he become Hogwarts gamekeeper instead? It made no sense. They had to know. Fine. Harry pushed himself to his feet. We'll think of a way to approach it together. But before that, I'm going to have to beat you in a duel for winning that argument. Daphne rose to the challenge. I'll take my victory, she smirked back. Susan looked on, uneasy. It was afternoon when Harry and Susan made their way to Hagrid's hut. The weather was warm but blustery, and the wind picked up over the wide grasslands and whipped up Susan's red braid. Once, it hit her right in the face, and Harry choked down a laugh. Susan pouted, punching him playfully in the arm. Not that funny. But when they reached the hut, their smiles died. 3 others were arriving at Hagrid's hut from another direction: Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Alan Jorkins. There was no way to avoid them. Hermione saw them first, her brown eyes widening. "Hello," she said, glancing at her companions. "We were just coming to speak to Hagrid." Ah, Harry thought, great. What were the chances of that? "Yes," he replied tonelessly. His own gaze swept over Longbottom, who was backing off behind Hermione, to Alan. He was staring back, their eyes met. No one said anything for a long moment. "WL," Susan broke the silence. "S, so were we." Harry watched Alan's jaw clench. Yes, of course." Hermione gave an embarrassed smile. Alan made a noise of agreement, and Longbottom just continued to look stupid. "Do you want to go in first, or—" She trailed at the sound of a long, low creaking. They all turned to the hut, where Hagrid's massive frame was framed in turn by an almost comically small doorway. "Hullo," Hagrid called to them. His dark eyes, usually so kind, were cloudy, pensive perhaps. Alan jumped in first. "Hello, Hagrid," the groundskeeper sighed. "Knew this were common. Suppose you better come in then. No use dawdling out here." Harry and Susan stared at Alan, Hermione, and Neville. They stared back, until eventually Alan gestured leadingly toward the hut. Harry gave a stiff nod and entered, Susan following at his heels. Hagrid's hut was, as usual, warm. His great dog, Fang, who was, reportedly, as cowardly as he was large, was curled up in his den in the corner. Harry hurried over to a corner, while Alan hurried to the opposite. Hagrid was looking at them like they were idiots. "Sorry," he said. He was fidgeting with his robes. "I've only got 3 mugs, and the table isn't big enough for all of you either. Not often I have so many visitors. I'd offer you some fruitcake, but it might make you awfully dry, and you don't want TB dry in this weather. It's getting warmer and warmer. Fang hates it, you know." And Hagrid suddenly stood stock still. "I'm rambling, aren't I?" He coughed loudly, and Harry swore he could feel the exhalation of his breath on his face even from across the room. Hagrid shuffled over to his armchair and sat, and even sat he was taller than them all. "Go in then, I know you got questions. Should have expected this, should have expected this." "WL," Susan began, glancing awkwardly between the groundskeeper and her shoes. Well, Daphne, Harry thought, would have just come out and said it. Harry, in turn, tried to speak but felt his throat tighten. "We want to know about the Chamber of Secrets." Hermione interjected. Hagrid looked between them all, the frown beneath his beard gradually fading. Then he even began to chuckle, which boomed around the small hut like rumbling thunder. "You want to know if I opened the Chamber of Secrets?" It was Harry's turn to look at his shoes. They were black and polished, and in the cold light of day, the idea that Hagrid could have opened the chamber seemed absurd. He'd seen the memory, true, but had the acromantula even come from the chamber? Alan's voice cut through his thoughts. "We do." Hagrid studied them wryly. He was, Harry remembered, not as slow as others assumed. "A couple of 7th years came here yesterday, asking the same question, and I'll give the same answer. No, I was a student at the time, and I was expelled for it, but I didn't release the monster, no. No one really knows what the monster is, even now." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, Hagrid could be lying, but he was certain Hagrid couldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. He was nothing if not sincere. "So, what happened, Hagrid? How did you get expelled for something you didn't do? Once again, Hagrid sighed deeply. A long story, I'm afraid. People were scared, Harry, even more frightened than they were now, I'm sure you understand. A girl had died. Myrtle Warren, her name was. A shy girl, and a clever one in some ways like you, Hermione. She was found in a girl's toilet, if I'm remembering right, and the old headmaster, Dippet, needed someone to blame. The Thestrals were gathering, you see. Even then, people who wanted Hogwarts shut down as an antique of feudal times and such. Bah, politics. Well, I'd always been suspect, I suppose, with me love of creatures, and just at that time I'd come across a great spider, an acromantula, and it was discovered. He shrugged his vast shoulders, and I was blamed. That were that. Susan leaned forward. And there wasn't anything special about this acromantula, Hagrid, nothing at all. Hagrid shook his head. Nothing. Aragog, I named him. He was a sweet one, if a little hairy with 8 puppy dog eyes. Escaped into the forest, where he set up his colony. He's king now, out there. Harry listened intently. Everything he'd said followed what Riddle had shown him. Both were correct from their own perspectives. Riddle thought he'd found the perpetrator, while Hagrid knew Aragog couldn't petrify anyone. But still, there had been a monster, right? Something had to be petrifying people now and 50 years ago. Why had it stopped then? Did the true perpetrator realize they were free with Hagrid's expulsion? He chewed it over, watching the rise and fall of Fang's chest. The Great Dane was sleeping, curled into a vast ball. Alan nodded. Thank you, Hagrid. I'm sorry we had to bring it up. He took a long look at Harry, then at his new friends, and left. They followed in turn, with Hermione grimacing an apology. Fallen out, have you? Hagrid said once he was sure they'd left. Gabriel, Harry nodded. There was nothing to say. Bad business, that, bad business. I shan't keep on it then, seeing as you're still sore about it. Hagrid stood and made his way over to a cabinet. Tea. They stayed for a while after, chatting about the mandrakes growing in the greenhouses. When they returned to the common room, Ernie was nervously standing on the stairs to the dormitory. Harry, come look. I just went down to get my book, and there was alarm in his voice. Harry pushed past him to see the room beyond a mess. The yellow and black curtains of his four-poster had been torn down, and the bedclothes ripped. All his drawers lay strewn on the floor, their contents scattered. His trunk, too, was open. Harry's eyes widened, and a spike of panic struck his heart. Merlin, Daphne's book. If someone had found curses most terrible in his trunk, uncaring of Ernie watching him, he rifled through the tomes that remained in his trunk. But all he could see was Lockhart's useless semi-fiction. No. Break with a banshee, gadding with ghouls, magical drafts and potions, a far more useful text. Voyages with vampires. His heart was booming in his chest, fear pulsing through his mind like the rush of blood from an artery. They'd blame him now. He'd be just like Hagrid, the likely suspect. But then right at the bottom of his trunk, he realized where he left it, sat, innocuous, curses most terrible, a compendium of the dark arts. His invisibility cloak was folded beneath it. Harry hastily piled his other books back atop the incriminating evidence. Nothing, he said breathlessly. Nothing's been stolen, I think, but I'll have to have a look through all this stuff on the floor. Ernie was eyeing him strangely. Weird, he said. Any idea what they were looking for? Proof I'm the heir of Slytherin, Harry returned, and that was when he remembered. Curses Most Terrible wasn't the only strange book he possessed, or had possessed. The diary was missing. The diary was the target, and they'd found it. Ernie winced. Harry buried the realization behind a mask of calm. Not, he continued, that they'd find any right. All right. An hour later, the whole common room knew someone had broken in. The next day, Harry knew, it would be the talk of the school, or at least he thought so. For around 9 o'clock that night, Professor Sprout marched into the common room, flanked by 2 prefects whose names Harry couldn't quite recall. The professor, unusually, was not smiling. She was not smiling at all. I would ask that you remain calm, she said in that no-nonsense voice of hers. This time it was slightly strained. The common room went silent as the grave. There has been an attack. 2 students have been petrified, both Gryffindors, Penelope Clearwater, and her eyes seemed to slide straight to Harry. Hermione Granger. The world narrowed. Professor Sprout was saying something about rules, something to do with dormitories and escorts and bathrooms, but Harry wasn't listening. All he could hear was the rush of blood in his ears. Hermione, he thought despairingly. Hermione. Anne, much of this will be familiar to you. Sorry about that. There is no reason why Riddle would show the memory any differently from canon. Saying that, the excerpted sections are from the book, which many readers of this fan fiction might not have read in some time. I hope it sparks some pleasant memories. Of course, the framing is altered. Riddle's diary does not say the same things as he says to Canon Harry, and the order of events thereafter is altered. In canon, Harry visits Hagrid after Penelope and Hermione are petrified. Next chapter, Hogwarts hunkers down. Harry is awoken rudely. Special message. I apologize for the sudden hiatus. I've had some family issues not regarding interpersonal conflict, but still deeply unpleasant. Writing has not been at the fore of my mind. 33. Lost and found Roman 3. Lost and found Roman 3 last chapter. Harry writes in Riddle's diary, observes the memory, and ventures to Hagrid for an explanation. There he and Susan meet Alan's group, and Hagrid explains his perspective of events. Soon after, Harry hears that Penelope Clearwater and Hermione have been petrified. All students will return to their house common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is to leave the dormitories after that time. You will be escorted to each lesson by a teacher. No student is to use the bathroom unaccompanied by a teacher. All further Quidditch training and matches are to be postponed. There will be no more evening activities. Recalling Professor Sprout's unhappy proclamation, Harry sighed, his eyes following the last embers in the brazier as they flickered and faded. It was like Hogwarts, he thought numbly, slowly, inexorably, dying. Above the brazier, the ocrite spinner, with no smoke left to clear, drifted to a halt. To Harry, the whispered whine of its slowing mechanism scraped behind his eyes like nails on a chalkboard. The end, it seemed to say. The end. Harry's gaze drifted around the common room. Darkness was encroaching in the Hufflepuff basement, creeping like a leech. That wouldn't do. He unholstered his wand. Incendio. A small flame sparked in the brazier, burning weakly, reluctantly, as though the infant fire had to fight against the castle's own gloom. He remembered casting that same spell against what might have been a fey in the forest of Holt End. The flames had burned hot then, and he'd figured that out, hadn't he? True, he'd made mistakes, but now he was a better duelist, better informed. And as his gaze landed on Susan, who'd fallen asleep on the sofa beside him, he knew he still had a chance. Together, they could find a way. Just as the thought settled in his mind, a flutter of wings interrupted the heavy silence. An unfamiliar owl swooped through the common room's high-air vent, now long converted into an owl post-chute. The bird's feathers were a mottled ash-gray. It landed neatly on the armrest beside Harry. Susan stirred slightly but didn't wake. The owl extended a leg. Attached was a flat, neatly wrapped parcel. Frowning, Harry untied it. There was no letter, just a small tag tucked beneath the string. Your delivery, Master Potter. It has been a pleasure to serve you. Please see the extra item enclosed, free of charge. Terence Tarmason, owner of Tarmason's equipment, Tarmason's, Harry murmured. He didn't recall, then he did. It had been after the second incident in Diagon Alley, when fear had roiled in his chest like a storm. He'd sent an owl order from a corner of the leaky cauldron. He'd almost forgotten. Curiosity overtook caution. He stuffed the package into his bag and descended the dormitory stairs, glancing back once at Susan's sleeping form. He paced hurriedly to his bed and drew his bed curtains shut, sealing them with a whispered charm. The parcel was wrapped in stiff burgundy paper, held together by knotted yellow string. He tore through it with a boyish impatience, and beneath the packaging, nestled in black cloth, was something entirely unchildish. A knife, long and lean, its blade gleaming faintly even in the dim candlelight. Pale holly made up the haft, silver runes spiraling down its length. He recognized the shape as a Sikh's asterisk, an early medieval weapon that wizards, in a fit of nostalgia, had readopted some 300 years ago. He grasped it, and it shifted in his hand, shrinking at his touch, adjusting to a more wearable size. With a flick of his wrist and a thought, it extended again. Harry grinned. Excellent. It was heavier than a wand, but not clumsy. It felt honest in a way wands didn't, a tool made for one thing. Below the velvet cutout sat a sheath designed for the blade's shortened form, and beside that, a second, smaller recess, cradling what looked like a penknife. Holly-handled as well and daintier than the first. A note lay beneath it. Thank you once again for your custom, Master Potter. This knife, like the Sikhs you ordered, is alloyed with silver, and is of our finest workmanship, forged like all our blades in the heart of the church stow confluence. Though it might be used, like most penknives, to shape the nib of a quill, it may also be a useful concealed weapon. The wrist sheath we provided might be hidden beneath robes. Harry glanced down. Indeed, beneath the cutout for the penknife was a leather contraption that could easily fit around his wrist, and can be activated through a combination of gesture and thought. More detailed instructions are also enclosed. You may worry about cutting yourself when wearing the wrist strap. Do not worry, as the knife may be bonded to you through blood, so that the blade cannot accidentally pierce your skin, whether you are overzealous in cutting a quill or practicing your blade work. P.S. Please note that this enchantment is covered under the Verification of Essence for Ritual and Attunement Act, 1934. A warranty is provided for the enchantment for no longer than 7 years, and for the blade for no longer than 20. Harry felt his brow rise in surprise. It was a little late, and ordered in a fit of paranoia, but a pleasant surprise all the same. He wondered briefly if there were rules against carrying a knife beneath one's robes at Hogwarts. Knowing the wizarding world, he suspected not. He tucked the seeks and penknife pair away, careful not to cut himself or his possessions. At breakfast, the news grew only grimmer. Hagrid, it was said, was seen leaving, being escorted, actually, from the grounds to the headmaster's office. He had yet to come out. In all likelihood, they'd used the flu to take Hagrid somewhere. Where exactly where was a matter of speculation, but none of it was good. The thought of Hagrid, gentle as he was, languishing in one of the cells of the birdcage made Harry's stomach drop. He didn't even want to consider the infamous prison Azkaban. Air, Mugleb, monster, the staring had also returned. Harry's peripheral vision was once more filled with accusatory eyes. In fact, he thought, as he descended towards the dungeons, following Snape and the rest of the Hufflepuffs, they were louder and more brazen than ever. "Ignore them," Susan told him. She was clenching her fists and staring right back at a pair of older Gryffindors as they paced by, following Professor McGonagall. "Don't worry," Harry said. He'd had plenty of time to get used to it, for good and bad. "Let's just go, Abu." A something seemed to brush at the back of his mind. Harry whipped around, just in time. Pratigo. 2 azure blue flipendos fizzled against his shield. Harry waited, listening. The corridor behind them was empty. He heard Snape grunt. "Congratulations, Potter," he said snidely. "You're more popular than ever." There were no more attacks on the way to the potions lesson. It gave Harry time to think, and he could only conclude that the jinxes were fired by older students. The body of the spells were bright, indicating a degree of power, and lacked the characteristic loud bang that would emanate at the moment of sparking. Only someone well practiced could suppress one of Flipendo's great weaknesses. Harry himself couldn't. On the other hand, they were only Flipendos. They might have thrown him a good few feet if they'd hit him, but they wouldn't seriously hurt him. It was still schoolyard stuff. Unfortunately, Harry was so busy thinking that he spoiled his potion, a wax-expunging drought that was supposed to settle at a lime green, but instead turned the color of the wax it was supposed to expunge. Snape looked at it dismissively, vanished it, but did not comment. "It's strange," Susan whispered to him, once they were back in the now crowded common room, "how Professor Snape acts around you. It's like he can't decide if he hates you or just wishes you were somewhere else." "I don't know about him," Harry murmured back, "but my feelings are settled towards him. Not hatred, no, just dislike." Snape seemed to give him undue attention for some reason Harry himself didn't know. Sometimes it seemed like hatred, and sometimes, as Susan said, the Slytherin head of house seemed uncomfortable in his presence. Once, Harry had gone around asking the other teachers why Snape acted so oddly towards him, but no one was willing to talk at length. Even Hagrid, Merlin bless him, had only said that Snape and Harry's father, James, didn't get along. But Harry sensed something more than mere childhood rivalry. Snape didn't seem like the sort of man to waste so much energy on something so petty. But Snape was a mystery for another time. Slytherin's monster now filled much of Harry's waking thoughts, and no few of his dreams. He'd been perfectly content to let the teachers deal with it. The incident with the Philosopher's Stone, after all, was a one-off, something he hadn't intended to repeat. But now the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control, and now one of his own friends was petrified. If spirals had a bottom, Hogwarts was reaching close to it 3 nights after Hagrid's arrest. Professor McGonagall stood up one morning at breakfast, let out a sonically enhanced ting as she tapped the tip of her wand against her glass, and waited for the assembled students to draw silent. With her ice-cold eyes and piercing demeanor, it did not take long. "Silence now, children," she said, as the last mutters died down. "I have an announcement." Due to the ongoing difficulties, she seemed to chew the word, at Hogwarts, the Board of Governors have decided that it is in the school's best interests that Professor Dumbledore be suspended from his post as headmaster. The great hall erupted in whispers. Some people looked ready to faint, and Harry couldn't blame them. His stomach was doing somersaults. Professor Dumbledore was a masterful duelist and one of the greatest wizards of the age. He was a living deterrent against the heir. To remove him was only going to make the situation worse. Didn't the board see that? What was the point, unless they wanted the school to fail? Harry felt the eyes of the school on him once more. He sat and picked at his toast, listening vaguely as Professor McGonagall said that, as deputy headmistress, she would be fulfilling Professor Dumbledore's duties until further notice, and that there was no reason to panic. He could almost feel the lie vibrate around the hall, rippling like an ill breeze. The atmosphere when they returned to the common room was little better. Why would they do that? Megan Jones practically yelled. Why would they do that? At that moment, a first year burst into tears, and Megan went from angry and afraid to apologetic and motherly. Sat casually in one of the common room's comfiest armchairs, Wayne chuckled. Why indeed? It's almost as though someone on the board wants Dumbledore gone and is willing to use the heir to remove him. Ernie shook his head. But if it gets worse, if someone dies, the word went unsaid but well heard, then Hogwarts might be shut. Why risk it? Lucius Malfoy, one of the older students, hissed. He's always wanted Dumbledore gone, sees it as a travesty that a muggle lover is in charge of Britain's premier school, and if Hogwarts is shut, well, that's just more fuel to flame his political allies. And there are other schools, someone else added. Schools that Malfoy's lot would think are quite fine. The whole room seemed to shudder at the concept of other schools. Then it erupted as someone took offense to the utterance of Malfoy's lot, considering a stereotype about purebloods in general. Harry remained carefully quiet. Nothing he could say would improve the situation. It would only draw unwanted attention. Thereafter, Harry had to stop his early morning runs. They'd always been, arguably, against school rules, but then no one had really cared. Now the new decrees were seriously enforced. Fred and George Weasley, the pair of jokers, had already been punished for sneaking off after class. Harry, already under suspicion, realized he couldn't take any chances. It was why he waited a few days before visiting Hermione in the hospital wing, or trying to anyway. "We're taking no more chances," Madame Pomfrey told them sternly. "No, I'm sorry. There's every chance the attacker might come back to finish these people off." Harry and Susan could only look at each other and thank her for her time. Madame Pomfrey's fear was typical of the castle. Even as summer approached, then unfolded into bloom, the castle itself grew only grimmer, as if the terror in its inhabitants' hearts was darkening its halls. True, blue crept over the sky above and the black lake below, but where the light couldn't reach the shadows seemed to deepen, as it deepened too in the eyes of teacher and student alike. Without Dumbledore, Hogwarts seemed lost. Even Harry struggled to find the motivation to study. Indeed, he began to find it difficult to laugh, or smile, or do much at all. He saw much less of Daphne, who had retreated into herself, and Susan began to share his gloom. But amid the darkness, Harry had made a decision. After paging through a few dusty handbooks, he discovered that there was nothing technically stopping a student from carrying a blade. In fact, until the early 19th century, some had even worn swords. It made sense students carried wands, after all, and those were far deadlier. Even so, he decided against wearing the Sikhs. It was impressive indeed, and he practiced its handling in secret, but he couldn't afford to draw more attention. Rule or not, the teachers wouldn't be pleased to see an open blade in the corridors, or worse, in class. He could only imagine Professor McGonagall's face, or Snape's. The penknife, however, stayed with him at all times except in the shower. The wrist strap fit neatly beneath his clothes, its slight weight a quiet reassurance, even in sleep. A week later, Daphne finally reached out to him, this time by way of one of the school owls. "Meet me outside the library at midnight," she had written in her tidy hand. "Bring Susan." Harry was careful not to look in her direction, but he managed to crack a smile all the same. He passed it to Susan. "Looks like we'll need the cloak again," he whispered. Predictably, the day passed achingly slowly. Harry spent more of it imagining what Daphne wanted than listening to the teachers. Not that Lockhart had anything interesting to say. Even the Hufflepuff girls were becoming skeptical of his stories. And that's what they were, he thought, just stories. Lockhart could cheat his way through book signings and positive interviews, but he was struggling to hold up the mountain of his own lies. Every day a new peak seemed to appear. He'd beaten a Yeti in at least 3 different countries in awfully similar situations. His description of banshees seemed to fluctuate with his mood. Even Megan was beginning to wise up. Finally, lessons ended for the day, and Harry and Susan retreated to the common room. At 10, Harry got into bed, cracked open a book, Curses Most Terrible. It was too interesting to ignore, and he'd grown bored of the origins of wizarding politics again, and waited. He was just reading a passage, speculating on the varieties of bone-breaking curses and their links to the dueling traditions of European nations when his wand vibrated. It was 11:30. Harry closed the book with a snap. Daphne was waiting for them by the library's entrance, or at least her head was. The rest of her body was concealed beneath her own invisibility cloak. She nodded silently toward the door to the library, which was illuminated faintly by a nearby sconce. Not alarmed, she mouthed at him. Harry nodded back. Then he pushed the door open, glad that Madame Pince was keen to keep it oiled. It was just about the only thing he was glad about Madame Pince. Inside, the library was silent. He shut the door behind them. "Well," he whispered. Daphne smiled. With her tinted glasses, he couldn't tell if it reached her eyes. "I've found a way to get around the alarms on the restricted section." She handed him what looked like a librarian's stamp. Harry blinked. "It's a stamp." But beside him, Susan gasped. "No, it's a key." She rounded on Daphne. "How did you get this? This must be that sort of access how." Daphne's smile turned enigmatic. "My great-grandfather won this in a game of cards against Eliza Fleece, the Hogwarts librarian of his era." "Okay, so your ancestor fleeced this from this fleece," Harry deadpanned. "But what is it?" "It's a seal of authority," Susan said. "Whoever holds it can take any book from the restricted section. Anything, even books reserved for professors. And if we're going to find anything new about the air, Daphne led, we'll find it there." Harry finished. He looked back down at the seal. Perhaps not so useless after all, he decided. "So, what happens if someone without the star seal tries to take a book off the shelf?" "A lot of things," Daphne said. "None of them good. But once the book is taken off the shelf, it can be given to anyone else without setting off any alarms or anything nastier." They spent a good 2 hours researching that night, carefully removing books from the restricted section and scanning through them as quickly as they could manage. It was a tense night. The fear of discovery followed them as they worked, as no less than the fear of the books themselves. They came in all shapes and sizes, some tiny, barely more than thin pamphlets, while others Harry struggled to lift. Most were old, some ancient, and almost all were covered in a fine layer of dust. Yet as interesting as some of the tomes proved, nothing was found that night, or the night after, or the night after that. Eventually, they settled down into a routine, sleeping in to allow for the loss of sleep through the night. No one disturbed their diligent work, and Harry began more and more to wonder at the books he was reading. Why were they in the restricted section? In a minority of them, he found passages detailing disturbing and violent curses, and similar rituals in a few fewer, but in the whole he found nothing objectionable at all. Most were, to his eyes, history books. Some were clearly biased, but was that a reason to lock them away? No, most of the required textbooks for schooling were biased, and they weren't restricted. Then again, he thought one night, he was only scanning through them, looking for references to the chamber or information surrounding it. He'd found plenty of references to the Gaunts, whose presence did seem to fade in the record by the closing of the 1800s. His other line, the cursed line, a treacherous voice whispered, was mentioned often too. The blacks were common protagonists in the histories detailed in the restricted section, often working foul or fair or both at once. However, there was no clue. Harry sighed to himself, pushing back into his pillow. It had been another fruitless night. Stop thinking, he thought, go to sleep. Wasn't it strange? How the more someone wanted to go to sleep, the more difficult it became. Yes, very, very, very strange. Harry awoke suddenly, shivering. A cool wind was blowing across his face like a ghostly kiss. It was too cold. The sensation shunted him into consciousness. He immediately saw why. Fear seized his chest as he saw a broken room before him, lit only by dappled moonlight peeking between the planks of a boarded window. He suddenly felt the rough floorboards, cold against his naked feet, and the tightness around his wrists pulled behind his back. He was tethered to something just loose enough to shuffle a step, but not to flee. All the same, he'd never felt so vulnerable, standing there in his thin pajamas. His gaze darted desperately in the darkness, praying for his eyes to adjust or for a flash of light from without. And slowly, painfully slowly, the world came into focus, and it was then Harry realized that whoever had kidnapped him had also put his glasses on him. Despite himself, he gave a bitter smile. Thanks, he thought. Now I can watch whatever's about to happen. Ah, said a soft, wavering voice. You're awake. Harry blinked. Someone stepped from the gloom, someone he would have never expected. Aye, what are you doing? Glossary. A seax is a short sword or long knife, used by various Germanic peoples in through the early Middle Ages, including Danes, Franks, and especially the English, and the Saxons in particular. Seax, meaning to cut, perhaps lends its name to the Saxons, which would make them the people of the wounding knife. The county flag of Essex, in southeast includes as its primary emblem 3 seaxes. Churchstowe is a possible location of Boudicca's defeat by the Romans. Why might weapons be superior when forged there? Well, that's up to you for now. Ren, we're in the final countdown now, do. Of Harry's second year, and as you have read, not all has gone to plan or canon. Well, it's gone to my plan, but what do I know? I'm just a guy with a keyboard and a mouse. Who has kidnapped him? How have they managed it? What do they want? Find out next time in Lost, and Found Roman 4, the arc's finale, and the finale of the second year. P.S. Thanks for the particularly nice review, Jackram.